Hello. Oh no, my own voice. Oh. This is what happens when I didn't stream for a few days. I get haunted by the technology, but it's okay. I only had to listen to my own voice for 20 seconds. I made it. Hello. Oh no. We couldn't have a nice calm start to the nice calm book club, could we? That would be asking too much. Well. Hello everyone, we start with disaster, we start as we need to continue. How are you all doing? Oh Corin, hi Dust, hi Lush, hi Drama. How's your day been? How's your week been? I realize I haven't been around as much this week. I got quite a bit of heat stroke, and so I might still be a teeny bit discombobulated today, but because book club is such a big monthly thing, I really wanted to stick to it and make sure we get to yap about books, because that's what I love doing. And so I'm gonna try my best to power through. So if there's extra me hydrating, or you can hear just general librarian struggling, please bear with me. Thank you very much. The scuff is good for the soul. It is a key part of the VTuber experience. If people didn't enjoy watching Scuff, then they shouldn't have picked a medium of streaming that requires at least 10 programs open in parallel. It's not gonna... it's never gonna work out perfectly. Wow, what have I tapped out to? Okay, there we go. Okay, there we are. No more Scuff, everything's fine. Oh, hi Kai. But yes, I should do a little introduction. So, today is August Book Club, and we're going to be talking about what I talk about when I talk about running by Murakami, and Inkblood Sister Scribe by Emma Torres. As always, we have our 2 books each month, and I will say, I have done a teeny bit of updating to the categories that the books are split between. I'm just going to turn the background music down a little bit. I feel like it might be too loud there, but previously we have split books by... Oh, I just punched my own headset. I hope that didn't come through as loud. We have fiction and non-fiction, but I've updated the categories a little bit to split it by fiction, and then you have non-fiction and literary fiction, because it felt a bit strange to group pieces that are fiction, but fiction in like a historical context, where they're now kind of a record and a staple of writing and reading, within the fiction, fantasy, sci-fi category that makes up most of the non-fiction submissions. And so we're going to be testing that out. As always, it kind of changes and improves, hopefully improves, but I thought this better categorized the nature and the approach to the reading and discussion you'd have on each of the books. And so yeah, that is a little switcheroo that has happened this time. I'm typing away. Please ignore me being a teeny bit scuff. Okay. So yeah, we are gonna be starting off with Inkblood Sister Scribe once Kai appears. I believe Kai is caffeinating in entirely uncharacteristic behavior, but it's going to be a bit strange for me this month reviewing the books, because normally I end up finishing the books a teeny bit last minute, which probably isn't best for me. But both the books for this month I read through super duper quickly, so I finished them both over 2 weeks ago, so I might have to consult my notes quite a bit in terms of what's going on. I'm almost certainly going to forget characters' names, specifically within Inkblood Sister Scribe, because I finished that in like the first 3 days of the book club period. I don't know how or why, I just tore through it. There's something about when I read books digitally, I read like the wind. I've gotten too used to speed reading fan fiction, I think. I didn't want to just tie everything back to AO3, but maybe it is. Caffeine charge? I'm considering going to get my own caffeine at some point. I've got a sports energy drink in the fridge, so I might go grab that. Just have a cool drink. Ba 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 ba. My brain is trying to not be soup whilst waiting for Kai. There they are. Okay. Perfect. Only a little bit of delaying. Hello. Oh. Da 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 da. Hello. You're accidentally a giant on the screen, but I can fix that and make you appropriately short. 1 second.
No, that's accurate size.
Mm. I feel like this is a handy
Actually,
size for
that's
a
not
hologram.
accurate size. I am way bigger than that.
Okay, let's put Kai in the corner. No, that's too big. You can. Do you wanna do it like this where we each have a corner?
Ooh,
I feel like
corners.
can
I like corners.
I mirror this so we're facing each other? Because this feels a little antisocial.
No, I like being antisocial.
Okay, you can stare off screen
No,
then.
you can
Fine.
mirror. You can mirror it.
Can I mirror it though? Transform. There we go. I
Um,
almost flipped you vertical, but I made it.
oh, you almost showed my feetsies. My Utah drone feetsies.
Your toes are covered.
Technically in that, yes, they are.
Wait, is there a toes out version?
I think there is because Yuto sent me. So Yuto, when he drew this, he didn't know what pants or shoes I wear,
Mm-hmm.
so he just drew the like base bean, and then just sent me a picture of me pantsless, going like, "What do you want to wear?" So there is technically a version of
Oh
me
my
with toes out.
gosh. Okay.
I do have toes out.
Kylo for everyone to squirrel away
You'll
for the
never see it
future.
though.
I feel
You'll
like
never
Val's
see
gonna
it
show
because
everyone
I
at
don't
some
know where
point.
it's. Well, I don't even know if there's like a version somewhere because so you just sent me the beat and that one does not have toes. I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would need to check. So I don't even know if there's a version that he might be the only one that has a version.
Okay.
So we need to convince Yuto.
I feel like that could be done quite easily.
Yeah, Yuto might do it. Yuto might do it just to troll me.
Yep, yep, yep.
I feel like.
Chamomile, orange, and honey tea? Oh, that's a good combo. I
What do you
l-
mean reverse caffeine?
uh,
Chamomile tea has caffeine, bruh.
getting Dr. Pepper. Let me little beverage opening noise.
Dr. Pepper also has caffeine.
Hee. I'm not gonna be numing. I'm too under the weather to num, but hopefully I won't get sleepy. So
I'm gonna be real. I only have coffee for my voice because my throat hurts. That's the only reason I have coffee.
I feel like coffee
Because it
isn't very
helps
good
the
for you.
hot.
The hot? Okay. I suppose the hot
Yeah, the
helps.
hot. I also mostly drink like cappuccinos, so like half coffee, half like
Hmm.
milk. So like the hot milk helps a lot. Um, Tea would be better, but I only have mint and watermelon tea right now, and I'm not in the mood for that.
That's an unusual combo, mint and watermelon.
Oh, it's so good. So there's a South African tea called rooibos tea,
Hmm.
um, which is like a very floral-ish tea.
Yeah.
It's like a pretty floral tea. It's like a herbal like type tea. And it's rooibos with watermelon and mint, and it's so good. It's so good.
Does sound good.
We
I've
have a
been meaning
bunch.
to try rooibos tea, but I don't know. I've
Oh,
tried
you
it in a
should.
cafe once, but it wasn't. It didn't have much depth of flavor, so I don't think it was a very authentic one. If that makes sense. It tasted kind of
Yeah,
flat, but I'd never had it before, so I wasn't 100% sure.
the problem with like a tea like a rooibos tea is that it requires a very specific way that you make it to bring out the flavor. It
Hmm.
is a very easy tea to like mess up, or if it's not a very good tea, it's not a very good rooibos tea. It also just tastes kind of flat. It can taste very like what's the word like woody. It can
Yeah,
taste very like.
That's what I
Yeah.
had when I tried it. It just tasted in a kind of, I could feel the edge of the flavors, but the main weight of it was a kind of flat woody flavor, with the other flavors just kind
Yeah.
of eked out.
Yeah, it's a very hard, like you get very, very good ones in South Africa, but like from what I've heard, especially some of my like expatriate friends that like immigrated to like Australia, some to the UK and some to America, they find it hard to get really nice, really good rooibos tea, sadly, because it is
Oh,
really good. It is my favorite tea, probably.
that's kind of,
Well,
yeah.
it depends on what you classify as teas, because technically a matcha is kind of technically a type of tea, technically.
You
But if
see,
I say that, I might get stoned. I'm gonna be real.
I quite like matcha, but I have the issue that there's certain flavor groups which I find on their own are too strong for me, even if I like stronger
Mm,
flavors when it comes to other like flavor palettes, if that makes sense. Like certain
yeah.
flavors I'm very sensitive to. And so I like matcha, but I like really weak matcha, and no one else does. And so I end up liking the really bad coffee places that give you the weakest matcha known to man, but then it still has to be decent starting matcha because it can't be too bitter. And so I'm
Yeah.
upsetting everyone when it comes to matcha. But
No, I kind of get that. It is I am kind of the same with like I don't like a really, really strong black tea. Like a lot of people like a really strong black tea, and I just don't like it at all. Like
mhm.
I really I know it's blasphemy, but I half and half my milk with my black tea just to cut that black tea flavor in half because
Mm,
I get it. Because like yeah, it can get a lot. I like matcha, but I can also see how a lot of people would not like how strong matcha is. Um, Matcha used in like baking and stuff. Like if you get like matcha like cookies or stuff like that, where it's usually like a very small portion of the ingredients and it's just like mellowed out. That is usually where I suggest people try matcha because matcha can be really strong.
mhm. Uh,
Oh,
my brain got distracted. Sorry, I will talk about tea for hours on end. But you know what else I can talk about for hours on end?
books,
Books.
which we
Okay,
should do. We
we
should
should
do
do. We could
specifically in book club.
specifically in book club. I've read too many books this month, and so maybe that can be a tangent at the end of other reads. But
We'll be
starting
real
off,
same.
I think I've read 7 books this month or over this book club period. So I don't
Over the
know.
book club period. I
Yeah.
think okay, so I did the two book club books.
Mhm.
I reread Haruka Murakami book. I
Mhm.
reread IQ 84.
Yes.
Um which is my favorite like Haruka Murakami book, so I reread that. And then I reread two Brando Sandos and I read three new books. So I think I did eight this month.
I
The
read
book club period eight.
I
Like
read
month.
What I Talk About When I Talk About Running, England Sister Scribe,
Mm,
which is the other book club book, and then I reread What I Talk About Running again because it's only like 160 pages, so I just read it in a day both times. But I
yeah.
reread Kafka on the Shore, which was my favorite Murakami book, and
Mm,
I also read um Hard Boiled Wonderland and the End of the World for the first time, which is another one of Murakami's
okay.
books. Um,
Yeah.
and so
So you were on a Haruka Murakami book reading thing. Yeah, I
yes,
just read IQ 84.
I haven't actually read IQ84. It's one of the ones which
Oh,
I've
it's
been
so
meaning to
good.
because it was his first book that I heard about. But I do the thing
Mm.
where I go into bookshops and I just scour the like £1 to £2 second-hand bookshelf, and that's where I got Kafka on the Shore. So that's why I read it first. The other books I read this month is I started reading All My Brain's Red Rising series. I read the first 2 books for the first time.
Oh,
Um, My brain
the
has blanked on the author, but I can get it. I can get it.
it's
um,
Pierce Brown. I just forgot the first two books names.
I think the first one is just called Red Rising.
Yeah, and then it's like, is it Golden Sun? Yeah,
yeah,
it's Golden Sun.
by
Morning
Pierce
Star is
Brown.
the third one.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then Golden Star, Morning Star.
and then I read Gideon the Ninth, and it's become my whole personality. And I'm just waiting for the second book to be delivered so I can read that as well.
Yes.
I'm very
You finally
excited.
started the Locked Tomb. You finally started the Locked Tomb.
I
I am a massive Locked Tomb fan. I'm gonna be real, by the way.
Mhm.
When you read book 2, when you read Harrow the Ninth, talk to me about it. I think that's the best book in the series. It is
Really?
fantastic.
Okay, I'm gonna finish my little tangent on Gideon the Ninth just to try and get out of the system so we can talk about the books. But when I finished the book, I was like, oh, I kind of expect that to be a prologue because
Mm.
the reasons by the time you finish the book. But I thought the book was going to end there. I didn't realize it was a series. I thought it was a standalone with a prologue. And so when I found out there was 4 books in the series, I was kind of conflicted, and I was like, I don't know if I want to find out more things after this. I'm emotions. But I caved and I ordered the book. So
Yeah, I think so. There's 3 that are out. I think the 4th one is releasing soon.
yeah,
So we have Gideon the Ninth, we have Harrow the Ninth, then we got to
Nona the
Nona the
Ninth.
Ninth,
Yeah, I
and
don't know
then
the
the new
title of the
one
new
we're
one.
getting is Alecto. It's
Okay.
Alecto the Ninth. Yeah,
Oh.
that's the 4th one we're getting. And then obviously there's like 2.5, 3.5, 1.5 books that she did. So
Mhm.
there's a O5, which is like the prequel for like it's a I'm not saying the title. It's the mysterious study of Doctor Sus. Let's
Mhm.
say Sus in the place of the actual word. Um, which is the prequel book, and then there's 2.5, which is As Yet Unseen, and then 3.5 is The Unwanted Guest. Yeah, The Unwanted Guest is 3.5. Um, I think book 2 is the best in the series. Some people disagree and say it's the third book, but I think it's the second book. I liked Harrow the Ninth the most of the whole series. It was fantastic.
Oh, I'm excited. Okay. Oh, hi, Jenny.
Like,
How
it
you
is one
doing?
of those series that like almost every entry into the series like steps up how good the series is.
If I talk about why I'm not looking forward to the second book as much as the first, then it's spoilers. But
Yeah,
I'm gonna miss a
yeah,
certain dynamic.
yeah. Um, I will say Harrow the Ninth does introduce like a lot of new things and a lot of really fun things that you might like a lot.
Ooh. I've heard that it builds out on the broader world and magic building, which I'm looking
Mm.
forward to. Um.
So, this isn't even what's the word? A spoiler, but most of them follow the ninth house,
Mhm.
right? That's why it's all Harrow the Ninth, Elector the Ninth. They all are
Yeah.
kind of around the ninth house, but it kind of feels like it feels like how it works is that the ninth house is like the central part, and then all of these characters like move out to their own areas, and every book kind of expands a little bit into their own regions of this world, and it's really cool. Um, it feels very much like the one we read last month.
Murder on the
Um,
Lamplighter. No. Murder at Spindle Manor. Or
no, sorry, the month before that.
uh,
Um,
not Blood Over Brighthaven.
it's just a Six of Crows. It
Six
feels
of
very much like
Crows.
Six of Crows,
Mhm.
and how she approaches that world, where there's like one side and the other side, and both like expand their own regions.
Mhm.
Harrow the Ninth feels very much the same. It expands stuff with the
Ooh.
first book, but it also expands her own world a bit and what happens around Harrow the
Exciting.
Ninth, as
It's arriving
specific.
on Monday, so I'm gonna start reading it then.
Cool.
Depend
Yeah, when you start
or I
reading it,
may
you
read
talk.
book club books first. We'll see. We should. Oh, how's it? I am still suffering from heat stroke, but I am maybe alive
Yeah.
enough to do book club. We'll see. I got my little ice pack in case I get warm, and I've got a blanket in case I get cold. I am.
Oh,
I'm
prepared,
going through
prepared.
it. Hey, quick, come on. But yes,
It's It's really funny that this book club is the book club of Denya and Kai being dead because my voice has been dying this last while, and I've been getting like a fever because I'm getting
Oh,
sick, I think. So
oh
like
no.
this is the book club of Denya and Kai fever dream, like not feeling great.
Yeah, I do. If stream ends very suddenly, please don't worry. It's just me fainting on my internet. You never know. It could just be the internet. But
I read so many papers from ID software.
and then
Oh, that
technical
sounds interesting.
interviews. Ooh, I do. I want to get back into reading maths papers. But
Mm,
but then
I
I cannot subject everyone to being like, hi, I'd like you to read relevant and recently published maths papers and engage with them with me because I barely understand and allegedly I have qualifications in that area.
I
um,
my feelings on that is always I'll read them. Can I talk to you about them? Probably not. I'm probably very lost.
well, one of the books which I actually nominated this month for non-fiction is about the life of one of the kind of lost great mathematicians, so it's quite an interesting one.
That would be cool. I do like math. So I sent you that video about like Warframe, right?
Mhm,
Where
mhm.
they talk about like set theory and a bunch of things, computronics in the like space of like medium of going through a game. I do like things like that. That's like, here's the story about this weird mathematician, and here's some math on the side, just like snuck in, so that you can learn something while just listening to story. I do like
Yeah.
stuff like that, so that's actually kind of interesting.
I've considered recommending a Simon Singh book for book club because that's what I always recommend if a lot of my coworkers, their kids want to study maths at uni, and I'm just like, read a few Simon Singh books and talk about them in your interview, and they'll like you. Oh,
That
hi,
would be very
Fidoni.
interesting and
Thank you for
fun.
the follow. Welcome to the library. I hope you're having
Welcome,
a good
welcome.
day. But yeah, Simon Singh's most famous books are probably it's probably the Code Book, which is about cryptography historically and the Enigma project. Um,
Yeah.
I've even implemented some of the stuff into the game using a single flat image as the sky, the parallaxes of the camera. Oh! Sorry, my brain is soup. I looked up to the sky to try and figure out how that would work and rest of my tracking. Oopsies. Hello, I like money. I mean, I like books, and you can get books with money, so I understand the sentiment.
Honestly, I like money too. It buys me more books
Mhm,
or
mhm.
games, and I like games and books.
This is true. I'm very excited about the Vampire Survivors board game, which just got announced. But
Okay, so I'm gonna be real. I am
nervous and
kind of
excited.
so I here's the thing, right? And I can say this because this is a plan that includes you. We're going to have a board game night, right? We're doing a board game night where we're playing board games on Tabletop Simulator.
Yeah, yeah,
Yuta is
yeah.
already involved, and three other friends, like two, three other friends, are also already involved.
Mhm, mhm.
I want to play the Vampire Survivors one so badly, but I don't know how long it's gonna take to get on that. So like, I'm half
Yeah,
not sure when to do this because I really want to play it. It does look really fun.
yeah. I'm very excited for it. But there's a lot of good board games, and we can always do it a few times. But games with friends is always fun.
That is true.
Optimation beats modern stuff. I feel like most modern game devs have just abandoned optimization. But maybe this is just me slandering AAA studios. I'm sure there are some who work very hard on it, but don't ask me why Valorant is the size it is. I will never.
And it got bigger
It got
because
bigger.
of Unreal Engine 5. It got
Yeah.
bigger, which is still crazy to me because that game used to be like 70 gigs and it got like bigger. It's like 85 now.
Yeah, I think it's like 85, 86 now. It's madness.
I
But
don't know why.
and then
Okay, book.
okay, yes, I was about to start complaining about kernel level anti cheat then, and that's a topic I'll never move on from. So book. Our first book we're reviewing for this month is the um fiction brackets primarily fantasy and sci-fi book that was picked out last month, which is Inkblood Sister Scribe by Emma Torres. We're currently doing a spoiler-free review, so we're gonna talk about things which you could kind of see on the blurb or an intro to a book, but nothing further than that, and nothing past naming key characters to talk about. Generalities like that. So if you're interested in reading the book and you want to avoid spoilers, this should be fine for that. Look at me doing my best not to spoil people. So,
No spoilers.
no spoilers, no spoilers. Well, spoiler section later, but I have a big sign for the center of the screen that says spoiler on it, so if you miss it, then that's
Not our fault.
yeah.
And I do think you shouldn't get this book spoiled because it was actually really good. I had a great time.
Yeah. Okay. This is gonna Luigi.
That scared the shit.
Yes, see this everyone, I'm scary. Okay. But I think Inkwood Sister Scribe is really incredible in that it is a cohesive and picks up momentum as you read consistent one book fantasy book that you read from start to end,
Yeah.
and it feels finished and complete, and it kind of bridges the could be like YA fantasy but could also be happily read by an adult reader. And I feel like although there are many books that fit that category that are in big series, it's not often you get that complete experience all within one book, especially one book that feels full, complete, and in depth whilst being a relatively quick and easy read. And so I feel like this is an incredible book if you loved fantasy when you were younger and maybe stopped reading as you grew out of YA fantasy and want to get back into it. I think this is the perfect book for that.
Yeah, I agree. It's very much like it lives in that same world of like Percy Jackson, which is Percy Jackson is unapologetically like YA, but you can still read it if you're an adult. Especially if you're like around our age, like mid to late 20s, it still holds up. This book is very much the same. Like if I had a child, I would like a teenage child, I would let them read this, but I had just as much fun as I think they would. This would be a very fun book to read to your children to a large degree
I will.
because you would like it and
It.
they would.
I would suggest it being like over 14s because there is a little bit
Yeah,
of
it's not.
people making
Hmm.
out.
Oh,
I got really jump scared because I started reading it on a train and it was like chapter 3 and I didn't know what the tone of the book was going to be in terms of content warning, and you do just kind of have two characters be introduced by them making out and I was like, oh, how scared should I be to be
also like
reading this on a bus? But it turned out to be
yeah,
fine. But yeah.
Boss is a bit scary. The boss might be a bit spooky for like the, but like it's nothing explicit
Yeah.
at least.
No, there isn't. It was just my panic of like, oh my gosh, is this going to escalate whilst I'm trying to commute? But no, it's. I think I've.
That'd actually be kind of funny.
No, it wouldn't. I would suffer. But I fear that I wrapped up a lot of my thoughts in my little spiel at the beginning. But
Hmm.
this feels kind of. It's a newer book from what I know. It was published
Yeah,
in 2023.
2020. Yeah.
But I do feel like it's going to be one of those books that over the course of the next 10 years just becomes a really good single book popular YA fantasy. Because
Yeah.
it does just it hits all the boxes. I it swaps between the point of view of three characters, which isn't too common for the YA subcategory of fantasy, because
No,
you tend to just
especially
have a
not the
single.
shorts.
Yeah, but I do
Because
think. Oh,
this book is relatively short for those that haven't read it and are interested. It was like I think it was just over 400 pages. Like my copy had 420. So
yeah.
like it's
It.
relatively short.
Oh, I've accidentally made you invisible. 1 second.
Oh,
Oh,
I've disappeared.
I've hidden you. No, you're invisible again. Where have you gone? I put you in a folder. I've lost Kai.
Oh, I'm spooky.
Um.
I'm gone. You can
uh.
hear my voice.
Control Z. There we go.
But
Never mind. Okay.
I'm hiding behind your overlay. I
I
like
wanted
that.
to put you in front of stream avatars, but I couldn't get it to work very well.
I
So
like
stream
hiding
avatars walk in
behind
front of
your.
you, same they work in front of me. Okay, there we go.
Ooh,
There we go. But
I was
yes,
hiding.
I really like this book. I think
Same.
it's a pretty easy read. 400 pages is quite long, but for a standalone, kind of complete fantasy world, that feels relatively short when you are kind of
Yeah,
used to trilogies or duologies in other
or
similar books
Brandon
in the genre.
Sanderson.
Brandon Sanderson has his own problem. I'm not I'm not grouping in the rest of the fantasy writing community with the Stormlight Archive. But yeah.
Uh,
I haven't read anything else by this author. This was the first Emma Torres book I've read. I don't know how many other books she has out. I don't think this is her first novel. I think she's.
this is her debut novel, actually.
Oh, okay.
And she does not have anything else out. This is her only novel so far.
Oh, okay.
Most of her other published works is kind of short stories.
I was gonna say I
Um,
know she's contributed to Uncanny Magazine because I've got a few
yeah,
copies of them, and that's where I first heard
yeah,
about her through. Um,
yeah. That's where I heard about her and recommended this book from. Is I read some of her Uncanny Magazine stuff. But that's her only stuff. She's done that, and then she's done. I think there's one issue of a magazine called Lightspeed magazine, which is kind of similar
yeah.
to Uncanny. And then she did Beneath Ceaseless Skies as well, um, which is another thing she did. But other than that, she has nothing else out, sadly.
Oh,
I would love if there was
that's
more
kind of
work by her
impressive
because,
because I didn't expect this to be a debut novel because of how efficient whilst subtle the plot points are.
right?
Um, which I don't know
It's
how
a really
to
impressive
expand on that
debut.
point without it being a spoiler, but it feels
Yeah.
very well edited in a structural sense for a debut novel.
Mm. It is really impressive how good of a debut novel this is, specifically.
I mean, it's a good novel in general, but it has a
Hmm.
consistency that I wouldn't necessarily expect with fantasy debuts, because fantasy debuts are difficult. I think
Yeah.
more so than any debut novel is difficult, but there's a separate set of pitfalls for that kind of world building fiction. Um,
Yeah. Especially in the new age of fantasy.
mhm. In the kind of
Like,
everyone has a world.
yeah, in the post like Mistborn, like Brandon Sanderson, like um even people like Scott Lynch, post
Mhm.
that era where people have been just like cramming world building in and like how tight these books got. It's really hard to get really good debut novels. And this was really, really good as a debut novel, I feel like.
Oh,
Which makes me excited for more of her next work as well, because I would
hmm.
love to see more of her work where she can keep like
I
refining
would
it.
love if she
Um,
kept writing books similar to this, the kind of one volume complete
Same.
fantasy work, because although I do love my big series, I do read a lot of books, and it's nice to pick up a book and know that the world and the story is finished. Because although there's joy in reading stories, there's joy in reflecting on a finished story, and it can be a lot more
Yeah.
difficult to do if you've got to wait for like several books to come out. Glares at Starlight Archives. And so
Leave my Starlight Archives alone.
you can't bring up Brandon Sanderson and then when talking about the value of like a, a story condensed and sent to you wholly in one book, expect me not to point at Stormlight Archives and use the books for like bodybuilding weightlifting exercises.
That's true.
It's
That's true. That's true. Also, we can't talk about like consistent, like not having to wait for books when he's literally taking like a 5 to 10 year break with Stormlight. I think it's 5 years. He's taking a 5 year break with Stormlight.
I can
And we're
feel the
not returning.
distress from Kai across the oceans at that.
No,
So,
I'm actually okay. So this might be a spoiler. I'm actually so excited for the rest of the Cosmere to
mhm.
expand to where Stormlight is right now. Because spoiler, 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 cool shit is happening. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. Oh, in focusing back on Inkblood Sister Scribe, I read this book
Mm,
digitally, and so one thing
I
actually
did
I
too.
will say from this, which I believe there's an I've forgotten the name of the voice actor, but when I was reading it, I saw a lot of praise for the audiobook of Inkblood Sister Scribe.
Yes.
I believe the narrator who did it is a very well acclaimed uh,
Yeah.
the book reader. I'm
Yeah.
very good at
There's
describing
a
things.
there's a so she is also an author herself,
Oh, really?
but the audiobook for this is done by Saskia Marlefeld,
Hmm.
who has done a ton of really good audiobooks and is really good.
Yeah, but yeah.
Um,
In my instance, I read it digitally. I don't
I
know
did
about
too.
you. Okay, yeah,
No, I also read it digitally. Um, and I'm actually glad I read it digitally. It went by really quickly digitally.
yeah.
I
It went
like
by so
sped this.
quickly. I I was yapping about this whilst you were making your coffee, but I don't know if it's the way I've learned to just inhale reading fan fiction. But this book felt like it just sprinted past me as I was reading it. I almost didn't
Yeah.
realize that I was halfway through all of a sudden. Um,
Yeah, this one I read both of the you told me that you read through this like in the first week. I did too. I
yeah.
sped these books in the first week. And it's mostly because the second book we're gonna talk oh sorry, the second book we're gonna talk about was just short. It was
Hmm.
like 100 or something pages. It was really short. But this one went so quickly. And I think it's how clean the writing is, but also digitally it just like goes. I can
Yeah.
read books digitally so quickly.
I part of me does wonder. I I had a bit where I like paused and reflected for 2 days because I was thinking, do I engage with books under different levels of evaluation and remembering and engaging with the ideas depending on the medium I read them, because I sprint through books when I read them digitally. And I know it's because
Mm.
I read thousands of words of fan fiction at 1 a.m. when I can't sleep. And I know that about me as a person, but I was pausing and was like, does this change how I engage with the media? Because I don't know, I was just reflecting on it. But there is a really good audiobook from what I've heard. Actually, because I realised this after I'd finished reading it and I almost considered listening to it. I believe, at least in the UK, if you have Spotify Premium, it's one of the audiobooks which is included for free. You can only listen to
Ooh,
15 hours of free audiobooks a month, but you can just listen
that's
to
kind
some
of cool.
titles completely for free. And this is one of them, and it's the audiobook we talked about earlier, who with the really acclaimed narrator, and so I was considering listening to it over the course of this week because it's been quite a while since I finished it, so I could refresh myself. But I got
Yeah.
distracted reading other books. But yeah, I
Y-
always kind of like to talk about if there's a audiobook publication of books or other
mm,
demonstrations of it, because I think there's some point that if you are listening to something rather than actively reading it, you might not be engaging with it quite as much. But if you engage with the story and think about it, then that's what matters out of a lot of reading. And so I think people
I
often find audiobooks more accessible or easier to fit in, and so I like to be excited
I
about them. Sorry.
I hesitate to say you don't engage with them as much. I think so. Usually, when I listen to an audiobook, I listened to last month. I listened to I think it was six. I don't remember. I think I re-listened to Six of Crows audiobook.
Mhm.
Um, and when I listen to an audiobook,
Thank you for the
I
hydrate
engage with it
pick.
differently and in a different way. So usually I go and read them if I want to like heavily engage them,
Mhm.
but the engagement is different. It's also it's interesting because I feel like if you read a book, right, you kind of have it in your head and it's all like what you think and like even like words that you pronounce and like ideas you have on how certain things look and work function in your head when you're reading it. Um and when it's narrated to you it kind of like gives their idea of how things function to
Yeah.
to a degree. It's interesting. Whenever I listen to a book and whenever I read a book, I have two different views of how the world looks or how it works to a
I
degree, right?
I often think the different parts of books stand out if I listen to it compared to reading it.
Mm.
Naturally, listening to a book with the talented narrators and voice actors out there, you get a much higher emphasis on dialogue, which is something that I often struggle with dialogue as a part of the book. Sorry for the loud noise there with me just punching my microphone, but yeah, I think because I often listen to audiobooks when I'm doing housework or if I'm doing
Mm.
menial admin at work, sometimes I don't fully focus on them, which is the only part of my point. But I do think there's a lot of
Yeah,
value in audiobooks. I don't really care about the people who are snobbish about them. Um,
same.
I I I I have dyslexia, but I tend not to find it affects my reading too much unless I reading digitally. Sometimes I find something about the screen makes words swim for me, and so when I read digitally, I read in the granny font where there's like 10 words on a page. But reading physical books, because I've learned to just hold my bookmark to the line and read that way, I I I'm
Mm.
very used to kind of working with how my brain processes words. But I do think that
Yeah,
for people who find it difficult to read books for one reason or another, or just have more space in their life to listen to audiobooks, they are incredible for things like commutes, when you would otherwise just end up scrolling Twitter or another regrettable website. 10 out of 10 would recommend audiobooks. Um,
yeah. No, I agree. Um, Audiobooks are fantastic. I love audiobooks. I sometimes listen to if I am in trouble with a book club book and I don't know if I'm gonna finish it, I audiobook it. Like I tried to do with or the Priory.
Priory. I do like Priory, but Priory has ruined my understanding of what it means to be like a slow, long book for at least another few months. I keep going, yeah, this book was so short, and it's 400 pages. I don't know how
Priory
they made
is
that book so dense, but I love it. I did enjoy it.
Priory has ruined me for a while. Where I'm like, I'm 400 pages in and now I'm just expecting there to be 400 more because of Priory. And I'm like, okay, maybe I shouldn't expect like an 800 page book every time just because Priory did it.
Yeah. I haven't read any of the other books in that series, but
I,
I've
I
got
will
so
be
many
real,
books to
I've
read from
barely finished
school.
Priory.
To be fair, okay, this is an admission. When I was at uni in my kind of once I got to third, fourth year and then research work, I was having to read so many maths papers and spend so much time reading notes or research materials. I almost
Hmm,
completely stopped reading for fun. I think I would have read maybe
that's fair.
3 or 4 books per year during that period. And so one of the reasons why I like doing book club and things like this is because I'm now at a point in my life where reading is something for fun and not part of academic expectations or as a requirement for my job. And so yeah, I just, I, it,
Yeah,
I am able to engage with books this way because I am at a point in my life where I don't have much reading as a task and I can just totally embrace it as something for fun. And so it
yeah.
was a lot more difficult back when I had assigned reading, even if it wasn't in the sense that other courses do. Because assigned reading in maths, the paper's 7 pages long, you just spend 20 years reading and not understanding it. Um,
I can imagine if you have like, especially if you have like the classics to read. Even though I do want to talk about more classics, but if you have to
yeah.
go through like the classics for like literature
We were
class,
forming a Frankenstein fan club earlier. This is. Hi, Pesky! How are you doing? Thank you for the hydrate, Kai. You have to hydrate too.
I did. I did when I saw Pesky come in. I drank some coffee.
I'm so happy when she says, to
But
be
yeah,
fair, like how the rest of the word betrays them too. Wait. My brain's smooth. What do you mean? As in, that's what
Hi
everyone says?
Pesky.
I don't. I got 2 brain cells.
How are two of my favorite people?
I'm blushing. I'm doing.
Oh
I'm
goodness.
slightly dying. I'm going to be honest. I really wanted to give an excitable answer, but I have heat stroke.
So,
I got 2 brain
uh,
cells.
yeah, me and Daniel are low-key dying a
Mhm.
little bit. This is the sick book club. I am
Yeah.
getting flu, and my throat is killing me.
I am
I
mostly
am
recovered
surviving
from
off
heat
of coffee.
stroke, maybe. But
How are you, Pesky?
I hope you're doing better than us. Did you
Did you
guys have
guys have
library
library
classes?
classes too?
No.
No,
We had the English literature and language in the standardized
that's
UK
what I had.
education system, but we didn't have any like specific assigned as library classes.
Yeah, I also just had like, what's the word? Like, literature classes.
Yeah. Busy bee?
Busy bee Pesky.
I don't know why, but I'm just imagining. You know how bees have the stripes? I feel like Pesky
Yeah.
owns a bee striped scarf. Do you know what I mean?
Ooh. Yeah, I can imagine that. I could see that.
The image in my mind was so strong. I was just like, yeah, you own a knitted scarf. Am I right? Wait.
I can absolutely
No.
see. Nah.
Aw.
No? Okay, well, you need to
I'm
get
gonna
one
have to
now.
scheme. Yeah, I can find one. I'll get Pesky a scarf. I'm making my headcanon a reality. This is the power of being a VTuber. You can just like poke people. We had library classes where we were to read any book of our choice, and then the next class we tell what we remembered and what we interpreted from it. That sounds incredible. I would have adored that.
I would love that class.
What did we get told to read? Macbeth. Um,
I read Macbeth.
we
Romeo and
a lot
Juliet.
of Shakespeare. It's a lot of Shakespeare. We read
Yeah,
Anna.
it's really funny. I I read all of most of the Shakespeare I read was through that, except my favorite Shakespeare.
Okay.
Yeah, like so we read most of Shakespeare, but then you miss out something like um Much Ado About Nothing, which is probably my favorite Shakespeare.
I was so
We didn't do
grumpy with the
Tempest.
required reading because there's a lot of books on our list that I quite like. Like, I would be very happy to read, like, an Inspector Calls and discuss it at
Yeah.
length, or some of the Bronte sisters that's on there, or Frankenstein. But no, we just read like 11 Shakespeare plays and what 2 Dickens, and I was so put out. I
Oh
was just like,
wow.
let us read Jane Eyre, let us read Frankenstein, let us read War of the Worlds. Why did you just pick Shakespeare when they said pick 8
Y'all
of the
got
following
annihilated.
texts? I had beef with
Y'all
them.
got annihilated. Y'all got annihilated. We got to read like so we got To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee, which is where I read To Kill a Mockingbird for the first time, which was it's good. That's good. We had Great Gatsby. We had Fahrenheit 451, which
Okay.
that's a great book to read.
Yeah.
I think we had Catcher in the Rye, which I read
I
through that.
think
And
my
then
negative feelings about Shakespeare stem from the fact that there was all of these books that
yeah,
Sky was listing, which I read in my own time and enjoyed, and we just read 7 Shakespeare plays.
yeah. I also feel like um it's a lot of people talk. So there's the scene in why is the movie escaping me? Dead Poet Society,
Mhm.
where Robin Williams' character talks about like Shakespeare and how most people's introduction of Shakespeare is like in school or it's like you take that I'm gonna fight someone. But it's in school, like just reading it, or it's like very stuck up, like, oh, do I do, like type vibes of Shakespeare, right?
Yeah.
And it's like it kills people's loves for Shakespeare, but damn, is Shakespeare good if you experienced it in other ways?
I feel
Like,
like mm,
if you haven't seen it, watch the David Tennant version of Much Ado About Nothing. He
this
has a
is also
stage
just
play version
because
of
I'm
Much
in
Ado.
love with David Tennant, but that is a very good version of it. I got to see which one was it? When David Tennant toured as with the Shakespeare Company for Macbeth. I got to see that.
Oh, that's also really good.
That was very, very good. But yeah, I feel like Shakespeare is overrated, but I feel like that's not a particularly mean thing to say, because think about how many people hype up Shakespeare. It would be almost impossible for him to not be overrated. Especially because, in
True.
my eyes, the things people praise Shakespeare for in the context of English classes isn't the impressive part of his work, because they often talk
Okay,
about the story and the progression and the characters, and it's the
yeah.
managing that within the structure of his writing that's impressive.
Okay, I'll I'll relent that Shakespeare is overrated. Like, what's the word? Like, academically, he is
Mhm.
overrated because, like, academically, people think he is the only writer to ever write and the best to ever do it, which I don't fully agree with.
I
I think
can't
he's really
believe they
good.
didn't. I can't believe we had to read 6 Shakespeare plays and we didn't get to read just even Frankenstein. I want to talk about Frankenstein. Okay, sorry. Um, but
That is kind of crazy that y'all read like only Shakespeare.
yeah, I think I'm gonna make sure I'm not telling a fib. We read Macbeth, Romeo and Juliet. We read Othello, Henry V, and then the other books we read were Animal Farm, and we also read. Oh my, I'm blanking on it, and it's ridiculous. Um, the
Who's the
book, the
author?
book with Lenny.
Oh, okay, my brain can't think of it. I tried, nothing's coming up. I just know who you're talking
Do you know
about.
what I mean? Yeah. Um.
That is kind of crazy though,
Oh, of Mice and
because it
Men.
that much. Yeah, of Mice and Men,
Yeah, we read
by
of
John
Mice and Men,
Steinbeck.
Animal Farm, and then just Shakespeare. And I was like, we could have read
Okay,
Lord of
that's
the
messed up.
Flies. We could have. There were so
That's
many
messed.
books or
Dude, that's
options,
crazy.
and
That's crazy. That means you didn't read Great Gatsby,
we
no
didn't
Pride
read
and
Great Gatsby.
Prejudice.
We didn't get to read To Kill a Mockingbird. Only Topset got to read it, To Kill a
Did you?
Mockingbird, and I wasn't allowed in Topset because I failed the spelling test. Sorry,
I
I'm
just
still grumpy
realized
about that.
that means you didn't read any Charles Dickens. No,
We
no
read
extra George Orwell.
we read one Charles Dickens. We read
Okay,
Great
what, A Tale
Expectations.
of Two Cities? Okay, that's actually a good one.
Mhm.
Um, I like A Tale of Two Cities more, but we'll talk about that if we ever talk about Charles Dickens. But that's still crazy. You didn't read Emily Bronte with like Wuthering Heights, no Pride and
I love the
Prejudice,
Bronte sisters so much. I I
no Scarlet Letter, no Jane
do you
Eyre.
understand why within the context of this I feel deprived and grumpy with Shakespeare and I fear I will carry the sentiment until I die?
Dude, you didn't get to read The Count of Monte Cristo.
Precisely. I because of who I am as a person, I went away and I asked if I could borrow copies of all of the required books for reading because the schools legally had to have, well, they were required to have copies of them. And I just read them on my own time because of who I am. But I didn't get to sit there for like 2 weeks of classes and talk about them. We just had to talk about Shakespeare every week.
You know who I just realized is an author y'all never got to read?
Ew.
You didn't read any Oscar Wilde.
Yeah. I will say this was just my school. There's a list of about 40 books that each school needs to pick, I think 6 from, but I felt poorly done too. Um
Not reading any Oscar Wilde is insane.
yeah.
I'm gonna be real. I think Oscar Wilde is as good of an author as Shakespeare.
Ooh, I mean, I agree with that,
I
but
love Oscar
we
Wilde.
now we've seen my origin story of why I don't like Shakespeare. Hi, Wid. Hello. Thank you so much for subscribing for 22 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hi, weird.
I hope you enjoy whatever book you get at the library this month. Welcome in. For
Dude,
extra
that's
points if you could
insane.
describe the environment. Ooh, that sounds fun. Honestly, I'd kind of love to do that as like an event in Discord where each month or maybe every quarter we go away, read a book, and we talk about it as if doing a lit review as a
That would
social
be cool.
thing. I just want to talk about books
Dude,
more, okay? I only got to talk about Shakespeare. I'm still angry.
I'm just remembering authors that you didn't get to read as like that
It
required
was
reading.
it
Like
was
obviously
okay
you
for
did
me
read some of
because of
these,
who I am as a
but like,
person. But so many people in my year group left English GCSE going, "Oh yeah, I hate English. It's just old men rhyming things." And I'm like, "No, they just only made us read Shakespeare. They've
well,
ruined reading for so many people."
even kind of in that like vibe, you miss out on so much. Y'all didn't read Edgar Allan Poe.
We didn't read a single female author. Sorry.
Like, there's no like horror. There's no like The Fall of the House of Usher. There's
Yeah.
no The Raven.
I am grumpy about this. Yeah.
That's insane.
I
Like
don't know. I don't
I'm
know
thinking
why.
back. I'm thinking back, and I keep just getting like Emily Dickinson. What the fuck?
This is okay. Let me get the list. This is the list. Schools are supposed to pick, I think it's 6 books on this list to have people read and review, and then there
Yeah.
are three questions in the exam, and you pick a book to answer each question on. But
Okay.
we just you see there's a section called Shakespeare, and that's the section we read. But yeah,
That's insane. Wait, I
that's
need to
that's
see
my
this
vendetta
list.
against Shakespeare. The list's decent. It doesn't have much, if any, horror on it, which I was a little bit
Shakespeare.
surprised at. I
Okay, Great
think
Expectations,
Frankenstein
Mary
isn't even
Shelley,
on there anymore, which I complain about. Big Frankenstein
Jane Austen.
enthusiasm. There should be more Bronte sisters, in my opinion, but there's a little bit there still. So
There's one.
yeah.
One H.G. Wells. Okay, I'm gonna be real. Even with the like talking of like the rest of the series and stuff, like the bigger list that they can choose from, um, this is shit.
Yeah, I wasn't very impressed. I think you have to go into English GCSEs liking reading already, because by the end of it, you might not.
Like, that's insanity.
Yeah, and with that list, they chose to only read Shakespeare. But you know what you could read instead of Shakespeare? Inkblood Sister Scribe. Um, this book's really good. Um, sorry, I just
Well,
I
the
know
Great
I
Gatsby on it.
yeah. I think there used to be
The
some
Great Gatsby.
Gatsby used to be on there, but a few books were removed because people were discussing whether or not it was appropriate for 14-year-olds to read them. And so
I don't care. I read that book when I was 12. Fuck you. I don't care about like half of these people.
there's a game
Give
that's
me
a
my
literary
Gatsby.
version of Infinite Apes typing at typewriters and will write the entire works of Shakespeare. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun. I love um I love the things that demonstrate the complexity of randomness. It's oh, sorry, I was going to start talking about Markov chains. Probability is fun. You know, I
Okay.
don't. You know,
I'll give one shout out to end this whole conversation with this like list that is actively
why I
upsetting
have
me.
beef with Shakespeare.
This like the GCSE that's actively really upsetting me. Um, there are in the like additional section where they have like additional nods to books. There is some good picks in this. Like The Perks of Being a Wallfire by Steven Chbosky is a really good book. The Color Purple by Alice Walker is a
Mm.
really good book. Uh, there's some stuff in the additional section that I am actually like, okay, cool. You
How
pointed out
many
some stuff that people
miles to
should read.
Babylon is a book that I only read because it was in the list and I really enjoyed.
Monday's Not Coming by Tiffany D. Jackson is a fantastic book that I think more people
Yeah,
should read
but
and
everyone
look
was
at.
like, no, we can't read modern texts. We have to read classics. And I was just, yeah.
That's the one thing I'll say is like, okay, I can at least nod that you have some good suggestions in additional modern prose. Um, it kills me that Gatsby's not on here, or like the Scarlet Letter, or
Yeah,
Brave New World, or like 400 other books. But
yeah.
good job.
Oh, hi,
We could remove half
Turquoise.
of the Shakespeare. I will
How,
be real.
how are you doing? We're currently starting beef with AQA, brackets, and Shakespeare. Um,
I'm not starting any beef with Shakespeare. I'm starting beef with the education system that thinks that Shakespeare's the best writer ever, and that's the only thing you ever need to read.
yeah. But,
I
talking
got
about
really
Inkblood Sister
passionate about
Scribe,
that.
we got a little bit distracted. Sometimes you just gotta start beef with Shakespeare.
I'm not starting beef with Shakespeare. I
I'll
like
start beef with
Shakespeare.
Shakespeare.
I like
I'm still so
Shakespeare.
mad. I really wanted to. Oh no. Okay. Um. So, uh,
Inkblood Sister Scribe.
Inkblood Sister
Do we have
Scribe.
anything more
The
to
end of
talk
our
about?
intro. We have so much more to talk about. We only started the
Oh,
introduction.
wait. We didn't even do CEM's
No.
content warning characters.
So this book isn't translated. I believe there's one
No,
published translation of it already. I think there's a Spanish
there is.
translation that was supported by the
Oh, that's
author.
sick.
Um, yeah, I'm not. I'm gonna double check to make sure I'm not telling lies. But
I do not know that.
I
I'm gonna be real. I don't know much about translations. So, oh, there is one.
yeah.
La Biblioteca de Saga y something. I feel like I butchered that, so don't listen to me.
But
Wait,
yeah.
there's a Russian version.
hmm I just thought it was cool to shout out this book already had quite a few translations. But yes, themes of this book.
Mm,
It sounds strange, but the themes.
hmm. Yeah.
There's like a discussion of family as a
Yeah.
subtopic and its sometimes direct topic, both in the value it has, the reflections on betrayal and acceptance, and what that means for you and how you navigate the world. But
Yeah.
how most of the themes are tied to individual characters rather than overarching within the
Yeah.
book, which is fair enough. Not every book needs to
Hmm.
kind of have a. Not every book needs to be a Blood of a Brighthaven, where it's written with
Yeah.
a structure and specific theme in mind. And some of the other key themes, there's one which is talking about um, one of so the two main characters. This is kind of starting information. They are half sisters, and one of
Yeah.
which is from a different background to her father and sister, which I believe is grew up in Mexico City. I'm gonna double check, or
Yeah.
that's where her mother is from. And so
Yes.
there's a discussion from that character's perspective on the different ways which she tried to find and resonate with her side of the family after moving away and having no contact with them. And there's kind of it touches on a lot of the immigrant experience and being separated from your own culture within that. But it
Yeah.
is a major theme. Um,
There is a little bit of like a theme of like, especially at the start of the book, of like isolation. Because one of the characters travels to. So this is just where we find the characters, not a
mhm.
spoiler. One of the characters lives in Antarctica when we start with them, and one of the characters is at the family home in Vermont. So there's a little bit of like a isolationist, like they kind of
Oh,
remove
everyone is
themselves from
going
their own
through it at the
cultures and
start of this book.
yeah. So
They,
there's a little bit of a theme of like isolation and finding support in isolation and in places like that. With the one character, yes, having a direct more tied to like cultural isolation to a degree
yeah,
of like yeah.
but
But
there
I
aren't
don't
any
think there's
really
many.
overarching themes. It's
No,
yeah, it's just a good story.
the best one is the closest to it is just like family.
Yeah, there's also a bit of a discussion of kind of family expectations and what
Yeah,
and following on in your parents' work in a sense. The notion of expectations of inheriting a task or inheriting a standard and values. That's
yeah,
a theme which is quite interesting. Um, yeah. Uh, I will say some books have really strong themes and motifs within them, but this wasn't super duper the case for this one.
nope,
And
not that
so
I could think.
it just wasn't a focus within how the book was written. It was, I would say, quite character driven more than
Mm,
driven by a motif theme sort of thing. Um,
yeah,
there were some plot driven aspects, but the plot was mostly from a character is intrigued about something and then their personal motivations drive them to drive the story forwards. So
yeah,
very very character driven to me. Oh, I suppose that's a mix of the two. It
yeah.
it, it
It's a little
wasn't
bit
like
of a mix.
much outside factors driving the story forwards. You
No,
could name every character that resulted in the story being driven forwards, if that
yeah.
describes things. Um,
It's not like a. It's not like a. What's the best book as an example for it? It's not like a kind of to a degree a like Mistborn or Stormlight Archive where there's like a world happening around them that's driving it. So like in Mistborn, it's the like Lord Ruler and the system that is built to contain them. In this, it's more like directly people. Like there's plot-driven things, but it's people plot-driven things, not like a dark organization that is bent on world destruction type beat.
mhm. Um, this book does do the thing of it has ambiguity of who the well, it has very light ambiguity of who the antagonist is for
Yes.
the majority of the book, and a good theme within it is characters confirming and kind of dismantling their understanding that who is causing these negative things to happen to them and in light of their past associations and experiences, which is always
Yeah.
an interesting for, I think, well written characters and well developed interpersonal relationships um, in the story.
Yeah. Um. Honestly, all three characters. Is it a spoiler to say who the third character is? I can't
Um,
think.
I don't think
Like
so.
our
Well,
three
there's
POV.
three characters who you have the perspective of, which I don't
Yeah.
think it's a spoiler to name them.
Yeah, so we follow the two sisters. We follow Joanna and Esther, and then we follow a third character called Nicholas.
Mhm.
Um, and all three are very well done. I liked a lot of the things in Nicholas's story, a lot of the things throughout his story, that we can talk about. Um, but all three characters are very well done. I
Yeah,
will say Joanna and Esther are probably more well done than Nicholas. I just liked a lot of Nicholas's stuff a lot more,
I think
specifically myself.
at times, Nicholas was used more to deliver world building than the other characters.
Mm,
Um, or the delivery of world building through Nicholas's part felt slightly less organic than the other two. But I do think he was a good addition to the trio of perspectives. And it's also, how do I phrase this? It's nice to see three very different characters all be fleshed out and split evenly within a story in terms of they all
yeah,
felt like real people. um, should we start talking about? Oh, should we do a quick yap about the world building? Because
Yeah, we can.
this story has interesting world building. It's not super duper hard world building, but it has a structure to
No.
it, and it is a structure that the characters don't fully understand at the start of the book, and so it feels natural for it to be explained to you as you read.
Yeah.
And you also get the perspective of one character knows, and then when you see their perspective, you then swap back to the other character without their knowledge, and that makes for an interesting read in my perspective. But
Yeah. There's a lot of things that Nicholas kind of has also a lot of work on the world building and kind of how a lot of the things work, specifically the magic system to a degree, is like heavily carried by like Nicholas and how he functions with the magic system that we can talk about in spoilers probably. Um, but I do like how the world building is done here because it's not like
it's like
it
an
doesn't
urban
feel
fantasy setting. Um,
yeah. So you kind of avoid a bunch of like the Stormlight Archive trapfuls of like world building in quotation marks of like kind of having to describe a lot of the world. Um, because the whole world is like fiction
yeah.
essentially. So this is actually really efficient in its world building use in
Yes.
that there's a lot of really cool world building, but a lot of the like ignored parts of the world building, ignored in like quotation marks heavily, is like you're just like, oh, it's just like New York City, for example.
Mhm.
New York City is just New York City in like this place. But then there's also this cool magic world and all the other cool fun stuff that's awesome in this.
What about movies? What about movies? I realize I'm super behind on
Movie?
reading chapters. I'm off to
Like,
floof. Does that mean walk a dog, or is that just to be fluffy? Both of it understandable, but have a great time, quick. Thank you for hanging out. My brain's so smooth. I'm sorry if I'm doing a bad job of reading chat. I have my big page with all my notes on the book open, and so um oh,
yeah,
I'm confused again. But yes,
I like a bunch of the world building in this.
yeah,
A
I,
lot.
I liked it. It made the book feel cohesive and whole,
Mm.
and it didn't go into extreme detail, but because it tied the world building well to characters, it felt lived in and real. If that.
Yeah,
The magic system wasn't super in depth, but the way it affected the characters and shaped their lives was, and so it still
yeah.
felt whole.
It reminds me a lot of like the Wire comparisons is very apt for this. It reminds me of like a Percy Jackson in that way, where the world building in Percy Jackson isn't like insane or like very deep or like even all that uh, good isn't in a weird way to say it. It's nothing like groundbreaking, but it serves the story so well and it serves what it needs so well. In this, I think it does a better job of like tying it specifically to a character a lot of the time.
Hmm.
In Percy Jackson just kind of has a world that these characters inhabit, and then kind of it affects them in as much as they need to be at camp or need to be on quest
Yeah.
type vibe. This is a little bit more like tied to characters a lot of the ways, which I liked because it serves to improve characters that we're going to talk about next. Um,
Oh,
but it
hi,
reminds me a
Jake.
lot of that like Percy Jackson style world building, which I love.
Hi, Jake. Thank you for the stitch and hydrate. Kai, you have to stitch and hydrate too. I hope you're
I'll
having a good
stretch.
day. How's
Hey
dream
Jake.
earlier? Were you DBDing? What are you up to? But yeah, I agree. Especially my goth girlfriend Kai. Two hydrates for Kai.
God damn it, Val.
But yeah, the characters to me felt very alive. It was also nice to see them change a little bit throughout the course of the book, um, in ways that felt appropriate for the amount of time that passed. Because
Mm,
realistically, until the end of the book, only I think around 2 weeks pass,
Yeah,
which feels
it
quite
is a
a.
very short, like, it is a very contained, like, story. It's not
Mhm,
like
mhm.
over. It's a very, like, short story, which I like. I actually
Yeah.
find the shorter time frame to be like, one, it doesn't allow you to like expand out and like think like, oh, where what did they do for these 5 months where they were just training in quotation marks, right? Um, this keeps it very tight, very nice. It works.
Mhm.
Sorry,
Ooh.
it's very efficient as well.
Two fun facts. We'll do fun facts at the end of the book review section, just because we will get distracted.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I will get distracted.
I liked how contained the book was, and I think the timescale
Mm,
fed into that. And
same.
so big fan of it. One thing to maybe talk about, which I don't know which section it would fit into, but the pacing of the book. It did have a slower start at the beginning, um,
Yes.
but it I think it was introducing you into characters in a way that, although wasn't innately facilitating plot, was doing the groundwork for you to be invested. That it
Yeah.
was okay. It wasn't a while where nothing happened. It was a while where you got to know the characters, and then once you had a foundation to be invested, the story escalated as it continued to build your familiarity with the characters. And so I've seen people say it's a kind of slow start, but I think it was fine. I think they were just making you care about the characters. I think that's a normal way to
Yeah.
start a book. Um, but
I I kind of agree. I can see why people think it is a slow start to a degree, like a drawn out start to a weird way, but I
mhm,
don't think so. I think plot wise, sure, it was like a like drawn out plot thread, short slow start, but it was definitely not slow in how much they take to make you care about the characters and how much work they have to do to get you invested into
mhm.
characters that you need to follow because a lot of the book is very character driven and like set about characters and their motivations.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
if you are very plot driven, it does have a slow plot start.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where I got which way around my hardware mute was confused. Don't mind me. It's one of those books where it it builds investment in characters and context, and then once they're built, it stops building those and starts having plot happen. So if you
Ah,
solely want to see things changing in the world and you don't really mind about knowing more about it or the characters and you just kind of want to see a change, it might not be best for you. But I feel like that's a very specific kind of reader that just wants that. So I don't know. I liked it
yeah.
because
I'm a massive
realistically,
fan of how this does it though.
yeah, I agree. I like the structure.
I I'm not the biggest like hater of like slowing down a plot to get you invested into characters or even parts of the world.
Yeah,
I read
I
Brandon
would always
Sanderson's.
rather have a slower plot that I'm invested in than a fast plot which I don't feel grounded in because I haven't built up a
Yeah.
relationship or connection with the world or the characters. Um, and that is because I adore world building and context, but that's just
Yeah.
innate to who I am. So,
Yeah.
um, in terms of the characters, um,
Yes.
I would say they were very alive. They all felt
So,
unique. Um, and it was quite interesting to see how the same environment shaped people differently in various aspects.
yeah.
That's a
Agreed.
very well executed theme, and how those differences affect the relationships between people. As you might be able to expect from half sisters being the two main characters, or two of the
Yeah.
three main characters. Um, I thought the dialogue was written pretty well. It did.
Yeah.
It did kind of follow the everyone grumbles at each other as a form of affection, but because
Yeah.
you got to see the varied perfection, the varied perspectives, you got to see the um affection within the slight grumpiness, and I think it was executed well. Um, I
Yeah.
I don't think the dialogue was a standout to me, but I don't think any of
No.
these characters were meant to be particularly socially fluent. So it would have been strange if they
Yeah.
were coming out with dialogue for the eons. I think
Yeah. But
the oh,
I think it was also not like a point of the book
mhm,
to a
mhm.
large degree. Is like it wasn't it wasn't that focused on like dialogue or like writing a really flowy, like intricate or like even that again, well written is the wrong word. It's like masterfully executed dialogue, really.
Yeah,
Um it is way more like YA, like Percy Jackson style dialogue, like a Harry Potter style dialogue that like pretty easy to read, but is like pretty well done in what it wants to do style
yeah.
dialogue.
I think the dialogue was good. The one thing which I'll notice is it was nice having the consistency of language and tone of the different characters maintained in the dialogue.
Yes.
So the way the characters spoke and interacted with each other added to their development and framing
Yes.
in a way that is consistent, which isn't always the case in YA fantasy books.
Yeah.
Sometimes people all speak with the same tone, and so this is
Yeah.
this is a nice thing
Or
to
they
see.
all or they all use the same slang and you're like,
Hmm.
that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Um.
Oh yes, this 400-year-old vampire uses slang. Like, no, that doesn't function. It's not how
Yeah.
that works.
But
Um,
the dialogue I think was fine. I don't think it was a standout of the book, but I think it added the framing of the characters.
yeah.
Um, the
I think
character
it was
oh
thoughtful. That's
yeah,
the way I would
it
say
was
it. It's
intentional.
thoughtful. Yeah, it's intentional. It's like intentionally good. That's the way I would say. Not great, it's good, and it's intentional. It's intentional good dialogue.
The character relationships I thought were good. Um,
Yeah.
I don't think it was. I hmm, I think the sisters' relationship is an interesting one. It isn't
Yeah.
as far at the forefront of the book as you might expect going into it. It changes the framework of how you the characters perceive things happen, but it isn't a kind of cornerstone of the book, I would say.
Yeah.
Um, but
I agree with that.
the relationships, although they're not front and center, do feel naturally developed and aren't seamless, which is a strange thing to note
Mm.
on. But sometimes, if we're looking this in the context of YA fantasy, things can just all fall perfectly into place, and the book allows there to be clumsiness in the different stages and
Yeah.
changes of the interactions, which I think adds to the depth of them. And so I was very happy with.
I agree.
Um,
Yeah, the character relationships, it's interesting in like the premise of the book when you read like the summary. You would expect like character relationships specifically between the two sisters to be like most of the book, and
mhm,
it's not. But it's a really good undertone, I would say, for the book,
yeah,
where like you see progression of it, but it's also not just like uh, undertone is almost an underselling of what it is because like if you say undertone it's like that expectation of like, oh, it'll just change throughout the book. It's like, okay, they just smooth it over, cool, they're
I
gonna
would
become
say it's very present in the internal monologue of the characters and less so in their
yeah,
direct actions. And so it is
yeah,
a theme, but it's not a. It doesn't. Yeah. Spoiler section.
yeah,
We'll talk about it more in the spoiler section. But yeah, it's not a huge central theme, but it is a thing that's thought about by the characters quite a
yeah,
bit.
it is important to them, but it's not like integral to the
Yeah,
story
I'd
is the
say
way,
it's important to the
yeah,
characters, but not to the story. Is a good way to.
which I did like. I enjoyed that it was I kind of enjoyed that because like often you can't find stuff like that. That's like that is the story. Is the sisters gonna are they gonna fight or are they gonna save each other type vibe? And like cool, that is good. That is cool. That is fun to have. But I do like this alternative view where it's like, is it important to the story? Not really at all. But like it is important to these characters and how they function together and in the story, and how they internally have to talk about it and deal with it and stuff.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. Um,
I did like it.
yeah,
How was the representation?
it was decent. I would say
Yeah,
you have one of the main characters. One of the sisters is bisexual, I believe.
LGBTQ.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think a label is put on it, but it's discussed past male and female partner. So
yeah.
something akin to that. Um,
Bisexual,
yeah,
bisexual, pansexual, one of those.
one of those. And she yeah. I want to talk about her attempting to have a girlfriend, but it's the start of the book. But if I talk more about it, it's spoilers. But there
That
is
does become spoilers.
there is some queer representation. You do kind of have the three main characters. The others, I don't believe there's any comment on their sexuality. The other sisters assume to be
Mm-mm.
straight, and we don't know for Nicholas. Um,
Yes,
but yeah, I,
there's some representation.
there's some representation. I do think the discussion on oh my gosh, I'm gonna get the name of the sisters the wrong way around.
You
uh,
can't ask me. I read this book 3 weeks ago. I don't remember which way around it is. I'm gonna be real.
mm, da, 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 um, Esther and her discussion of her relationship with her mother's side of the family and the disconnect she feels from
Yes.
her heritage, having moved away from the family's kind of um, ancestry, and her discussions of feeling like she resonates with parts of Mexican and Spanish culture despite not having any connection to it past a very early age, I do think is very interesting to read about. It's not a
Yeah.
super key theme, but it is something that is well executed and included at a few different points in ways that
It's a
do tie
very
into the story.
interesting form of representation.
Yeah. Um, so yeah, do we have any other notes on the characters? Um,
Well,
I
I
have
like Nicholas.
I so I wouldn't say character flaws are a huge focus or driving point of the story, but I like how the
Mm-mm.
characters are all just accepted as not being great at everything. And it's not
Yeah,
like a key or a radical thing, but the characters are people who are dealing and learning through things, and that is
yeah.
viewed as natural, and everyone's just kind of like, yeah, this one's going to be a bit
I do like
awkward.
that.
Oh, this character doesn't go outside much, and they're just like, okay, we'll accommodate each other. It's fine. We got each other's backs. This is natural for our circumstance, and so
I do like that.
yeah,
I agree.
I feel like we
It's
hadn't
not like
really,
a theme.
yeah, it's not a theme, but if it feels
It's like a
grounding, if
yeah.
that's not a strange way to say it.
It's human.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, I don't think I have any other comments on the characters that doesn't go into spoiler shenanigans.
I
Um,
don't either.
there is some. Uh, mm, I have a theme which I want to mention, but I don't know if it's a spoiler. But
Okay.
people's relationships with mother and mother figures is quite a big topic within
I
this
don't
book.
think it's a spoiler.
Yeah, okay, that's right. Almost more so than like sisterly relationships. There's more in text and in character discussions of it. And so that's one which is quite well built out the different ways that forms, and also accepting imperfect parent figures or not accepting them, and
Yeah.
how that changes your perception of yourself and how you interact with people, is a pretty strong theme that doesn't build up too much until towards the end, but is
Yeah. But it is there
done.
from the start.
Yeah, it's there from the start. It just doesn't start getting resolved until the end.
Yeah.
Oh, hi,
Yeah, I don't
Silver.
think it's a spoiler, but that is a theme that's kind of specifically tied to like one character a
I
lot
think
more
it's
than the
tied
other
to
two.
two of them.
Well, it's tied to
Honestly, it's
one
tied to all three of
heavily.
the narrators. It directly interacts with the plot for one, but it's as a theme for all
Yeah,
three.
yeah.
Yeah.
So from what I remember, and if I'm remembering correctly fully,
Hmm.
one of them is like heavily tied to it. And then the other two do have notes of it, but one of them is like heavily tied to it.
We'll talk about it in the spoiler section because I
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Spoiler section, spoiler section. Um, should we talk a bit about the nature of the writing of this book? I think
Yeah.
so. This book doesn't have like dense prose or anything, but it has
No.
a fluid and consistent style. You read it
Yeah.
and you read more than you expect within a kind of continuous thought, if that's almost
Yeah.
a way to describe it. It's like reading the washes over you. And so I like it. I think it suits the genre and the tone and the topics in terms of the kind of gravity. Because it could be strange to have that style of writing and then read a super dark book, but within this world, although there still are stakes, it feels appropriate for how things are framed and addressed. It is
Yeah.
very easy to read. I said it in the first introduction, but if you loved fantasy when you were uh, younger and you maybe miss YA fantasy but just don't feel engaged with reading, I would definitely recommend picking up this book or the audiobook of it, because I think it could be a great reintroduction, which
Yeah. Same.
still holds up to reading as a adult if you miss the ease of access of that genre and reading at that point. Um,
Yeah, I agree. This is a very it's a very so usually we talk about like the clarity of writing and the like how easy to read or like how what's the word? Where's my brain blanking? How
uh,
enjoyable it is to
mhm.
read a lot of the times as well. And this is a very easy, very clear, very enjoyable book to read. Um, I often found myself like reading the next like chapter just because I was on a roll just reading through it. And it's so easy and fun and like quick to read.
Yeah,
This was a very easy book to read. I really liked it.
yeah. I don't think I have any other comments on the writing.
Not myself. I just really liked how like easy it was to read. Um, Oh, one last thing, the pace of this book. It is actually pretty good paced. I
Yeah.
do think it's
It.
specifically for like it being a standalone that's not that long.
Mhm. I think it's very well paced if you view character development, world context, and plot all as pacing. If you only view plot as
Yeah.
pacing, it might not be well paced for you. But given,
Yeah.
but I think all three of those are interesting, and I favor world building than plot than character because of who I am as a person. But I do think it was well executed, and there is continuous new information that even if it isn't changing where you are at in the story, it reframes it in a way that still keeps it engaging. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. Uh, is this book what you expected going into it?
Yeah, actually, yeah. I kind of expected a like YA like fun time book. Honestly, it's more so. It's a more fun YA like flashback to the YA that I loved and I was like reading back then a lot. It gave me heavy Percy Jackson vibes, which I loved.
Yeah.
I'm a massive Percy Jackson fan, so
No.
no dying.
Well, now my push to
So,
mute works. Sorry. Okay. Um, technology failed me a little bit there. Very sorry about that. Um, it's kind of what I expected in for the story. I will say there was less of an emphasis on the relationship between the sisters than I expected. Um,
hmm,
but other than that, it kind of ticked the boxes of what I expected going into it, and I did enjoy it. There aren't currently any sequels or other books by the author, but I'm going to keep an eye out, and I really hope
Yeah,
that she keeps writing books that are a similar one-shot nature to this, because I think that it
I
is
agree.
something which a lot of fantasy is in series at the moment, because popular fantasy at the moment is heavily influenced by the Brandon Sanderson of all the heavy world building, which is difficult to do in one book. And so to find a book that still has some of those kind of influences with the strong world building and the consistent context, but completed in one book, isn't as common as it used to be in terms of new releases for the genre. And so it's refreshing to see it. So well done. Um,
I agree. Especially from like a debut thing
yeah, I didn't know it was a
of an
debut
author.
until today, so I'm kind of well
And especially as
impressive.
a debut, it's really impressive because like you do get it. Like Brandon Sanderson does a bunch of it with like Tress, Yumi and the Nightmare Painter and stuff. So a lot of the secret projects. But as a debut book and as well on like how clear how like tight this book is on the stuff. Because even Brandon Sanderson sometimes leans on the Cosmere to kind of shorthand, and also he kind of shorthands his own world building a little bit to a degree because he kind of expects that people know who Brandon Sanderson is and how his world building works and how his worlds work as a whole. But for like a first book, very tight, very concise book, not that long book,
We've
but that
both
might
been
also be perception.
traumatized by Priory.
Yeah,
400
it's
pages? Yeah, it's not
really
that
good.
long.
Well, honestly, trend-wise for fantasy, it's not that long because
Yeah.
even stuff like Fourth Wing is like 500 pages.
Mm.
Like so many new standalone books in fantasy is like you're
Isn't
expecting like
Fourth Wing a
500-ish pages.
trilogy?
Yeah.
Am I thinking of the
Well,
right
the first
book?
one was
Is
supposed
this
to
the
be a
the dragons with
solo.
the grumpy man that everyone's in love with?
Yep. The Battle Arrows.
Yep, the shadow wielder. I know the archetypes. I think I actually read that book a while ago. One of my friends lent it to me.
Did you read the second one, Iron Flame?
I heard that the second one wasn't as good, and my favorite part
It
about it
was.
was the sassy dragons.
It gets worse.
Oh, well, I
And
guess
it's
that
not even the
saves
end.
me.
There's a third one, a fourth one, and a fifth one. Well, a fourth one planned and a fifth one planned, but
Okay, it
yeah, there.
wasn't being set up in the way that I expected it to go for 5 books, but I thought as like a single book, I was like, yeah, this does what the genre wants. I really like the sassy dragons.
Sassy Dragons is the best part of that book.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think those are all my spoiler-free thoughts on Inkblood Sister Scribe. Do you have any other spoiler-free shenanigans before we hop into Murakami?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Wait,
Maybe a little soup, but I think that was all.
which tab?
Well, not spoilers.
All the non-spoilers. Which tab do I have that has the slides in so I can actually change what page we're on? There we go.
What
Do you
I talk
wanna
about when I talk about running.
do you wanna know the silliest thing I have done in a while? You know this
Yeah.
slide? I don't have access to Microsoft PowerPoint because I don't pay for the Windows suite, so I built it in
Uh,
the latex PowerPoint builder.
huh?
You know latex, the
But
thing that
just
you
use
can use for
Canva.
I didn't know you could do slides with Canva. I knew you could like it's what I used to build my timetable, but I didn't I've built a bunch of presentations in latex before for whenever I need to present work, if it has any maths in it, just because it's easy, overleaf is great. Um and and yeah. But
Huh.
it's built now, and so I just changed the titles each week.
That's fair.
I
You do
don't
have it now.
I don't make
But
life easy for
using latex
myself.
is crazy.
It's not too bad. You can just the slide templates already
Okay, buddy.
exist.
Okay, buddy. It's not too bad. Sure. Sure.
I never claim to make good decisions. You all infer intelligence and sensibility on me that I think at times is misplaced. I just do my best, okay?
Using latex. Using
Latex
latex. That's
great.
crazy.
What do you mean?
Not for PowerPoint presentations where you can use like
What else?
Canva.
Okay, but considering
Canva's
considering
literally free.
considering my context, if I made so many presentations for my dissertation and like research assistant stuff in LaTeX that I was just used to it.
Oh, fine.
It
It's
was
fair.
I used it more than
Fair.
PowerPoint in the last few years. But anyway,
Okay, to be fair, I can't judge. I've made PowerPoints in Figma.
okay, you're the problem.
I'm just used to Figma. Figma works well.
Hmm. Okay, I was
Figma's
very
good.
excited to do the it's time to talk about what I talk about when I talk about winning because I just thought it was
I
a fun a fun
you did do the
sentence.
pun.
Yeah.
You did
Um
do the pun.
so this is the first memoir we're reading as part of book club,
It
which it's a
is.
little bit surprising that
Yeah.
it took us to this point to get to because I feel like memoirs make up a large part of um
Non-fiction.
nonfiction. I will again
Yeah.
note that for nominations for next month, I have rewritten the borders of this category so that it is now nonfiction literary fiction because when I
Oh,
was looking at my book reviews, I realized that it,
we don't read
it
classics at
we
all.
don't read classics, and I was like, I kind of want the space for literary fiction to be there, and I don't feel like it fits within the quite heavy fantasy or sci-fi that often shows up in category one. And I wanted a space that was, yeah,
We
literary
also
fiction.
just
Yeah.
we also just like if we're talking about like the first slot, we'll never run out of recommendations. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah. Yeah. Um
There's there's too much fantasy to read. Like realistically, there's too much fantasy to read.
yeah. Yeah.
So we'll never actually read any like classics if we don't
I want to
help
make
it
everyone read
along.
Frankenstein at some point.
And then he wants everybody to read Frankenstein. I like you all, and I want you to read Much Ado About Nothing.
Some of the classics are good.
Right, actually, now that I think about it, I say I like you guys, and I want you to read I want you to read Much Ado, but that implies that I don't like Denya because Denya doesn't like Shakespeare.
It's you can no longer think I'm nice or good because I dislike Shakespeare. Given we're not going to start this tangent again, but given how I read most of the Shakespeare that I've read, do you understand why I don't feel warm, cozy feelings about him?
Yeah, no, I gotta get it. If I had to read all of Shakespeare in high school, I would also not like Shakespeare. I'm gonna be real.
And I didn't get to talk about To Kill a Mockingbird. They told us we'd be
You
reading To
didn't,
Kill a Mockingbird, and then they switched it out for another play. Sorry.
to be honest, from the list I saw, you didn't even read a bunch of like the good Shakespeare.
No.
You just read some of the most popular Shakespeare.
I'm gonna grumble about it. But I so Murakami, I think this is a book where you go into it having read some of his other work. Um the
Yeah,
only other situation I can see someone going into reading this is if they are a fan of running. Um,
yeah,
and it sounds silly, but unless you are someone who, as a hobby, runs and is potentially thinking about running a marathon for the first time, I imagine people are only going into reading this book if they are interested in writing as an exercise, but specifically a fan of Murakami. I will say,
yeah.
I don't know if this is a spoiler, but as a key theme, it doesn't discuss writing as a practice too much. It more so
No,
discusses how to frame the rest of your life to facilitate writing, which in itself can be very helpful, but it doesn't directly talk about writing much at all. It's more as a framework and a metaphor for the endurance the writing and long distance running takes. Um, so, in terms of this book, I'm going to do a little yap about the structure of it because I think it might be one that, if you haven't read it, might be hard to glean from the title. But it is functionally
mm,
a series of diary entries / short stories, which is Murakami in his kind of well-noted style of very easy and smooth reading, discussing different points over the course of 2 years regarding his experience running. And you start off with a little bit of framework about how when he first picked up running, and then it builds up to running the Boston Marathon, and then at the end there's a little bit about running a triathlon. That's the structure of the book. And I'm not going to tell you how the
Yeah.
races go because it's quite interesting reading the framework of discussing the training and how it's impacting him and how it shifts his view, and then at the end seeing how it translates into the race. And I think it's well done. I will say I was a bit caught off guard by the triathlon. I thought I was gonna like loop back round to relate to something, um, but I understand why I was there to some extent. But yeah, the we should talk about what else we've read. I think I mentioned it at the start, but I've read two other Murakami books. I've read Kafka on the Shore, and I've read Hard-Boiled Wonderland: The End of the World. And I have
Okay.
IQ 84 very high up on my to be read list, but I've just not got around to it. I also
Fair.
read Norwegian Wood. I forgot about that one. But
Ah, okay.
if you have read or heard Murakami, it's I would say Norwegian Wood is probably the one people have heard of.
Oh, probably.
Yeah,
Or Kafka on the Shore.
yeah,
It's like one or the other. Um, Often I hear more people knowing Kafka on the Shore than they do Norwegian Wood, but like it's one of the two. Those are
yeah.
the two most popular. Like,
Hmm.
and it's not even close. Everything else is like a step down for you. Um, I would say it's like Norman Wood, Kafka on the Shore, tied one, and then it's IQ 84, and then you get stuff like the Wind Up Bird Chronicles, Men Without Women, City and Its Uncertain Walls, a bunch of those that are like often later career work stuff, but also just like not
He
as
has
known.
written a lot, and something which I
Yeah,
didn't actually know about him, but he talks about in the book at some length more so than writing his own stories, but the experience of him writing as a translator and translating books from English into Japanese. And I thought that was very
yeah,
interesting because I didn't know that that was where he kind of stabilized his career as an early novelist. The
hmm,
When he first started writing, it a lot of the kind of stability and the consistency was guaranteed from that. So that was an interesting thing to find out about. He does have another
yeah,
memoir which was published more recently. This came out in I think 2006 or 2007. His second memoir, which is Novelist as a Vocation, came out in 2015, and I do now want
yes,
to read that as well.
yes.
Partially just
From
because.
what I know, that one is more about like the writing
Mhm,
process
mhm.
of Murakami.
Yeah.
This one is a lot more about like running and like honestly, this book has like three themes through it to a degree, where it's like this book is a lot about running, but it's also a lot about to a degree some writing stuff, but also to a degree about growing older and a bunch of that stuff around like which was an interesting surprise to me that he talked about a bit of like age and growing older and like because for those that don't know about Haruki Murakami, he actually had a jazz bar as his first career for most of his first career. And then when he was 31, or sorry, early 30s, I can't remember if they said the exact age. I can't remember the exact age. But around his early 30s, he sold his jazz bar to become an author, and that's also when he started running when he started really working on his running career and stuff. So this does talk a little bit about like his aging process and like where he was when he was doing these choices.
Mhm.
And then mostly this focuses on his process in running and where he goes through that.
So.
And then like marathons and stuff like that.
Mhm. To me, there were two main themes within the book, which were um, acceptance, not in the sense
Mm,
self-acceptance, not in the sense of idealizing yourself, but being at peace with yourself, even if you
yeah.
can. see something about yourself, you say you don't like it, just accepting it and continuing. And then the other theme is on discipline and routine, and
Yeah.
making it uh, making discipline almost mundane to make it easier, I think, is one of the big themes of maybe not the book, but his attitude to running, and therefore is communicated a lot throughout the book. Oh, hi, Mio. Welcome. But before we jump any further in, because I think you can tell we're both quite excited to just discuss Murakami as a whole. This book is translated. The version I read was it was translated by Philip Gabriel, I believe. I don't know if
Yeah.
there's any other translations out there. I know it's been published a few times in English, but I think it's just the one translation. I read it physically. It is a very short book, which I was a bit surprised when I received
Very short.
it. But it's my copy was around 180 pages,
Yeah,
which
I read it digitally, and mine was around like 190, 188,
mhm,
with like a little bit extra. But I never actually looked into another version of it, so I don't even know which printing I got to a degree.
yeah,
Um, I know there is a bunch of editions of this, but yeah, it's quite short. It's like mine was like 190.
mhm. And yeah, I yeah, I feel like that's shorter than his fiction that I've read, um,
Yes,
by quite a bit, but uh, it does maintain Murakami's like
style.
style. It's hard to describe almost, but it feels informal in a sense. The
Yeah,
the choice of word, which it's difficult to kind of categorize as being a writing style when you are reading a translation, but it does feel like the book is written almost as if it's with the sections as a series of letters or in an attempt to communicate to you as a
yeah,
on an equal level, just saying this is my experience and my perspective rather than tying it up in a grand perspective which is being narrated at you, which maybe this is skewed by some of the memoirs I've read and the personalities of the people who've written them, but I found very refreshing, especially considering
same.
um, I think giving the accolades Murakami has received as a writer, it'd be understandable if you were to almost speak at the audience, and so it was very refreshing to read it and feel like you were being invited to have a discussion. Although naturally you can't speak back, but if it, as if it's written to give you the space to reply to his thoughts, and they're not presented as unquestionable. In fact, it often
Yeah,
discusses how this is the perspective for him, but it's unlikely that it's the same for anyone else. And there's a lot of I don't know how best to emphasize it, but it humanizes his own perspective and experience a lot, which oftentimes
yeah,
when you're reading a book about a person, it naturally kind of elevates and grandizes them because you're choosing to write a book about it. You obviously think about it as something important, and so I found that
yeah.
quite easy to read as a memoir. Um,
I agree. I really like this memoir.
mhm.
It's a very interesting memoir from
Yeah, I think
Kim.
I do. Um, do we have any other notes? Oh, one thing which I was going to mention for content warnings. There's a bit of discussion about injury. One thing which I didn't see any warnings for is there's some discussions of animal death and dead animals,
Yeah,
which I kind of got jump scared by, and I was like, oh, but but there isn't really any major content warnings here. Um,
yeah.
for the themes of the book, we started talking about this before. I'm intending to talk about some specific quotes and extracts of the book in the spoiler section, and
There are
how
some
the
really good
races
quotes
went.
in this book.
There's yeah, naturally with it being Murakami, there's some great writing. Um, the main themes we I think how do I phrase it? it's difficult to say a memoir has a theme because it's not a plotted story, it's not an intended narrative, it is somebody's life and experiences.
Yeah.
And the book intentionally, and it kind of acknowledges this within the text, it says it would be a nice plot point if this, and this happened, but it didn't, so I'm not sure how this section will end. And so
Yeah.
I think the sincerity of it almost makes it difficult for there to be an overarching kind of narrative theme, but there are key topics that are discussed a lot. So self acceptance, both with who you are as a person aesthetically and how that affects how people interact with you, and then also acceptance of your body as it ages and the limitations and how
Yeah.
that changes how you approach things, are all themes that are explored varyingly thoroughly, with I would say aging being the main theme in that kind of category.
Yeah.
Um, and then the other one is discipline, which there's a few
Yeah.
times throughout the book where Murakami describes himself in a way to suggest that he's not disciplined and it's just the natural process for him, which
Which
man runs a
wild.
marathon per year and sometimes a marathon and a triathlon every year. um,
Yeah, kind of wild.
but whether intended or not, you do. I finished the book and I thought I should commit more to my hobbies. I should invest in the ritual. It
It
encourages
made me
practice, I would say.
want to run a marathon, and then I realized I would die.
I did have a moment and I was like, I'm a middle distance runner, and I'm an acceptable middle distance runner. Could I run a marathon? And I had a bit in the middle where I was like, I kind of want to engage in this practice and this centering of self and habit that is described throughout the book, because it has facilitated great works of someone whose works I've respected and enjoyed. And it's, even if I'm not working and creating in the same medium, if this is a habit which someone who I respect views as having contributed to that, I kind of want to participate in that. And then I remember that I run 5 to 10k, and sometimes I run 20k, but I've never run a race that's longer than 20k. So maybe one day I run a half marathon. That feels achievable for me, but I don't.
Yeah, half marathon would be fun.
Yeah,
I would do a half marathon. May
a half marathons. It's only.
maybe.
I'm gonna be honest. I've ran a few half marathons before, not in a given race, but because a half marathon is 21 kilometers, and
Yeah.
yeah, I've run that before. I do mostly run like 5 to 10k, but I've read 20k before. Not pleasant, but I've done it. It was something that I mostly did when I was a uni. If I was when you are struggling with maths as a concept and you cannot sleep, but your brain feels exhausted but busy. If you
Mm.
just run 20k, you'll get to go to sleep at the end of it. Um, so I ran quite a few
Yeah.
informal, informal, like just under half marathons, or maybe just about in, especially when I was in my fourth year when I was doing my master's degree, just trying to get through it all. But um, but yeah, I
I've not run a half marathon.
it's
I'm gonna be real.
it's been a while. I don't know. I'm doing a charity 5k this month, and it should be fine because I run that pretty consistently. But I'm considered entering like a park run 10k, but
Oh yeah, that
that
would be fun.
that seems a bit scary. I've gotten very practiced at running 5k precisely to the extent that I was working on my time, and so going up to a longer distance and starting to feel like everything sucks again, as is an inevitable part of running, is
Yeah.
um scary. But it did make me want to run a marathon. I don't think I'm going to run a marathon, but it did make me want to run a marathon.
Yeah, it made me want to run one, and then I realized maybe I shouldn't run one.
um,
I might die.
in terms of themes, one thing which I will quickly note, which I don't know if I expected it to be talked about, but there was very little discussion of other people within the book, in terms of themes. And because it naturally within a memoir you expect it to be centered on the author, but outside of occasional reference of wife or people giving advice or people who he ran past whilst running, I almost expected that to be a discussion of how just kind of the social interactions that reflect running and how that changes how you interact with people. And there was a little bit of it, but there wasn't very much at all. I can't think of much dialogue in the book at all. I can't think of any dialogue that wasn't an instance of framing a question,
Yeah.
which I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that's to be expected of memoirs. Admittedly, not a style of writing I've read much of, but yeah, there wasn't much discussion of other people, which it makes sense to
Yeah.
some extent. But I almost expected a discussion of like family or um maybe from like the writing side, how the publishing and that team interacts and responds to running as a habit and a part of life. But
Yeah. It is interesting. They like what's the word? He does really approach this as like a book about like himself and running,
mhm.
and less so about like a bunch of the other stuff that you would be curious about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it makes sense that he has a second memoir, and I think this is a complete text and has value naturally and is well written. But I feel like
Yeah.
I do want to read another memoir by him now, which I don't think is the normal response to reading a memoir. I know
Yeah.
when
No,
I finished Stephen King's memoir, I was like, oh, that's enough of him yapping for a while now. but 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 yeah, I yeah um
but no,
I
I agree. It does make me want to read the second Murakami
I'm not convinced that one's
memoir
going to
now.
be any more about relationships and people, but
Probably not.
yeah.
It's probably just gonna be more Murakami, if anything.
I do think in terms of the themes, it's kind of difficult to say themes on a memoir because, as discussed,
Yeah.
it's naturally crafted in the sense that all writing is crafted, but it's not plotted. There's intention with which notes and writings are included, but not in the way if you are writing fiction. Um,
Yeah.
so I do think it's quite interesting, but um, the themes I would say are almost within chapters because you have the chapters, they vary in length, but they cover. Do they have titles? I can't actually remember.
I
Um,
don't
oh,
remember.
they do have titles, and some of the chapter titles are very good. Um, the um, the chapter one is called "Who's Going to Laugh at Mick Jagger." Chapter two
Oh.
is "Tips on Becoming a Running Novelist." Um, and I think that's the one
Mm.
that discusses the experience of starting writing and the attitudes around him when he was selling the jazz
Yeah.
bar, and why running became an important part of that. And then there's chapter three, which is about the first marathon he ran, which happened to be in Athens, which is called Athens in Midsummer. Um,
Hmm.
I think there's only 8 chapters, so I'm actually just going to name each of them because I do think it's interesting. Then there's most of what I know about writing fiction I learned from running every day, which is about the routine of running and how it manifests differently when he's in different locations for writing because the book
Hmm.
does cover how he moves around the world at different points in the year. Um,
Yeah.
then there's Even If I Had a Long Ponytail Back then, which I believe is the chapter that discusses aging and its
Yeah.
effect on his running performance. Um, And then there's Nobody Pounded the Table Anymore, Nobody Threw Cups, which is about an ultramarathon.
Oh yeah, that's the one about the
Which,
ultra marathon.
yeah, diabolical. I did not read that chapter and think, I want to run an ultramarathon. I read
Me
that
too.
chapter and thought, people run ultramarathons!
Yeah,
um,
my brain was like, So the other ones, I was like, I could run a marathon. This one was like, why would anybody run an ultra marathon? What's wrong with you?
yeah. But yeah. We'll talk about it more in the spoiler section, but yeah. Then chapter 7 is Autumn in New York, which is about the Boston Marathon, which is the kind of motivation of the book, I would say. That's the running and the framework which the book leads up to. And then there's chapter 9, which is At Least He Never Walked, which is, I think, about the race itself. Oh no, At Least He Never Walked is about the triathlon. And responding to the results of the running, I think, is a description of the structure.
Yeah.
But as you can see, then they follow a kind of time structure, but each of them has a separate topic and a separate theme within it. And so I think it's quite an interesting way to approach a memoir, because it really is largely about 2 years of his life. The part
Yeah.
of it which is almost a self depiction is more so how he explains how his attitude shaped those 2 years and the decisions regarding running, rather
Yeah.
than talking about his whole life, if that makes sense. Because
Yeah.
it's a very efficient way of communicating a lot of who he is. I think.
Yeah. Specifically his like mindset at that time and approaching specific topics like dedication and running and all that stuff. Which
Um,
is interesting.
yeah,
It's a it's a very interesting like what's the word?
it's an interesting
View
framework for a
into
memoir.
him.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's a very interesting view in how he thinks about stuff like that.
I do appreciate.
Specifically
Oh,
specifically from the man himself, sorry.
yeah,
Because like often it is interesting to do it from like a perspective on like how this person thinks, but coming from himself in a very direct way is really cool and interesting. I really do like that part of it.
yeah.
It
Um,
was not exactly what I expected, but it was cool.
yeah. It was. If you have access to this book and you're someone who reads as a hobby, I would suggest reading it. If
Hmm.
just because it is a very easy and brief read that I think, as a memoir, communicates a well considered perspective that is consistent and demonstrated through the examples of the structure of the book. And that might sound like
Yeah.
a strange thing to say, but even if you haven't read much of Murakami's writing, or you don't agree wholly with his philosophy and attitude that he expresses at different points, I do think that it's well communicated for what it is trying to do, and I think that gives
Hmm.
him merit to be read. That sounds
Yeah.
silly, but discussing why you read memoirs is an interesting topic whenever approaching it from an
Mm,
idea outside of respect from the author. Um,
especially this memoir. Also specifically if you like what's the word?
oh heck, hi Sonic! Wait, thank you so much for
Running.
subscribing for tier 3 for 4 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I hope you enjoy the 3 books you get from the library this month. Thank you.
Mhm.
Hello. Sorry. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, if you like running or are considering a marathon, I if you want to run a marathon and you feel like you're lacking motivation, I would get a physical copy of this and I would put it on your bedside table. And I
Yeah,
think if you're already leaning towards it, it would get you close to there.
agreed. Um on the other side, if you're considering running an ultra marathon, get some help.
Ultramarathons are scary. Yeah.
They are insane.
Yeah, especially when you've had the whole book so far and a not gentle description of the difficulties of running a marathon. And then it just goes, so yeah, now we do that 3 times.
Yeah, it's like
Diabolical.
insanity.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Um, th- th- uh, uh, yeah, I considered wanting to train to run a marathon, never considered wanting to run an ultra marathon. But yeah, in terms of character and relationships in this book, it's quite
Mm,
interesting because I would say there is description of relationships in the quite a bit of the first few chapters discuss solidarity and the necessity of solidarity for writing.
yeah,
And I think running is used at some points more directly than others, but continuously as a metaphor for writing. Um, and so there's a bit of discussion on the solidarity of running and the occasional interactions you get throughout it, which I read as a mirror for the writing experience and how it is a lonely activity
yeah,
that you do occasionally like interact with people throughout. And so I think that's well executed and interesting, but there isn't much interpersonal discussion outside of in I think it's in chapter 3 or 4, a bit of his discussion on his personal philosophy when it comes to disagreements and opinions. I would say there isn't much that is written about interacting with other people. Um,
no, not really. Honestly, the a lot of it is like kind of what's the way to put it? Him dealing with himself in a lot of ways, like his own mindset on a lot of things and his own view on things. And yeah, it is a very interesting idea on like because like it's hard to talk about characters in the form of like a memoir often on referring to somebody as a character, but kind of in this he is kind of a character that's like almost what's the way analyzing his own mindset in a lot of situations and how he thinks and feels about things and how he responds to things and like some stuff that are very interesting to talk about. Um, like his talk about like it is just something that he does. It's not really anything out there. And I'm like, buddy, you're running like you're preparing for like
you
ultra
ran an
marathons and
ultra
stuff.
marathon.
Like, what do you mean normal?
Mhm,
So like it is interesting. This is a memoir where I think he kind of approaches himself as a character, and it kind of works very interestingly.
mhm.
Of like looking at his own perspective on himself to a degree, which is really cool.
Yeah, it does feel like at several points he almost wants to detach from himself to explain his own philosophies as if a third party
Yeah,
was narrating them, and I think it's well executed. Um, in
it
terms,
is very cool.
yeah. Um, in terms of the writing, I would say it is similar to Murakami's other
Yeah,
writing. He
I
does
wouldn't
have
even
a
say it's similar. It is just Murakami.
his
If
style
you like
is
Murakami,
yeah his style is very interesting because it, I don't know how to describe it more elegantly than he
mhm,
has a very inviting way of writing.
yeah.
Um, yeah,
The one thing I will say about Murakami is you either like Murakami or you don't like Murakami. That's the one thing I will say. I don't often hear people that like are medium about Murakami. It's like you like how he writes or you don't like how he writes.
yeah. I
And this is very similar. You will like this book or you will hate this book. I feel like there's not a lot of in between with this book.
I like Murakami's style of writing. I don't think he's like without flaws as an author, but I don't think
No.
his style of writing is. It's not something which I gripe with because I believe his style of writing is intentional, and so even if I don't
Yeah.
always enjoy it as much as I enjoy other styles, I think I enjoy it as an intentional part of the book, if that makes sense.
Of what he wants to say.
Yeah, even if there's a part of a book that I don't enjoy, or I think, that was a strange way of communicating this, if I believe it was done intentionally and the reaction I had was to some extent what the author wanted to have as a response, I'll still like receive it positively, even if I didn't
Yeah.
like it. I don't know. Writing's such an interesting topic. In
Yeah.
full transparency, I like this book a lot in a sense because I like Murakami's efficient and inviting style of writing, especially as something to read if you're kind of. I think this is going to be a book I read if I get burnt out, which might be a strange thing to say, but I think this is something that I'm going to turn back to and reread then. Um, my the gripe that I have with Murakami is sometimes how he writes women, and so it's kind of nice to
Yeah.
have a Murakami book where he doesn't write women, and I don't have any space to get grumpy about it. Because it allowed me to
Yeah.
just enjoy his smooth, inviting, almost conversational writing style that is still dense and intentional without being inaccessible or prose. And so I I liked him writing about himself as a topic. I do think that you kind of lose his well structured and plotted stories with it being a memoir
Yeah.
naturally because you can't expect it to have those. But my main criticism is how he writes women, and so that wasn't in this book, and so I liked it a lot.
He isn't. He isn't amazing at writing women.
Yeah, for those who
I
haven't
will say.
if those who haven't read Murakami, he doesn't write stereotypical women because I know that can often be a first thought. It's more so the in my experience, there's sometimes it is a woman as a plot device rather than as a
Yeah.
person. And that you can have writing where each person is a plot device and it can still be a great book. We kind of discussed that as a style of intentional writing in books like Babel to some extent. But
Yeah.
in my experience with Murakami, although I haven't read all of his books, um, it is often the case where you have fully fleshed out characters that are men and feel like they exist outside of the plot, and then that is
Yeah.
not the case for the female characters,
No.
which, like, it irks me a little bit. And so, although it isn't present in this book, I feel like I should mention in case someone goes, "Wow, they glazed Murakami for an hour. I'm gonna go read his books," and then gets comfy. But the actual writing style itself, I do enjoy, and my biggest gripe couldn't be present in this book because it was a memoir, and so I want to read his other memoir now. um, but I think it's a grumble I have that I'm very used to with male authors, especially considering I like a lot of classic high fantasy, and so it's something that I'm very used to.
Yeah.
But I do always want to mention and harp on, even if I seem a bit negative, just because I
No,
don't know,
it's
it
an
should be
important
mentioned.
thing to say.
Yeah,
He
and
isn't the best at writing women. It's not. Uh, that's also not really that fair. He's not. The way to say what he does with female characters isn't that he's not bad at writing female characters. He's not interested in writing female characters often is the vibe I get from him.
yeah,
Where his female characters are there to be one, further the plot, two, be female.
yes.
That's their goal. He's not interested in actually writing a female character.
It's something
At
which
all.
I don't know how much it comes across. We have little bullet points for when we talk about books. One of the bullet points is how alive characters feel. The male characters in Murakami books often feel alive, but the female characters
Amazing.
don't, is I think a good way to communicate it.
Yeah.
Um, and they can be good and
It's
interesting characters, but they don't
yeah.
feel lived in. And
They're
admittedly only read
they're
3 of his
barely
books,
characters.
but it's something that I've seen other people who've read more of his work comment on, and so I don't just think it is the
No.
segment that I've written. And so do want to mention, because we are talking about him quite positively as an author.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there
I
was no women in this book, so it's fine.
yeah. This book is great.
Yeah.
He can't write bad women. There's no women.
Yeah. I did
But
realize
no,
halfway through there was one bit which made me a bit nervous. Which I don't know if this is virgining, like
oh
approaching
girl, I
spoiler
don't think we
territory.
can do spoilers for this book.
Well,
We can just talk about
I think
mostly
talking
anything.
about how the runs end is spoilers,
Yeah,
and so I
yeah,
want to talk about that separately. But
yeah,
is it chapter 4? No, it's chapter 5. Even if I had a
yeah.
long ponytail back then,
Oh yeah,
I don't know if you remember specifically, but admittedly, this was because I had just finished reading. Oh, I've forgotten the name of it. It was some classic fantasy book that had um, very 80s women in fantasy, and we can all just assume the
there's a
suffering
lot of
from there. But
yeah.
I just finished reading that book. I cannot remember what it was called. I'll check my story graph at some point. But
I'm curious
I
of what you read.
I when it got to chapter 5, even if I had a long ponytail back then, there's a bit where he talks about a woman who runs past him, and it's quite interesting as a
Oh
motif for
yeah,
discussing the different natures of running and how you run differently, and maybe expanding a little bit on how that may reflect the position you are at in life and the different style
mm,
of running. But I was just like, I got a bit scared. And I think from
yeah,
Kaya's response, they know what I mean.
yeah. I know which
I was just
section
like,
you're
I
talking.
don't know if we need to keep talking about how perky her ponytail is. That made me nervous. I was
Yeah,
like drawing back, and then it didn't get bad. But I've been betrayed by too many male authors in the last few months with the books I've been reading,
yeah,
because I've been going through a lot of fantasy classics that I just got a bit scared. I was like, oh,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
uh,
It's I know what you're talking about, and I had the same. Yeah,
yeah, but yeah, um, I don't know. I like this book. The
I do too.
the other one thing which I'm gonna mention as a thing which I didn't like, and this, it's not an overarching theme, but it is a specific point in the book. So maybe it is a spoiler to some, maybe it isn't to others. This is going to be my like closing idea. So if you would like to skedaddle on without hearing it, very fair. But there is a point where he discusses the idea of blame and difficulty when things don't turn out as you expected, and for some unknown reason, although it's being framed within the context of running, the metaphor which he chooses to concisely address it is global warming. And he's like, some people say it's real, others say it's not. And admittedly, the book was written in 2005, but they're talking specifically about global warming, as if aerosols weren't banned in the context of how they damaged the environment like 3 years later and totally reworked it. And so I was just like, why was that picked as the metaphor? This was an interesting idea, especially in the context of running, of discussing blame and how you internalize and how you respond, and often want to outwardly identify the cause when something doesn't go to plan. But I felt like I couldn't engage with the point because I was just grumpy of, why did you kind of involve climate skepticism in this? Um, but yeah, that
That
was,
is that's one of the parts that ages the worst.
yeah.
At the time, at the time, I could like pass. It's a pass. It's passable. It's still a little
I
bit
feel
climate.
like we're being
It's a
a bit too
little bit.
generous there, because global warming nowadays is about greenhouse gases and the effect, but global warming in
Yeah,
the 2010s was about the effects of the chemicals and aerosols and how that was damaging the ozone
yeah.
layer, and that was pretty solid science then, and that just got solved, and so now different
Yeah,
parts
but
are more significant.
I guess the one thing I'll say, okay, just the one thing I'll say. At the time, it's passable. It's not great, but it's passable because like it wasn't that spread, and he is Japanese, and I don't know how well it was spread amongst the Japanese audience, specifically the older Japanese audience, because he was already like older at
I
that
think he
time,
was
right?
around
So
45 when he read this book. I'm
yeah,
not
he was
sure.
like 40s. He was
Hmm.
like mid to late 40s, I'm pretty sure. So like it's passable.
Which,
Not
separately,
great. I don't condone
diabolical
it.
running a marathon and a
Passable.
triathlon every year in your 40s. And he's just like,
Yeah,
my
so
body's not as good as it used to be. And I'm like, it's better than most people's.
Yeah, but like
Sorry.
so for the time, I'll say passable. It ages horribly. The talks about global warming. It ages
It is like
horrendously.
less than 10 sentences, but it was just such a standout because it, things don't get related to current events at other points in the
No.
book. It's all very self contained within his own experience. And so the only connection point to like outwards events that isn't a kind of invitation to either connect to or expect a similar experience in your own life being like maybe the planet's getting warmer, maybe it isn't. People want to blame the bad weather on something. I was just.
Yeah,
And it was
it
such an
doesn't age
interesting
well.
point. The discussion of when reacting to something negative, we want an outward thing to identify with is an interesting experience and it's a natural part of training for something. And so it was a good idea to explore. You just picked global warming. Sorry,
Yeah.
that's me.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't age well.
Yeah. Huh.
Sadly. Because the rest of the book ages pretty well on Muriel.
Yeah, the rest of the book was good. I think I do intend to read it again at some point. Um,
Same.
in terms of clarity
Maybe
and ease of
after
writing, it's Murakami. If
yeah,
you've read one of his books, you will. He has a quite signature style, even following translation with different um
yeah,
people doing the translation. I think it's pretty recognizable. If you haven't read
yeah.
a Murakami book before, I wouldn't recommend starting with this one. I don't think.
No.
Um,
Don't read this book.
even if you have, unless you are like a die-hard runner and you don't like light fantasy, then maybe this is the Murakami book you read and start with. And if you really like the writing style, you pick up one of his other books, I suppose. But yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. Uh,
I would suggest just pick up Kafka on the Shore and just read Kafka on the Shore, and if you are fine with his writing style, go from there.
yeah, the thing
It's
which
Kafka or Norwegian Wood.
yeah, I would say this feels like a marginally easier read than the other two, but I
It does.
suppose the others have more momentum with memoirs
Yeah.
not naturally not having plot devices in the same sense that
I will
stories do.
say I suggest Norwegian Wood or Kafka on the Shore, not because they're as easy to read as this, but like, so the thing with this book is like, I think there's two reasons you would read this book. One is if you're a runner, and at that point you'll read something just because of the running to a bit of a degree, or it's because you're a Haruki Murakami fan and you want to know more about a person that wrote. If you read this as your first Haruki Murakami book because you want to be a fan of Haruki Murakami, you will suffer for reading Norwegian Wood, Kafka on the Shore, and specifically IQ84. IQ84 is long and it is very Haruka Murakami. Um, as much as that is a sentence I could say, that it is just very Haruka Murakami.
Yeah,
Um, and then when you get up to stuff like Wind Up Bird Chronicle, that stuff is not accessible at all unless you've read Haruka Murakami. So, like, as a first Haruka Murakami book, I don't suggest this. As a book for runners, cool, go for it. It's pretty chill. It's pretty easy to read. With a fun style that is Haruka Murakami style. But as a Haruka Murakami book, don't read this. It does not do you any favors for reading Haruka Murakami in the future. You'll have a much better time for like Norwegian Wood or
I'm
something.
gonna say something really ridiculous, which is this book in that sense is kind of like sequel in that
Yeah,
I don't recommend it as being the first programming language you learn, but if you've learned like a Python or a TypeScript, if you've read Norwegian Wood, if you've read Kafka on the Shore, then I would, and you enjoyed them, I think it adds to the understanding and illustration of the writer if you respect and interest in their opinion, or it has value
yeah,
in like a broader sense. Um, can you tell I've been doing programming work all day?
yeah.
But yeah,
But no, I agree. Read um read Nor- I would suggest Kafka on the Shore
yeah, I
specifically.
preferred Kafka on the
If
Shore, but
if I had to tell you one, read Kafka on the Shore. But Kafka on the Shore or Norwegian Wood are both like fine starts to Murakami. Avoid stuff like IQ84.
Yeah,
I'd definitely avoid Wind Up Bird Chronicles. I don't know if you've read Wind Up Bird.
I haven't.
It's really inaccessible for Murakami. You would like it though. I think you might actually like it if you like Murakami.
Yeah, I I've been thinking about reading it. I went through and I looked at his
Hmm.
my brain's smooth. I want to say discography, but I don't think that's the word for an author. I, sorry, I have
Discography.
a fever. Okay, I went through and looked at his works, and it was like, oh, okay, I kind of want to read more by him. What should I pick up? And that's why I picked up Hard Boiled Wonderland and the End of the Earth. That was
Hmm.
the new
That
Murakami
one
book
was
that I
really good.
picked up.
I
Which
do like that one.
yeah, I feel like it kind of solidified the magical realism that I think is
Hmm.
indicative of a lot of his writing. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah,
I will say, if I can give so you have not read Wind Up Bird Chronicles,
mhm.
I would suggest reading Dance 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 first.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
Dance 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 is my second favorite, my second or third favorite Murakami,
If I saw,
which is really interesting. The ones you've read are on the lower end of my favorites.
I feel like a lot of the ones I've read are a lot of the most popular ones.
Yeah,
I don't know
not that that's a
where.
bad thing, but like,
Yeah,
yeah,
I think it's kind of natural if you're trying to become familiar with an author that you gravitate to
yeah.
their most popular works. Oh,
I would say his consensus most like best book that most people like the most is not his most famous. His consensus best book is Wind Up Bird. Um,
mhm.
my top three are IQ84, Dance Dance Dance, Wind Up Bird, in that order
It
specifically. I'm a
isn't
massive IQ84 fan.
Dance 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 part of one of the series was the one question I had.
Um, I think let me check.
Isn't it
I don't
after
actually remember.
Pinball?
It's weird. I think so. Yes.
Yeah. But
I don't
I
exactly
often
remember
see those
where in the
books
series
grouped
it is,
together,
but
but I don't know if they are series in a
I don't remember
strict
if it's.
sense.
That's the one thing I don't remember from it specifically. That's why I'm quickly checking. Because technically IQ84 is three books. It's not one book, but it's
Mhm.
all IQ84. It's all
Yeah.
three of them are named IQ84. Um, but technically it's like a series of books. Dance 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 is it is. It's in the Rat series,
Oh,
which I always
okay.
forget about, like which all of them are in the Rat.
Is that
So the one you
a
should
wild
read
sheep
first
chase one?
is
I think.
so Wild Sheep Chase is book three.
Oh, okay.
Hear the Wind Sing is book one.
Oh, isn't that his first book?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So it's Hear the Wind Sing, and then it's Pinball 1973,
Mhm.
A Wild Sheep Chase, and then Dance Dance Dance. Dance 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 is the lost in the series, but Dance 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 is my second favorite Murakami. It's
I must
fantastic.
I might read the little series because I think he actually talks about the process of writing them within this book quite a bit. Because
Yeah.
it's his first two books that he discusses and then doesn't really talk about his writing much more. So I think
Yeah.
that's the first two in that series.
Yes. It's the first. I believe it's the first one in the series. I don't remember if he wrote Pinball directly at. I think he wrote it at the same time. So yeah, it
Mhm.
would be because they got published in 1979 and 1980. So it would yeah. It says like first two, or at least the first two that was on his mind. A lot of the things.
Mhm.
I
Okay.
will say I don't like those two as much. It really steps up at Wild Sheep Chase, and then Dance 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 is fantastic.
Yeah.
Um,
It's going to be interesting having read the memoir and talking about how he refined his style and made his stories more
that is
intentional,
interesting.
having read his later work and then going back and reading the first ones.
That is really interesting. It's sadly something. It's a. I want to talk to you about it when you do it, specifically with some of my more top choices for his stuff, because I can't do that because I've read. So there's. I think there's four or five Murakami that I've not read. I've
Oh,
not read
wow.
Sputnik Sweetheart. I've not
Mhm.
read Sputnik Sweetheart. Um, I've not read South of the Border, West of the Sun. and I've not read Colors Sakura. Not read, and I've not read Killing Commodore. Commendator. I always say that wrong. I've not read that one. So that's the four that I've not read. I've read most of the
How
others.
many books has he published? It's at least 30 or 40, isn't it? Or am I overestimating?
Yes,
Because I feel like
so
he's published one a year for about 25 years. No, it's longer than that, about 30 years. I know he slowed down a bit in the
it's
2010s.
hard. It's hard to say with like how much he's published because a lot of it is there's a lot of short stories that he's published.
Hmm.
He's a very avid short story publisher, but also some books are like halves.
Yeah.
So like stuff
IQ.
like IQ is like technically three books that he's published. Um Wind and Pinball is technically two novels split up, but it's one novel to a degree. So there's a bunch of stuff like that that's like weird. Stuff like Commendator is actually technically I think three books as well. Um so I say I haven't read like one book. It's because technically it is a book, but it's in three parts. Um he does that quite often. So he has actually published a lot, but like a lot of it is like technically not books. So
It does make it a
often
bit
the
confusing
consensus
to.
is that often the consensus is there's 15 books, like full books that he's published, and then a few
Okay.
short stories. But the consensus is around 15. 15, 16 is like around what he has done. Um, give or take a few. Some people consider some of the short stories that are a little bit longer books, but like the consensus is around 15 ish.
Okay.
Um, so I've not honestly I've read Murakami. I wouldn't say I'm that well read in Murakami. Some of them I've only read once. Like After Dark, I've only read once.
Hmm.
But yeah, I do like Murakami. Murakami is I'm a big Murakami fan.
Hmm. Yeah.
It would it will be interesting to like see your view of Murakami now that you kind of have like a little bit more of like his mindset and where he approaches writing some of it. Specifically, if you read the first two in like The Rat,
Yeah.
which is
I, I'm
directly the time that this happened.
I'm gonna start scouring charity shop book sections for them because I feel like they're the type of books that I might find in a big city charity shop. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Yes. I do feel like you would
it
find The Rat
it's
there.
difficult for me to find a lot of the fantasy books I want, but I love picking up like pretty versions of the Bronte sisters books or Penguin classics or
Yeah.
things like a lot of the memoirs I've got and I found in charity shops. I found Stephen King's memoir for £2 in a charity shop.
Dude, that's great. I want that. I want Stephen King
it's
memoir for £2.
I had On Writing, which is Stephen King's memoir, and
Hmm.
Murakami's first memoir next to each other on my like bedside table. I have a big stack of books that I'm going to read or I'm currently reading there. Um, the Stephen King's memoir is like 3 times as long,
Yeah.
and he's
Yeah.
a bit more grumpy with you, the reader, in it. I preferred reading
Yeah.
Murakami's one. Um,
No.
But it
Stephen
was
King is a
more
bit
informative
grumpy.
about writing, I would say, if you want a memoir
He
about
does talk
writing.
about writing. He does talk about writing a
I
lot.
was I was doing a bit of a
He,
bad job there, but I was trying to say books to read if you enjoyed this or want to read more like it. I would suggest Murakami's
hmm.
work if you like kind of
Yeah.
light fantasy. I don't know if that's a good way to describe it.
Yeah.
The his approach to
Yeah.
writing, but if you
Yeah,
want
it's
to
light fantasy.
another memoir and don't mind being kind of told off by the author a little bit, Stephen King's On Writing is, I think, an example of a well respected author's memoir, which is about writing without being directly instructional and more so a personal philosophy, but it
Yeah.
leaves less space for opinion and negotiation than what I
Yeah.
talk about when I talk about running. Murakami is quite gentle in how he introduces this as being his attitude, and that's how he's achieved it, but not saying that it is foundational or the way to do it, but that's not the case in how Stephen King approaches it. And so if you don't want to kind of be told my way or the highway, that one wouldn't be an applicable recommendation. But
Yeah.
I don't know. You kind of
Other memoirs.
I kind of was there and I was just like, I don't like being told there's only one way to do something. But I can understand why
Yeah.
Stephen King feels he's in a position to tell people how to do writing.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if you do know Stephen King, that is just how Stephen King speaks. That is
yeah,
just what Stephen King is like.
the way he communicates. But
I mean, I'm not one to argue. I'm not the one that has like an adaptation coming out every single year.
oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah.
If you like memoirs, it's not in the same style at all. But if you do like memoirs and you want to read more memoirs, there's also I'm Glad My Mom Died by Jeanette McCurdy
Oh,
that I finished recently. That's really good.
I don't read many memoirs, so I have the one Stephen King one, and I was gonna stop there. But I actually also read Jeanette McKerney's memoir this year, and I really enjoyed it. I think it might actually
Yeah,
be my
it's really
favorite
good.
memoir I've read this year, which
It's my favorite memoir I've read this year, I think.
part of me, and this is going to sound very mean, but part of me was a little bit disappointed that it was my favorite because I wanted to read a book about the life of writing and fully resonate within it. But that was just exceptional, even if it wasn't about a topic
Yeah,
that was something I had an affinity to. Um, I actually listened to the
yeah,
audiobook of that one because she did it herself and it's very well done. Um,
yeah. No, that's a really really good memoir. I'm a really big fan of I'm Glad My Mom Died by Jeanette McCurdy. There was another one that I read a while ago. Oh, Becoming by Michelle Obama. Another memoir that's really good. You could read
okay.
that too if you want more
I see
memoirs.
that at the top of a lot of the like book recommendation lists each year when
Hmm.
I'm reading end of year book reviews. Um, but I haven't read it.
Honestly, those two recommendations are great. It fills in the Murakami void of not writing good women because Michelle Obama is a phenomenal woman and Jeanette McCurdy is great in
Yeah,
how she writes this book. So like,
she writes
go read
very
those two.
complex women in that book.
Yeah, go read those.
Yeah.
You'll fill the Murakami void of not writing women well.
Mhm. Um. Yeah. Let me.
Yes.
I'm just thinking of the
Oh,
memoirs.
oh, oh! I've got one more memoir. It's one I haven't read, but I want to read. And this will reveal a part of my another one of my obsessions. Um, recently I want to read the Parvati Shallow memoir.
Okay.
Nice Girls Don't Win. Parvati Shallow is a Survivor player from like the reality TV show, and this is her talking about like how at 25 years old she was plunged into like fame through Survivor, and her life in like the limelight of reality television and like the whole idea through that and the character that they kind of make you play to a large degree.
Mhm. Oh, interesting.
Which, yeah,
I
I've wanted to read it. I've heard good things.
I've never watched much reality TV, and so I feel like I maybe don't have the context to appreciate it. But it's an
No, that's fair.
interesting experience to write a memoir about.
Yeah, I do think it's very interesting because like so for those people that don't know about Poverty Shallow, is she was kind of like a very seductive type idea of a character to a large degree, as like a flirt or like tempting people to do what she wants with like being hot and stuff, and kind of how that like wore down a lot of things about herself and stuff that she did do and like herself as a person more than that to a large degree. And it talks a lot about like that um public eye kind of wearing down your self-confidence and your self-trust in yourself by like almost like minimizing who you are as a person to one ideal,
Mhm.
which I think is a very interesting topic outside of the connotation of like reality TV because that is a lot of what happens in society.
Yeah.
specifically to women.
Mhm. Yeah, it is an interesting theme. Um, no,
I like Survivor.
I'm afraid I don't have a very strong breadth of recommendations here, but um, I'm gonna. I don't
Yeah,
think
I've got three.
I don't have one suggested for this month, but I'm gonna try and find a memoir for next month. To
Yeah, or like
suggest.
a biography.
Yeah.
Minimum a biography. Biographies are also interesting.
Okay.
Ooh,
Should.
I'll also suggest one.
Oh.
I'll make that my goal.
Mhm.
I'll also suggest a biography that seems interesting.
Look at me doing incredible segues. Talking about nominations. Should we like? I could be a cheesy game show host. I think I'd be great at it. Should we talk about this month's nominations for book club?
Yeah.
Okay. I need a little applause button. I'm gonna have to skadoodle you out the
Ooh.
way because you're covering some of them. Okay, you're gonna be short and next to me again. Get shrunk. You can be here if you'd like.
I can't believe this. I've
I
been
made you a bit
shrunken.
taller. I don't know.
I've been
You're
shrunken.
you're a head above the couplets.
Okay,
It's
I'm
either
okay with
that or
that.
you cover up one of the books. Okay, we gotta have our
No,
priorities
I'm okay with
straight.
that. I'm okay
Um.
with that.
Okay, so this is slot one. It's labeled fantasy and sci-fi, but it is largely um,
Fiction.
fiction with an emphasis on kind of grand fiction. So it's
Yeah.
not how to phrase it, fiction in the sense of not simply events. But my brain's smooth. Fiction is not set in reality, not just
Yeah.
not true things, if that makes sense. Which fantasy and sci-fi hopefully covers. Like lit
Yeah.
fiction or explorative fiction is more so for slot two. Um, and so we have had past books which have been Babel, Neuromancer, Priory of the Orange Tree, Blood Over Brighthaven, Six of Crows, and Murder at Swindle Manor. And this month we had Blood Sister Scribe as a kind of indicator of some of the similar books we've read in this category in the past. The first nomination is by an author which me and Kai are both big fans of, and I think is actually our favourite series by them, which is The Poppy War by R.F. Kuang. Um, this is the first book in a trilogy. As a general thing, we only read first books of series to make sure that people can hop in a month and pick a book to read. You don't have to wait for the series to end. Um,
Yeah.
do you want to yap about Poppy War, or should I?
We can both yap
We can
about
both
Poppy
yap
War.
about Poppy War, but then we won't end. Um, so you may recognise the author from also having written Babel. We talked a bit about
Yeah.
Poppy War when reviewing
We
Babel.
talked about Babel.
Yeah. Um,
Specifically me.
specifically Kai. I think this is your favorite book
This
series.
is my favorite RF Quag book series.
Mhm.
And probably top 10 fantasy book series of all time.
Ooh, it is very good. I haven't read it for a while. I read it as it kind of came out and haven't picked it up again since. And so
Yeah.
I'd be excited to get a chance to reread it and talk about it. Um, should we go through content warnings first?
Yeah, so this book actually does need content warnings.
Yeah.
Uh,
Da 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 da. Um,
do you have them?
I'm getting them. I just don't have
Is Storygraph not loading?
Storygraph isn't loading. I love
Storygraph is
Storygraph,
mean.
but sometimes
I have them in front of me if you want me to get them quickly for you.
yeah, that works.
Okay, so the big boys, and the spooky ones, war. So I'll categorize them into two parts: war, genocide, violence, death, torture. A little bit of gore, murder, blood, child death. There's injuries and fire injuries. There's also body horror, colonization, xenophobia, slavery, classism, stuff like that attached to it. There's also some like hate crime, misogyny, stuff like that attached to. So The
There's
main theme of
also
it is it a war. It's a
sexual
war.
violence is worth mentioning
Well,
in
so
that.
just to just to have the one section, it's a
Mm.
war, so a lot of war stuff will be attached to that. So even stuff like a bunch of stuff like that. So stuff like that is attached to it. And then there's a second section, which is there is talk about rape, sexual violence, sexual assault, physical abuse. Um, there's also emotional abuse, a lot of stuff around like bullying, suicidal thoughts, stuff around that. Misogyny is again a very heavy topic in that side. So there's two sides to this book. There's a lot of war stuff, and then there is a little bit of like the rape, sexual assault, violence, and like specifically towards women. And then just like miscellaneous things that I do think people should know is in this book. There is drug use ones specifically, and there is also attachments of like a little bit of a talk about like infertility, trafficking, a little bit about pedophilia. I don't think that one is heavy, but there is talk about that, and then stuff like abortion and stuff like that is also attached to it. But the main two big ones, like Daniel pointed out, there's one about like sexual violence, and then there's a heavy side about war. Because, like the name of the book implies, there is a war. The Poppy War is a thing in this. So there is a lot of like genocide, war stuff, torture, stuff like that in it. Those are the two big sides to it.
Yeah.
Um, oh,
Um.
minor one because we didn't
Oh,
get it warned for us in the last one. Animal death is in this too. There
yeah.
is a little bit of a touch of animal death in this one as well.
Yeah, for the Murakami one, it was more so I was just surprised because it was kind of out of the blue. But
Yeah,
it,
it
it
does happen
feels
out of the
like
blue.
tonally less severe within the context of Poppy War, but I suppose it is worth mentioning. I'm trying to rack my brains on how to talk about this book without spoiling things. Um,
Yeah, that's why I kind of didn't want to talk about it because I'll just talk about the rest of the series because I like the
I'm going
series
to
so
read the
much.
description for it because I don't trust myself to pick a good narrative point to end talking about this, which I'm afraid might not be the most sincere description, but it's like the Storygraph one, so it should be an engaging one, which is when Rin aced the Keiju, which is a test to find the most talented youth to learn at the academies. It was a shock to everyone, to the test officials who couldn't believe a war orphan from Musta province could pass without cheating, to Rin's guardians, who believed they'd finally be able to marry her off and further their criminal enterprise, and to Rin herself, who realized she was finally free of the servitude and despair that had made her daily existence. That she got into Signgard, the most elite military school, was even more surprising. Surprises aren't always good. And then I don't the if I feel like I'm going to go into a full review if I talk any more about it. Um, this book is very good in my opinion.
It's very good.
A lot of the book is somewhat similar themes to Babel, and I think it's kind of addressed in the description here. But there's quite a bit of discussion of colorism as a theme, and
Yes.
her experiences being from a background which isn't expected of everyone else around her, and going through the um, the world without matching what it expects her to be from the position she finds herself in. I
Yeah.
as like a story, and I think it's engagingly and well written. I think if you
Yes.
listen to the review of Babel, um, I think some of the criticisms I have for Babel in the characters being well written plot points isn't true for Popular. I feel
No.
like the characters are very lived in whilst also telling an intentional story and
Yeah.
being written to show you a perspective in a way that is well done. And I
Yes.
don't know how to talk about this without it being a review or a spoiler, so I'm going to hand it over to
Same.
Kai.
No, I can't add much more. I will say so. If you do remember or do go back and listen to the like review of Babel, I was heavily critical of Babel, um, specifically in relation to Poppy War. Um, Poppy War, in my opinion, is phenomenal. Um, as a book itself and as a series, it's fantastic. Um,
Yeah,
a
it's
lot of my criticism of Babel does not stand a candle to Poppy War. This book is phenomenal.
yeah. In terms of context, it is a historical fantasy, and just in
Yeah,
terms of we haven't really communicated much of the genre, but yeah, it's a historical fantasy.
it's a very interesting historical fantasy. So the way a lot of it is described, it is a high historical fantasy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of high fantasy mixed in with like because so it is technically China. It's technically just China. Um,
Hmm.
way back China, but there's a lot of high fantasy attached to it. Um, it's also military fantasy,
Yeah.
to a large degree. Uh,
There's some like
kind of
almost academic
end by
fantasy, but kind of not really
yeah,
in
kind
the
of.
yeah.
It's a
Um,
very interesting mix of like historical high military academic fantasy all in a like it's very good. It's very good. Also, it has a really cool power system, magic system in my opinion.
yeah. If you wanted a more solid world building and magic system that kind of moves past the interpersonal world building in Babel, this might be
Yeah,
a good example of a more
yeah. This is
complicated magic system and a
yeah,
more how do I phrase it? Babel, to an extent, was separated from reality not so much just by magic but also by metaphor, whereas
yeah,
I would say this world feels more distant. Um,
yeah. It's a very good book.
mhm.
Very, that's almost underselling it. It's so yeah.
Yeah, I,
Read and find out. It's fantastic.
mhm. I recommend this book. Um,
Same.
should we go on to the next one then, which is The Bookstore Sisters by Alice Hoffman? Um,
Yeah, which I recommended.
yeah, I was
Um,
quiet because I was waiting for you to talk about it. Sorry.
so this is an interesting one in that this is actually a short story in a set of books that are all short stories, right? So it's the Bookstore Sisters, the Bookstore Wedding. There's like a bunch of them. I think there's four of them. The Bookstore Keepers and the Bookstore Family. And like they're all short stories. Um, and I kind of think we could read all of them because they're really short stories. But the concept was so interesting and the idea was cool that I didn't want to not recommend it for that. That it's just a short story. So this follows Isabel Gibson, who is from New York. Well, she's a New Yorker, is the way to put it. And she runs a bookstore, a family bookstore, which is kind of going under. And she has a sister who she is estranged from. And then a mysterious letter comes into the mailbox and draws her back into the past, into these like webs of everything that around her family and her parents and all of the stuff around it, and kind of like reframes a bunch of stuff around it. It's a contemporary fiction book around like magical realism with like family stuff with like an estranged sister. It's very much the same as Inkblood Sister Scribe to a large degree. And it just kind of follows that same vibe. It seemed really interesting, and from what I quickly saw on like the rest of the series, it just keeps getting better, and it really fleshes it out in a very interesting way on like that little note of like a family bookstore that has like a secret, or a family that has a secret in this whole area.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of really fun themes in it. Um, from like content warning stuff for it. Um, it kind of got spoiled. Her parents are dead, There's a little bit of touch on like grief, abandonment, and death specifically. And then there's cancer, terminal illness, and stuff like that to talk about. Some alcohol, but mostly it's a very low trigger warning book. It's kind of more of like, what's the word? Like a feel good book around the idea.
Mhm.
And if we do read all of them, none of them have that like heavy content warning stuff at all.
Yeah.
Most of them are just like pretty chill.
Okay.
It's just a feel good like short story section of four short stories.
Um, should I hop into the next book then? I haven't read this. Actually, I don't
I
think by
haven't read
Alice
this book.
Hoffman. I don't think so. It's going to be exciting.
I haven't either.
Um, Up next is Recursion by Blake Crouch, which has been on my TBR list for quite a while.
Same.
Um, so I'm gonna talk briefly about what I've heard of this book as, and then read its description. This
Yeah.
is a really good untangling of um. Hmm, part of me is pausing to check if it's a spoiler. um, Maybe it is a spoiler. Okay, I'm just gonna read the description. um, Okay, maybe it's not a spoiler. Reality is broken. At first, it looks like a disease, an epidemic that spreads through no known smears, driving its victims mad with memories of a new life they never lived. But the force that's sweeping the world is no pathogen. It's the first shockwave unleashed by a stunning discovery. And what's in jeopardy is not just our minds, but the fabric of time itself. Um, as kind of alluded to there, this is regarded as one of the better books about time travel and digging through
Mm,
the consequences of time travel specifically. And it's an interesting exercise and dig into that because it's not from the perspective of a kind of we're going back in time when what's the name of the car from Back to the Future? I don't know. It's not from that perspective, but it's looking at the impact of time travel and how it unwinds things and the system that it's built in. And it's kind of a near science fiction book in that it
mm,
does its best to be grounded in its consequences. And it's also just pretty well reviewed. It's also um, quite fast paced, which is maybe a strange thing to highlight, but I feel like a lot of the books that we read are medium or slow pace, especially in
yeah.
this slot, because we read a lot of the kind of grand world building up to things, whereas this is more
Yeah,
of a kind of
fantasy.
tense, fast paced book. I think it's sometimes described as a thriller. Um, so it's like a
Ooh.
science fiction thriller. Um, and so you have a team who are trying to confront the and who are trying to kind of prevent and understand this unraveling of people's brains caused by the unexpected consequences of time traveling when naturally it's time travel, so it hasn't happened yet. And so it's there's a lot of interesting themes there. And I've heard this recommended within the context of a lot of people talking about the flaws of time travel in other media, with this being recommended as a thoughtful consideration of it. And so that's where this book is on my kind of to be read list from. I know you mentioned it, Kai, if you have any other comments, suggestions, shenanigans.
No, I this is a book that I've been wanting to read as well. I haven't actually read this. This has been on my TBR as well. It does seem like a very interesting, like I said, it is actually one of the more common um, time travel like suggestions that a lot of people talk about and like, which is one I have been interested in. Um, and like I didn't know about the thriller aspect of it, but now I'm more curious because I do like some thrillers, specifically sci-fi thrillers are very fun.
I realise we haven't done the content warnings for this one. I'm going from the comment tags on Storygraph. I haven't read the book, so I'm just
Yeah.
going to be covering the main ones, which is there is discussion of suicide, dementia, death, child death, suicide attempt, and then non-central, but there's also discussion of war, family deaths, gun violence, and school shootings, I believe, as like sensitive topics, but not main ones. Um, I
Yeah.
think are the key
Okay.
ones.
Not too bad.
I've been reading
It's
a
not
lot of like dark
too bad.
fantasy this month, and so my brain, I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah. But yeah, I think at the beginning, because it's potentially one that has a more direct impact on a lot of people's lives, I do think there's quite a lot of discussion of dementia in this book, naturally, with how time travel starts to manifest its consequences in this world. So if that's something
Yeah.
that you're not comfortable talking about, or like unreliable narrators, and that's a thing that would stress you out, maybe not the best book if you I haven't yeah. I don't know how to articulate that concisely, but hopefully the
Yeah.
point
I
is
haven't.
made. Well,
It seems interesting. I've been curious about it.
yeah, I haven't. I actively stopped reading as much media about time travel because a lot of it
Same.
just kind of unravels, and so
Yeah.
um, to see a lot of the reviews that agree with that perspective and say, but this is worthwhile to consider, I think is an interesting one. And I would like to
Yeah. I
read at
agree.
some point, if not for book club. I'm gonna move this up on my to be read list, I think. Um,
Yeah. Because like it is very common that like time travel books are not too well done. I'm gonna be real.
yeah.
Time travel as a genre is very hard to write and then very hard to write well to not just like fall apart when you have any critical thinking about any of it.
Yeah. But hopefully this is a good one for that. So should we hop on to the next book? Um,
Yeah,
This is one of my nominations, and this is quite an interesting one because I almost
this is
read
one of
this
yours.
myself this month, and then I thought, oh, actually, this would be perfect for book club. I've nominated another book by Garth Nix before, which is I nominated the first book in the Keys to the Kingdom series because
Yeah,
that was his book that I had read. Um, and then I found out when I
Mr.
was
Monday.
nominating that book that he actually had another series and that was the series
Yeah,
everyone else read, and I read his earlier less popular book series and his other
yeah,
book series is critically acclaimed, and so now I'm nominating the first book of that series, which is Sabriel, which is from the Abhorsen series by Garth Nix.
yeah.
um, and it does have two illustrators who do quite a bit of work relating to the series, which are Leo Dillon and Diane Dillon. um, so I'm gonna read the description, but this is kind of classic, very YA fantasy, probably a bit younger than some, yeah, YA fantasy. Um,
Yeah.
and so, sent to a boarding school in Ancestine as a young child, Sabriel had little experience with the random power of free magic, or the dead who refused to stay dead in the Old Kingdom. But during her final semester, her father, the person, goes missing, and Sabriel knows she must enter the Old Kingdom to find him. And soon she
Mm.
finds companions in Mogget, a cat whose aloof manner barely conceals its malevolent spirit, and Touchstone, a young charter mage long imprisoned by magic, now free in body but still trapped by painful memories. As the three travel into the Old Kingdom, threats mount on all sides, and every step brings them closer to a battle that will pit them against the true forces of life and death, and bring Sabriel face to face with her own destiny. Um, this is an older book. It's from 1995, I believe. Um, but it's, I think, a pretty well regarded YA fantasy book. I don't know if you've
Yeah.
read the series.
Yes. Yes.
I kind of expected that to be the case.
Yeah.
It seemed right up your alley.
This is this is like foundational fantasy. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, I don't know how I read
This is
his other
like
book series.
I'm gonna be real. I didn't even connect that you read Mr. Monday, but you kind of so he's got three series, right?
Yeah.
Three technically three series to a degree. He has The Keys to the Kingdom,
Mhm.
which is Mr. Monday, the one you recommend. He has Abhorsen, and then he has The Seventh Tower.
Yeah.
And
A
to a
Portion of the
degree, you
Seventh
read
Tower
the
are
like
both.
worst. You
Yeah.
read the least popular one because even Seventh Tower is more popular than Keys to the Kingdom.
Yeah, I don't know how
Um,
I did it.
which is really funny. It's really funny. But no, Abhorsen as a series, as a whole series, is really, really good. And Cyberella is a really good book as well.
Yeah,
I
I
did enjoy
believe
it.
there's
There's 6 books
6
in the Abhorsen
books?
series.
Yeah, I was trying to
Yeah.
check because there's
So
like 0.5 ones as well, but I think there's 6 central books and it's finished.
yeah, so there's 6 central books in it, and then it technically goes into so it's it's weird to say. So it's like 6 books, and then there's like a 3.5. That's like there's two 3.5s, which is kind of weird. But there's 3.5, and then it's done for after that. So it's just like those. And then I think there's like one like standalone short story thing called To Hold the Bridge, which is in the same world as the Old Kingdom, as the like Abhorrent series. So,
Yeah,
but it is done.
but
The Abhorsen
yeah,
set.
I want to read this book series at some point because I enjoyed his other writing,
It's great.
and
It's great.
I went to click through and I was like, oh wait, I've heard of both these series. I just didn't clock that it was the same author. I should read them.
You
And
should
so
read them.
I'll probably be
Abhorsen is great.
recommending the first book of Dark Tower next month just to see if we get to read them with book club because I feel like it's
The
I don't know,
Fall.
it suits book club as a kind of classic and a way to step into a
It
classic
is.
fantasy series. Um,
Yeah.
and I think from the energy it would be something that Kai's excited to yap about. So
It is
hopefully
a
it'll be an engaging
very
one.
yeah, it's a heavy early fantasy. It's like a pillar of like fantasy. Even before like so it's like Wheel of Time levels of like
Mhm.
this is where fantasy as a genre that we know it now kind of happened, is that early fantasy. Wheel of Time, this kind of Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones also came out around that era, but a lot of
Started
this is
to.
that like early yeah,
Sorry.
started coming out at that era.
Any chance I get to like quibble at our Martin's writing speed, I will take. Um, but but yeah. Uh,
5 books in 25 years. We got there, baby.
but yeah. Sabriel by Garth
Sorry,
Nix.
one more thing with
Oh,
like that is like it's insane to me that that happened with like Game of Thrones, that it's like 5 books in like the last 30-ish years. Uh the Wheel of Time published, so just to get from book 1, which was in 1990, to book 5 was 3 years.
yeah, but Brandon
He
Sanderson is a
published.
little bit of a problem when it comes to writing pace, and I think he acknowledges this.
Well, that was Robert Jordan still.
Oh, my brain's smooth. Yes, you're right. Sorry, I just assumed you'd started talking about Stormlight. Um,
No, no.
I'm going
If
to
I
be
start
honest.
talking about Stormlight,
My
I'll stop.
brain smoothed over the series you said, and I was like, "Oh, Kai's going to be talking about the publishing pace of Stormlight Archive because it's a big
No,
kind of definitive fantasy series that's still in writing."
speaking about Brandon Sanderson's writing pace is not fair to any other author.
This is what my
Poe
response was, and
publishes
I was like,
two
"Oh
books a
wait, you
year.
talked about a different author. I gotta rethink my point. I'm sorry."
Like Brandon Sanderson publishes like 3 books a year.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
dude publishes almost too
Maybe
much.
Brandon Sanderson needs to start running marathons and get back to only publishing one book a year or something. I don't know. It's
Dude
scary.
publishes almost too much. In 2023, he published Skyward 4, Sunlit Man, Yumi,
Tress?
Frugal
Oh, no, Tress was the year
Frugal
before.
Wizard's Handbook,
Yeah.
Tress and the Emerald
Oh,
Sea,
I was right.
Dark Unforgotten, and a omnibus of Arena Blanca.
I know
He
2022
published 8
wasn't
books.
like a normal year, but maybe he does need a hobby. That's
2021,
diabolical.
he published 7 books.
Unacceptable.
So comparing anybody to Brandon Sanderson is not fair.
Yeah. But yeah, this I think is like a foundational series. I was kind of surprised I hadn't read it. Um, I'd
I am surprised you haven't read it.
I'd read yeah.
That's
Yeah.
why that's why I said like I was surprised you recommended it, because I was surprised you haven't read it. Or like I don't
Yeah,
know.
I was just gonna. Part of me considered just like sneaking it in and reading it along with everyone else. Because I've read the first book of the Seventh Tower, but I just haven't read any of this series, and I was like, oh, I gotta fix that.
That's
I
insane.
gotta fix that.
Well,
So I'll probably be reading this one in my own time at some point over the next few
you know,
months. Um,
that's like having read Brandon Sanderson, but not having read Mistborn, which is like by far his most like famous book is Mistborn. It's
yeah.
like it's not like a bad thing. It's just surprising that you managed to avoid
So
the most popular one.
it's because I was kind of known as just the girl who reads was my nickname because I'd like walk around holding a book when I was younger. I used to get like told off for just walking in public just with my head in a book, but this is who I
uh,
am as a person. It was very common for people to give me like boxes of books if they aged out of them, or if they
oh,
didn't want to reread them or keep them. And so I was given a box of books which contained the first 5 books in the Keys to the Kingdom series, and then I had to get the last 2 from the
fair.
library. Um, and so that's how I read it.
That's
I
fair.
didn't read it with any context of the author. I read them as like a young YA reader. And then I was like, oh wait, this author kind of wrote classics as well that I need to read, which I discovered this year.
Yeah,
Which I think it kind
you
of
did.
it shows how for a lot of my experience as a I would say someone who reads as a hobby quite a lot. I have read
Mm,
outside of popular discourse on what books are good, and I've just read based off books I see in bookshops and what I see in the
yeah.
library and things I find in secondhand stores. Because I'll just be there and I'll be like, oh, yeah, I've probably read easily like 200 or 300 fantasy books. Not read Sabriel. Hadn't read
To be fair,
Mistborn
it's
until
like
2 years ago.
it's like some of it is like with like early, specifically classic fantasy, like foundational fantasy. Um, it is kind of hit or miss or how much you actually do read of it.
Mhm.
Um, because like it is hard to like. There's so much like, and then there's like eras of it, right? Of
Yeah.
like how you go because like you have stuff like Tolkien and R.E. Howard that was in that time and kind of to a large degree is foundational fantasy, right? But then you also have like a bit further ahead of like Terry Pratchett with The Color of Magic and like Gene Wolfe with the Book of the New Sun series and stuff like that, or Ursula K. Le Guin with like Earthsea. Um, so there is like like eras to it.
I
Like
have read
you
them,
also
but I
have
am intending to nominate First Book of Discworld next month. Um,
yeah,
just because
like
I was talking to some people and they were just like, oh, yeah, we read We Free Men. I was like, what about the others? Read the others.
yeah, but
Start
but
it.
it's interesting in like where you have like foundational fantasy
Mhm.
because there's so much like in that era. So like something like the first law is technically like very foundational fantasy, but I don't expect many people to have read like Joe Abercrombie or like Robert Jordan.
Mhm.
Um, so like it's not a bad thing to a degree. It's just kind of funny that you've read some of his other works and not like
Yeah.
considered one of the foundational ones. It's like reading Robin Hobb, but not reading the Farseer trilogy, and instead reading like Live Ship Trainers. And it's like
I'm
you
gonna.
got to a foundational author, but you just missed the like foundational series.
If I tell you I'm only reading Realm of the Underlings at the moment, it's one of the books I'm reading outside of book club.
Yeah, it's like I'm not even judging. It's just a funny coincidence
Yeah.
of like so like
Adds an unusual
I'm
perspective
sorry,
to the
just
online fantasy discourse.
yeah,
And then I'm just
it's so
lost.
good. Like you read Tawny Man, but you have not read The Realm of the Elderlings, which is like, huh?
Yeah, but I don't know. It's interesting. It means I've got a lot of interesting books left to read, which is
Oh,
the
there's so
excitement
many.
of life.
There's
Um,
so many fun. If you ever need more foundational like fantasy, let me know. I've got so many I can. There's stuff like the Elric Saga by Michael Moorcock. That's also really good.
Okay. Um, one which I should probably go through the content warnings for.
Yeah,
I don't believe there's many
not that
heavy
much.
content warnings because it is a kind of true YA fantasy, but there is discussion of death of parent, and then violence and gore. Um,
Yeah.
I think there's some people who've tagged things as like description of injury detail and body horror, but not in the sense of
Mm,
not like a Stephen King body horror or like YA
no.
body horror. Because body horror, it's strange because it has range in what a tag can
Yeah,
mean. But I believe this is very on the lighter side of description of
it is
injury.
YA.
Yeah, it's YA.
It's very YA.
Should we shuffle onwards to um? Oh, I've done a dyslexia and I've copied the same one in twice. Um,
Yeah, but I can tell you what's supposed to be there. It's
thank
A Deadly
you.
Education.
Okay,
It's A Deadly Education by Naomi Novik,
gonna
which is a book I recommended.
mhm.
Which, okay, so I'm the one that recommended it, so Dania can't take any heat for it. It's a dark academia horror young adult book. It was me that recommended it for Dania, so
I really
I didn't
like
recommend it
those
for
genres, but don't mind me.
Dania.
I banned myself. I've not nominated any books about dark academia for a while. Look at me go. I just read them in
Yeah,
my own time.
it's really funny that the like last two Dark Academia books recommended was me. Uh, but so A Deadly Education is set at Scholomans, a school for magically gifted, where failure means certain death. Until one girl, our main character Elle, begins to unlock its many secrets. There
I
are no
love an
teachers, no holidays, and
ominous.
no friendships.
I love an ominous war college. That's got to be one of my favorite tropes. Like
That's
a bunch of
yeah.
young
So
adults
like
go to learn magic, or that's got to be my. It's such a safe
there are
setting
no
for writers to put things in. You get an enclosed environment, you get to do somewhat sparse world building outside of the magic system, and you get to like trickle it in with it being natural. It's such a yeah. Sorry, I'll let you introduce the book.
There are no teachers, no holidays, and no friendships, save strategic ones. Survival is more important than any letter grade, for the school won't allow its students to leave until they graduate or die. The rules are deceptively simple. Don't walk the halls alone, and be more aware of the monsters who lurk everywhere. Um,
Ooh, I kind of want to add this to my TBR list. I'm predictable.
yeah, and beware the monsters that lurk everywhere. So that's the like little blurb for
Mhm.
the book that I've gotten. And then for content warnings, so it is young adult, but it's like upper young adult. So like technically, so it says young adult. It's like 20s young adult, I would say, right? It's not
Mhm.
like teenage young adult. So there is some sketchy topics. Um, I don't think any of them are in depth or like really spooky, but they are kind of a thing. So there is talk about death, violence, gore, child death specifically. It is in a school that people die in. Murder, classism, body horror. We talked about this is literally the last book. There's some body horror to some degree. There's some bullying, confinement, there's some toxic friendships, some racism, some child abuse, some stuff like that around it. Um, and then there is some like light talk about like animal death and stuff like that, and a little bit about like confinement and stuff like that. Oh, and one note on sexual assault to some degree. Um, but it's pretty young adult from what I know, so it's nothing like fully. It's not Game of Thrones to that degree, from what I know. Um, but it is a very dark academia type vibe, and a very like almost like Game of Thrones to like get it to that point of like a web of like strategic friendships and like learning things and secrets to unlock and all that stuff. It seems very fun. Um, Sadly, it is a series of books. There's three in the series. Um, so it's not a self-contained book, which I would have loved, but it does seem very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah,
I,
I love a lot of the keywords in the description. Um, I think it sounds interesting. Um,
mm,
I don't know a huge amount about it. It wasn't one of the ones which I knew about going into the list, but it does
mm,
sound. You give me dark academia, ominous college, world building that like appears over time. I'm sold. You know who I am as a person.
yeah,
Um,
I knew this was a very Daniel recommendation.
yeah. um, do we have any other notes on that one, or should we move over to the next one?
I don't have any more.
I don't
Personally,
know too much about this book, so I'm afraid I can't add too much. So should we move on to?
yeah, I've
Oh,
yes, we can. Specifically because I've got thoughts about the next book.
okay. Up next is Pernessi by Susan Clark. Do you want to leap into thoughts then?
Do I want to start leaping into the thoughts?
You just said you had thoughts. I can read out the
Okay.
description for it.
My thoughts are everybody should read this book once in your lifetime. Um, in my opinion, this is the best book on this list, and it's not even close.
Yeah, this book I actually had a moment where I was just it like it's definitely fantasy, but I was part of me was like, do I put it in slot two for being
Yes.
literary fiction? And so
No.
I got a bit tied up on that one for this one. I was struggling with my own categories, but
Yeah.
Fernassi is a book that I would say it's probably one of the most you should read this book of books that have come out this decade. Um,
Yeah.
I think that's fair enough to say. We're halfway there.
Yeah.
It was right. Was it 2019 or 2020? It was
2020.
2020. Okay, yeah. I'll read its description. So, Piranesi's house is no ordinary building. Its rooms are infinite, its corridors endless, its walls are lined with thousands upon thousands of statues, each one different from all the others. Within the labyrinth of halls, an ocean is imprisoned. Waves thunder up the staircases, rooms are flooded in an instant. But Piranesi is not afraid. He understands the tides, as he understands the pattern of the labyrinth itself. He lives to explore the house. There is one other person in the house, a man called the Other, who visits Piranesi twice a week and asks for help with the research into the great and secret knowledge. But as Piranesi explores, evidence emerges of another person, and a terrible truth begins to unravel, revealing a world beyond the one Piranesi has always known. Um, I'm gonna shock and alarm Kai by saying I nominated this book because I haven't read it, and I have been told
No, no.
by everyone I know that I should read it. um,
We talked about it, and you told me you haven't read this
Oh,
book.
okay. I figured you'd go into shock at some point about that, but
No,
but
I know you've not read this.
yeah, I have. I've done the thing again where I've read the another one of Suzanne Clark's book. I've read Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, which I thoroughly enjoyed,
Yeah.
and I read that earlier this year, and that's what made me go, oh, I think I should read Piranesi. This has
Yeah.
been on the to be read list for a while. Um,
That's also not weird. Most people that haven't read Piranesi has read Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, mostly because of the time gap between
yeah.
Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell and Piranesi. Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, for those that don't know, got published in 2004. So there's a 16-year leap in like stuff on it, and it's probably it was her most famous work by far.
I think Piranesi
And
is
then Piranesi got
overtaking it. It's just that
yeah
I would say Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell was and still is like very acclaimed and well respected.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just
It
being biased because I really enjoyed it, but I'd read it
no
in
no no.
the 2010s and then I read it again recently and I was like, oh, her other book that everyone's talking about now more instead, I should read that because it's impressive they're talking about a book more than this one. And so,
Yeah.
um,
Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell was considered a classic in like this
mhm.
genre for a long time. Um, and then Pernesi got published, and okay, I like Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. I enjoyed the book for what it is. Pernesi is one of the best books published in the last decade.
I've heard
Um,
people say that Jonathan Stage of Miss Null is a great book and Tennessee is like a generational book. That it's, I don't know.
Pern Pernesi might. So, if I had to, if you told me right now to talk about a book that is going to be a classic, like a Great Gatsby level classic, like a classic for like the next 100, 200, 300 years, it's Pernesi.
Yeah,
This book is phenomenal.
this is how I've seen
It
it
is one of the
described.
best books. It's one of the best books I've ever read. Just straight up, it's one of the best books I've ever read. Um, Outside of like fantasy, anything, it's one of the best books I've ever read. It's fantastic.
Oh, hi,
So
fun.
that is my intro to this. Is like, if you want my conversation on a book like this, I'm not telling you anything about this book.
Go
My
read it.
conversation on this book is this is a book you should read in your lifetime. Uh,
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
if you enjoy reading, if you like reading in any capacity, read Pernesi. I'm not even joking. Read Pernesi.
Mhm. Book
Um,
club day? It is. We're books.
yeah,
We are books. We're
above
books.
my own like pushing of like fantasy and like read Brando Sando as the meme, um, cutting over all of that, every single person on this planet should read Pernesi. It is
Or
fantastic.
I'm gonna go through. I feel like this is an abrupt change, but I'm just gonna go through the content warnings
There is
before we move
content
on
warnings.
because there's
There are
um
a lot.
kidnapping, gaslighting, specifically with regards to like inconsistent narration and misrepresentation of
Yeah,
things,
and
confinement.
mental illnesses.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
there is gaslighting around mental illness attached as well.
Mhm. Um, uh, I think Kai is probably better to go through this one than me, just because, as is the case with any really popular book, if you're going from community pooled tags, it becomes a bit difficult because there's some that have like
Yeah,
hundreds and are quite clear, but there's some other ones that are in there. But I think the main ones are
yeah.
kidnapping, gaslighting, confinement, death, different mental
Mental
illness,
illness.
abuse relating to mental illness,
Yeah.
emotional
Uh,
abuse, and abandonment. I think are the main ones,
Yes. There's
and
also
gun
attachments of
violence.
like toxic relationships.
Mhm.
So there is a little bit of a touch on toxic relationships and using people specifically to a degree. Um, and then there's one more thing that I wanted to talk about attached to it is specifically for mental illness, there is a touch on schizophrenia and psychosis. Is the main mental illness that is dealt with quite a bit, and then a touch of dementia attached on it. For people that specific mental illnesses that are spooky to you. Those are the two main ones. But there's also a little bit of a note on like panic disorders and stuff like that. But those are less. It's mostly schizophrenia, dementia, and like that idea of not fully knowing what's going on and having a person that is gaslighting you throughout it and stuff. So there is a little bit of that like mental stuff attached to it. Uh, that said, um, some of it is spooky, like content warnings. It is handled phenomenally. So don't think of like if your content warning attached to it is like, I don't want to see it done badly or I don't want to like have it used against me. This book never does that. At all. Um, No, this book, honestly, I hesitate to say anything about this book because like anything I tell you about this book takes away from you reading this book and experiencing this book. And it's a book I think everybody should experience. It
Still
is
babbling about
phenomenal.
books. We'll be babbling about books for hours quick with this. we started as we meant to go on. But yeah, Pernesi by Suzanne Clark. I'm gonna read it at some point, but I thought it might be an interesting one to talk about here, so I wanted to nominate her. And the last nomination for this month is A Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping by I've got a window over it, by Sangu Madana, I think.
Yeah, Sangu Mandana, which
Mandana.
is so basically this is so some people might recognize her name from A Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches, which is one of the big cozy fantasy books. It's one of the bigger cozy fantasy and in cozy fantasy and literature. That was one of the big books in that, and that started a bunch of trends around that. This is the second book that she did in the witch cozy fantasy vibe. Um, and it's a cozy fantasy book. I've been in the mood for cozy fantasy. Um, so thought I suggest it here because like I have suggested cozy fantasy in the past and it's not one. Um, shouldn't win this month. I'm gonna be real. Vote Paradesi. I'm the one that suggested this book. Vote Paradesi instead.
I thought you were
Uh,
gonna. I was just like,
this
I
is just
can't tell
fun.
if Kai is gonna be campaigning for Popular or Piranesi, but I was like, it's gonna be one of the two, I think.
It's I'm gonna be so real, right? Um, I think there's one book you could put next to Piranesi, and I might vote it over Piranesi in all fantasy. Um, Piranesi is a very good book. Uh, I don't think there's not many books you could put next to Piranesi in my books. And I love Arfgon, and it's not popular. I'm gonna be real. And you've read Popular, so you know how big of a statement that is.
Yeah.
So I like this book. If you want to read it, I'm going to read it in my free time. Um, don't vote it in this. it's it's good. I don't think it's to the
Don't
same
try and tell people
level
what
that
to vote
Piranesi is.
for. Give it an introduction.
I am don't vote a witch's guide to magical equipping. But no, what this is, it's just basically X witch. I'm pretty sure that lost her powers, but is slowly gaining it back and running a magical land for some quirky characters like a semi-villainous talking fox or um a what's well, where's the other one? And then she meets Luke Larson, a handsome and icy magical historian who is like doing work on like unlocking secrets of magic and things. So basically, this is just like meeting quirky magical characters, a little bit of like working through magic and how magic works, some slice of life magic in running, and just fun, cozy fantasy vibes. It's cozy fantasy to the nth degree. Anything you can expect from cozy fantasy, this does. With a little bit of romance. There's one teeny note of romance, mostly between the main witch and what's his name? Luke Larson.
You see, because of who I am as a person, all the cozy fantasy I've read was queer, and so I don't know how visible a model was, and I was like, it's straight. I just feel like a lot of the cozy fantasy I've read is very like queer, and so I got I got surprised.
No, very valid. Cozy fantasy is very queer,
Yeah, I
often.
yeah, that's fine. I'll just keep reading Gideon the Ninth again and again. I'm not I'm not in for that book. I only finished it
That's
this
not
week
cozy
at the
fantasy.
start. It's not cozy
Not cozy.
fantasy.
Not cozy fantasy at all.
No,
It's very uncozy fantasy,
it's
in
very
fact.
uncozy. But I look
I will say, I almost recommended a different book, but
okay,
that one is too new. I almost
okay.
recommended Tusk Love.
I've heard of that, I think.
Yes, because it's the Critical Role like comedy one.
That's where I've heard of it from. I was like, I know the name, but I can't think of the author, and I normally remember the author attached to books, but that makes
Yeah, so
yeah.
it's Tusk Love from Critical Role. They actually made it into a full book.
Incredible.
That is like a cozy romance like book. Which
Big
I've
fan
been
of
really
that.
kind of wanting to read, but it
Okay.
came out like less than a month ago, so like
Mhm.
it would be hard to find is the one
Yeah.
problem I have.
Um,
But yeah, Tusk Love is always what I recommended. That said, vote Baronessy.
you can vote for whichever book has appealed to you the most.
As long as it's Baronessy.
You have autonomy. They're also going to have to split into 2 categories, so you can't vote Piranesi in both slots.
Right in
Okay.
answer. Vote Baronessy.
Oh my gosh. This is I don't know. The mods tell Kai off. I'm not very good at telling people off. Okay. Um so just started the poll for the first slot for 3
Okay, let me
minutes
do.
because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Have I counted wrong? Yes, I have. I've put the first 4 books in one category, and so we're going to have 3 minutes to vote. This is because of the limitations of Twitch polls, we have to vote in 2 parts. So we do 2 runoff votes, and then we pick the highest ones of each of those to do in a final. So you'll get to vote on the last 3. And the top 4 are Poppy Ward, The Bookstore, um, Sisters. My brain fell apart a little bit there.
Bookstore Sisters.
Recursion and Sabriel are the front 4, and then that separately we'll be looking at Piranesi, which is Guide to Magical Innkeeping, and A Deadly Education. And so it'll be the like one off of the winning ones for those 2. And Piranesi isn't an option here, so Kai can't be biased. What would you like me to count your vote for whilst you're
Nothing.
writing? Nothing?
No. If it's not Baronessy, it's not getting a vote. No, I'm joking. Um, in that first set, honestly, it's Poppy War. You are right that it is going to be between Poppy War and like Baronessy for me.
Mhm.
Those are the 2 I highly recommend.
Okay, okay. Um,
But
you
I would vote Poppy War.
You do have autonomy to vote for whoever you want. Because of Twitch being
Yes.
scuff, we can't create polls at the same time as voting. So I have to say my vote for the second one out loud. So we have to say
You.
I'll vote for the one we didn't create out loud because scuff.
Yeah.
You can't be in the menu and vote. It's very not well done, but it's Twitch, so we accept this. You can vote for whichever book you like. Um, Kai is a hologram. They can't actually threaten you. They'll just pass right through you. Don't be afraid. Are you going to start timing out and banning people if they don't vote per Nessie? Is this the...
No. People can vote for what they want. It's
Mhm.
okay.
You have...
I just have to do some Baronessy propaganda.
Yeah. I... Yeah. I will say, I am potentially going to reread Poppy War this month no matter what. And so I'll probably be yapping about it a little bit in the book club channel. And so if a book doesn't get picked, but the description has seemed interesting to you, you are very welcome to talk about it in the book club channel. Ideally, use spoiler tags and stuff, but yeah, yeah, big excite. I'm very excited for Catabasis, so I want to reread some of R.F. Kong's books, and it's Poppy War's the longest better. So.
Dude, I'm so jealous about Catabasis, by the way.
I'm going to a
Okay,
reading
I'm
so I
starting
get access to it
part 2.
first.
Yeah.
Okay. And for the first one, Poppy War one with Recursion coming in second, which makes sense. I do want to read Recursion at some point. Um,
Same. It does seem really interesting.
Uh, can you vote for this
Part
one
2 is
or
up, brother.
book 2
I
is up?
can.
It is between Deadly Education, Pernessi, and A Witch's Guide to Magic in Keeping.
Yeah. Like it couldn't fit because Twitch
Yeah,
is interesting.
Twitch
Whoever
does
voted
love
for
character
Deadly
limits.
Education, I will find you. I will find you. I'm joking. That's a joke. That is a joke. You can vote for whatever you want. I just had to make the joke. As much as I do think you should vote for Piranesi, you can vote for whatever you want.
Well,
I had to
Pernessi
make the
is
joke.
currently in the lead, so maybe we'll
It
all
better
escape
stay that
Kai's
way.
wrath.
It
Um,
better stay that way. And it better win the second poll.
I feel like we're gonna see Kai
I
crash
want
out
to
if.
talk about Piranesi. I want to talk about Piranesi. It's so good.
I mean, if it
Ooh,
doesn't win, we can
whoever
always.
voted for the cozy fantasy bloggers.
Kai's just like, I have a based campaign to for next month's Cozy Fantasy.
I need people to know read cozy fantasy. I can't be solely involved, fucking addicted to it. I can't be the only addicted person.
Worst case scenario, we could read Pernessi for the other secret project.
mm, mm, true. I get to talk more about Piranesi for that.
I'm trying to prevent Kai crashing out, I think. I'm just trying to mitigate. Oh, hi, Asma. Are you enjoying
Nah,
the chaos? How are you doing? Okay, and so
there's
going
no crashing.
into the final vote, it's going to be between the popular Pernessi
I'm
and
actually really
Witch's Guide
excited.
to Magic.
I'm actually kind of happy. I'm gonna be real. There's cozy fantasy fans.
Hmm.
I'm happy.
One of the books which I was considering um nominating was Oh, My Brain's Gone So Smooth.
That's true, Restor. It is. That is. Did you see what Resper said? Resper said, I just joined in. Chaos is always a constant where the blue guy and the mouse are together. That is true.
Yeah.
We are very
Okay.
ADHD bright when we are together.
Normally I like mainly channel the autism, but you know, you bring out the
I will say
the
that too.
optional extra. I get to multitask. Ooh.
What if a book? What if a tie happens? Oh wait, we flip a coin.
Yeah, we flip a coin. If Piranesi ties with something, I'll let you usurp and choose Piranesi.
Ooh. Okay, so I only need a tie. I don't need a majority. Okay.
I feel like the crash out is going to be too difficult to get to the spoiler review section if it's a tie.
There won't be a crash out. I'm fine. Oh, I'm fine.
hmm
I
But
just think people should read Piranesi, but I'm fine if we read Poppy or I like RF Kwong too.
yeah,
The only one here I can't defend is the Cozy Fantasy book. That's just because Ooga Booga, I like Cozy Fantasy and witches are cool.
what was the name of the book I was going to say?
What
Um,
were we talking about?
Dungeon Crawler Carl. I
Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Yeah,
That's not a Cozy
it's not
Fantasy
cozy
book though.
fantasy, but it's like
That's lit RPG.
it's lit RPG, which I was gonna suggest is because this is gonna sound silly, but
I'm
lit
also
RPG
addicted
and
to lit
cozy
RPG.
fantasy are kind of similar genres in my mind of when they took off. And I know
Yes.
they don't have much overlap, but I feel like Dungeon Crawler
Not at all.
Carl is like the example, and so I thought it might be a good one to.
Yeah. It's the Legends and Lattes of like lit RPG. Where
Mhm.
Legends and Lattes is like the cozy fantasy book in
Yeah.
most people's minds. But yeah, I've suggested Dungeon Crawler Core for book club. Um, I will say Dungeon Crawler Core is a spooky suggestion because it's got a book worth of um content warnings. That book has so many content warnings.
Yeah.
That series is spooky.
I was a bit surprised when I saw all the content warnings. I don't know why, but having just like a bloke's name in the
Because
title
that
made
book
me
is
think it was
real.
going to be approachable.
No, that book is spooky. I will be real. I've read the first book of Dungeon Crawler Core. That book gets real. That There's a lot. It makes Game of Thrones look like a young adult book. I'm gonna be real.
Holy moly. Okay. Maybe we didn't dungeon call with Carl. I don't know.
I do suggest to anybody that's interested in like
I haven't read it.
lit RPG, by the way.
I've
If you're interested in lit RPG, if you like RPG video games, stuff like that, it's a great book. Be warned, the content warnings are not a suggestion. That book is dark.
I do find lit RPG very interesting as a genre that could
Yeah,
only exist in this current time, which is a strange thing to
literally.
say, but I feel like it's almost unique as a genre at present.
Yes.
With
It's a
it,
very interesting genre to me because of how it established itself. Because it quite literally can only happen with like very specific points to now and in now. It can only exist because of RPG games that got established into stuff like manhwa with like stuff like solo leveling
mhm.
and then getting translated into like a literary genre. It's such an interesting path to becoming what it is.
Yeah, I read the first like 100 chapters of Solo Leveling, but at some point I just stopped reading, and
Yeah.
mm, eh.
Why? Why'd you stop?
I think there was like a pause, and then I
Yeah,
there was
I
there
know what
was
you're talking about. It.
there was a pause in the publishing, and it had gotten to a kind of point where I didn't feel like chapter to chapter things were developing or adding to as much as it had
Mm,
at the start. And although new things were happening, I didn't feel like there was much intent to some of the new things. Um,
yeah.
and so part of me was like, oh, after the hiatus, it'll come back with more direction. But then I just never
Mm-mm.
started again. Which I think is a somewhat common thing, because like getting through
Yeah.
100 chapters of something isn't like not a lot, especially with manga. But
Mm-mm.
um,
Yeah. The thing with solo leveling is I think so. So here's the thing. I currently seeing it with solo leveling Ragnarok, which is the follow-up series,
yeah,
which follows his son like quite a while later. Solo leveling doesn't. It's not a good week-to-week read. Also, Paranasi one.
yeah, I was
Fuck
gonna
yeah, baby.
say,
Uh,
bribery works.
threatening worked. But solo leveling is not a good week to week read or with
Mhm,
like a gap in it. It is really okay. I think saying it is not great writing is like mean to solo leveling because it never wants to be. For what it is very simple like power fantasy like that like lit RPG like growth factor like vibe, right?
mhm,
Um that doesn't function week to week. It functions if you read all 100 chapters in like 3 days.
mhm.
Uh, that's great. But as soon as you sit down and have to slow down and really think about the series,
Yeah.
it's
I
not that
caught up
well
with
written.
it and then I didn't. There was a few. I was reading a few published mangas that were being published at the time, and when I thought about the kind of narrative changes and the story of the other
Yeah,
books where I was like actively wanting to go back to them, I just didn't feel that pull as much with it. And so once I caught
yeah.
up with it after a few weeks, I stopped. Um, but I enjoyed reading it
I
to
will
catch
say,
up.
I will say to Rasmus's point on like how popular Solo Leveling got, I fully disagree. Um, I kind of knew it was gonna blow up as soon as they announced it was gonna be an anime, because it's perfectly what anime fans want. It's perfectly in that genre. It's hype moments, aura, like power fantasy. That's like perfectly what will get popular and will get massive. So I kind of get it. But like, if you're looking for anything like in depth, you're not gonna find it. If you are looking for something like that, go read ORV, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint.
I'm going to
That
go grab
series
a
is
drink. Can
actually
you yap
phenomenal.
for a second? I'm going to try my best to not look like I break my neck whilst I go off screen, but I will be right back. I just need caffeine. Oh, the wall.
No worries. Caffeine break time. It's not that. It's a very basic power fantasy, but I think people needed a new icon for anime, and they got it from a manhwa. So yes and no to a degree. So I will still say, right? So they kind of said it for like the new season of Solo Leveling for season 3 when they talked about it, and a bunch of the author and a lot of people talked about Solo Leveling. it will never replace like the icons of anime. It'll never be okay. So here's the bottom line that people need to realize with anime: nothing will ever overtake One Piece. One Piece will forever be the anime. It's even bigger than like arguably the second biggest, and it's bigger by a mile than Dragon Ball Z. One Piece will never be overtaken. Um, but so I do get where you're coming from. What happened with it is like the manhwa explosion kind of happened. So manhwa as like a thing blew up with specifically three manhwa: Solo Leveling, ORV, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, and The Beginning After the End. All three of those like got massive. Um, and Solo Leveling being the first of them to be adapted into an anime blew up the interest in that genre, and it made it bigger. And then because it is such a like power fantasy like thing, it got even more popular because a lot of people like that. So it was a very good thing for it. It was always going to blow up. I never had a doubt that it would blow up. I don't think anybody did. Did it get bigger than most people thought it would still? Yes. I don't think anybody thought it would win Anime of the Year, for example. Um, but yeah,
I'm back.
well, welcome
Uh,
back. So
what?
the thing with Demon Slayer and My Hero Academia, I have very big thoughts about both of those. My Hero Academia overstayed its welcome. I'm gonna be real. That series has been going on too long. And Demon Slayer, I think people realize it's just bad. That series is carried by its animation. The writing in that series is really bad.
I
Demon Slayer
haven't.
is
I've watched one season of Demon Slayer. I haven't read it, but I liked My Hero Academia when it started coming. Well, I got into My Hero Academia on season 2, and I read quite a
yeah,
bit of the manga. And then at some point, I was just like, oh, I feel like we've passed the point where the author intended to end the series. And then I
yeah.
kind of stopped reading, and it's still going. But I did love it for the first. How do I explain the arcs without spoilers?
I'll just say something to you, and I think you might agree. The overall arc should have been the last.
I would say it could go one arc further, one or
Yeah,
two arcs
maybe.
further,
But like,
just because I wanted, if I say the family arc resolved, which didn't happen for another
yeah,
2 arcs, I think, because that was the one
yeah,
I was most invested in. But yeah, I think that's fair enough for the
yeah. It's
central
like,
story. But I think you see my
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. The series. That's why what I also alluded to is like Hero Academia. It heavily overstated its welcome. I mean, it's still busy airing. It's still got 3 seasons minimum in front of it as an anime. Uh, the manga is done now, but like as an anime, it's still got 3 seasons ahead of it. Um, that is overstaying its welcome, and then a mile extra.
I will
That's the only
say
thing with my era.
with my
It
hero,
just
when
stayed too long.
I thought so this was at the point where I think we were on season
Hmm,
3 or 4 in terms of the anime,
hmm,
and Vigilantes had just started being published. When Vigilantes started being
yes.
published, I was really hopeful because I thought, oh, maybe I'm wrong. They are going to wrap up at the end of next season, season 5 being the last one, and then Vigilantes is going to be used to build out the world more, and they're maybe going to do a second series that is used to pick up some of the unresolved plot points, like with the family that I alluded to earlier, maybe using one of the
Yeah.
other schools, because I think that the current characters and their narratives need a break, in some sense.
Yeah.
But then I just kept going, and I was kind of like, Vigilantes could have been so good if it kind of did a like reverse Boruto and just swapped a different set of characters in the world, like a different generation to follow. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Rather than the kids being
Yeah.
the teachers. And so, I really enjoyed Vigilantes. And so I really
Good.
hoped for a while that that was going to become like the new main line and they were going to finish and pick it
Yeah.
up there. But when that didn't happen, I got a bit. That's kind of when I stopped engaging with it. I should finish it now that it's finished, but I'm not as excited to as I was for quite a few
My
years.
hero.
Yeah,
Mm,
I didn't finish it in the end because I'd stopped keeping up with
I
it
did.
before it had a set end date. Oh, that's not a happy response to reading the ending. Okay. Hmm.
I did finish it. I'm not gonna spoil anything. I'll just say I I agree with everything you said, and honestly, I think it overstayed. I think it overstayed its welcome a lot. Um,
It is one of the most heartbreaking.
Also the
Oh,
end of it is yikes. I'm gonna just be real. I'm gonna keep it a buck 50. Yikes.
oh dear. No, this is something that I think happens a lot, but it's kind of heartbreaking when media has a set endpoint, and then
Mm,
because of the financial constraints upon creative field, the creators feel like they have to keep this
keep
series
going.
going because otherwise they may not get the chance of financial stability that having a hit series or a hit show or a hit manga offers, and so they're forced
Yeah,
to, they feel like it's necessary for it to overstay its welcome, and they have to then try and adapt it, and then you don't get the story that was originally intended. It's one of the parts of the monetization of creative work that, outside of its effect on people like not being compensated fairly for their work, but I think it's one of the ones that directly affects media in the most
yeah,
negative way. Because I don't really enjoy what people refer to as like Netflix slop, but I
yeah,
understand why it exists, but I don't go into it thinking, oh, this could have once been a piece of like a complete piece of great media. But there are series that I think could have been great, and then they don't get a good ending because the author or the creator are understandably incentivized that they have to try and
yeah,
make this a project that will provide for them, and so
yeah.
they abandon the original structure and intended endpoint. And like I can't
I
fault
agree.
them for that. It's so
Mm,
difficult to be compensated fairly as a creative, and so
so I
like
kind of get it.
I yeah,
I,
like
I I
I'm
know
not
where you're
happy
coming
about
from, and
it, but
I
it's
so here's the thing. I get where you're coming from, right? But
mhm,
I think also some of it is like some of it is industry wide, right?
yeah.
Some of it is very industry wide. Um, you see stuff like what's the biggest example of it recently that I can point to for it? Um, Probably so there's a lot of bad examples you can get point to. So like stuff like Rent a Girlfriend is a horrendous example of it that you can point to, right? That series refuses to change or end ever.
Mhm.
Um
I have a
but
good
there's also
example if you want to go to YA
yeah, go for
fantasy,
it.
which is the Skullduggery Pleasant series. I
Yeah,
think the first 6 books are incredible. It would be in my like top 10 YA fantasy books, I think.
yeah,
Maybe in my top 20 YA fantasy books. The first 9, I think are good. Maybe not top 20, but they're still good. I'd still solidly recommend them. The fact that the books go up to like 14 now, don't read the last 5. um, yeah, the fact that the book was written into endings twice and then kept getting published.
yeah.
And it's sad because it was the book which I would reread every year growing up when the new book would be coming out. Um,
Mm.
so yeah,
But yeah, I get the idea, like I get a lot of it around it, and it is hard. So like for example, something like Full Metal Alchemist is a miracle that that series ended. The manga for that series specifically. It's a miracle that series ended. Um, because of how big it was. Um, Insanely big series.
yeah.
Um, but, so I get it, but like, I also kind of get the opposite, and like, for every one that's like extended beyond where it needs to go, you also have one that just kind of has to be long, and I know Yuto will fight me on this. One Piece has horrible pacing and a horrible like progression on how fast it gets to where it needs to go. But I cannot see that story being any shorter, and that story is phenomenal,
Oh
basically
yeah,
all the way
you
through.
still have long series, but I think you can, as a
Yeah,
reader, often discern when an arc gets extended past its original intent and just a long arc.
Yeah.
And I will say there
Which
are cases where you can expand a series after it's finished while still adding to the
yeah,
story and doing so in a way that enriches it.
I mean
I
that's
would
all of
say
JoJo.
I was going to point to the Hunger Games as an example with
Yeah.
big fan of them. But
Yeah.
I haven't read Songbirds and Snakes yet. No, wrong one. I haven't read Haymitch's book yet, and I'm gonna cry about it.
What's the name for Hamish's book? I forgot.
It's not Songbirds and Snakes. I got the wrong one. It
No,
is
I don't remember. I don't remember. I just remember I'm avoiding it so that we can read it because
yeah.
I want to read it around the same time you read it.
Oh, we're just gonna call each other crying, I think. Sunrise on the Reaping, I think.
Sunrise on the
That's
Reaping.
not. That's the prequel. It is. Uh,
I think it is Sunrise on the Reaping.
yes, it is Sunrise on the Reaping. Don't mind me. I got the
Yeah.
ballad and Sunrise confused in my brain. Anyway, Island of the Week, that is One Piece at some point. I've never read or watched any of One Piece, and at this point I'm too afraid to start.
What? You know, okay, so I'm
do you wanna hear
chill,
another
right?
sentence that upsets you? I've
I am.
never read or
So
watched
here's
any of
okay.
Naruto or Boruto, and at this point I'm also too
Okay, but
afraid
that's
to
fine.
start.
That's fine. That's fine. So here's the thing, right? I'm chill. I'm chill. I was chill with Paradesi. I was making jokes. I'm chill. Leo would lose his mind if he realizes you've not read One Piece, that you've not tried One Piece yet.
I got into Dragon Ball, and I was like, oh, I don't know if I can commit to reading another like giant
Like,
series. I don't know. I like when I got into anime and manga, I did like a few of the classic shonens, and then I jumped into some of the darker ones. Like I did the thing where I first read Dragon Ball Z, and then I read some of the different manga, and then I read Berserk, and then after a while I was just like, nothing's gonna be better than that. And then I didn't really read any long series for a while, and I haven't read any of the like.
it's pretty good.
Berserk is very good. I
Berserk is
Berserk is
like
probably
good.
in my top five
Did you read
mangas.
JoJo?
I have watched the first 4 seasons of JoJo.
Wait, you've watched the first 4?
Yeah. When I
Better
watched
than
them, the
most
other
people.
ones weren't out. Remember, I'm old.
No, this is okay. Let me be clear. This is not like a
I
judgment of you.
look. I wanted to
Most
watch
people
Jolene
don't
season
watch
2.
one.
Yeah,
Most people don't watch one because I'm a be real, as somebody that likes JoJo, one is bad.
it was. Was it? Wait, was the
Part
season
one
2
is
or 3 that
bad.
was difficult for me with the triangle head guy who annoyed me so much?
Oh,
You know who I
yeah, that
mean.
one's also
He
bad.
gets his
Yeah,
own
that one is also
arc.
bad. That one is also bad.
What's his
But that's why
name?
I'm impressed that you've actually watched them because, like,
One of my friends
I
got
will
me
be
to sit
real.
down and watch it with them.
Part one is rough. And I like part one. I like JoJo, but part one is rough. So I'm actually impressed that you got through one. Most people I hear, or most people I suggest watching like JoJo, is like just skip 1 and 3. Skip 1, 3. You can watch 2 if you want. Start with 4, maybe 5, 6. Because they're mostly self-contained. So like, start with all the latest ones because 1 is
Who was it who
rough.
I found annoying? They get their own too. They get their own arc.
Yeah. Um, I can't remember in which series though. I've not watched JoJo in ages. I've not even watched Steel Ball Run.
Berserk 2016 is the myth. It's not real. I refuse to acknowledge it exists. It got cancelled. No.
No, it's real.
The 90. Yeah.
Wait, CG animation is not that bad, bro.
I haven't watched it. I just heard a lot of people not enjoy how it was adapted, and I was too
No, it's
emotionally
not
attached to
that at
the
all.
manga at the time, and I was just like, I don't want to watch a series that I am so emotionally attached to be done poorly, so I never looked at it.
It's not done well. It's not done well at all.
No. I I watched 10 episodes of One Piece, didn't vibe with it and quit. And someone actually told me to watch to episode 200 because that's when it gets good. Do you want to know a different insane thing? When I was doing my GCSEs, I was overtaken by some madness, and in a desperate effort to procrastinate and the fact that I did maybe 10 hours studying for them tops, I watched the entirety of the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! But like the first entire arc of
Oh,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yu-Gi-Oh slaps.
So, yeah, okay. It only slaps so much once you get into the like 300th episode.
Yeah, but that's chill.
I probably should have been revising. I did pretty well, all things considered, but I definitely should
So
have been revising.
you said that like 300 episodes as if I am not a fan of One Piece.
Yeah.
But no, you. So technically, like I said, rest. So sounds. You said like watch till episode 200 and then it gets good. Technically, no. Okay, so how it works is like it's weird because there's an arc in the mid 200s that's not good. Uh, so like the like Jaya arc from 218 to like 230 is not that good. You should skip it. You can watch Skypiea. One Piece actually technically gets like fantastic at NS Lobby, which is 375. NS Lobby Water 7 is when it gets like really good. And then if you want like peak One Piece, you have to go to episode 500. 525 at Impel Down is like, oh,
I'm gonna just
like
recommend the whole
Amazon
of
Lily. I'm
Berserk.
well done.
I'm just gonna recommend reading the whole of Berserk. If we're recommending
No, that's pretty good.
eons of
Yeah, that's pretty good.
uh,
No, I won't argue with you. I love Berserk.
I think it
I
has
think Berserk is
some
great.
of the best. I think within manga specifically, it has some of the best discussion and handling of how trauma shapes people. Um, as just like a yeah, it's very good. It's very good. It's very good.
Yeah. No, Berserk is great.
Yeah.
Another underrated one that if people want to read is read Vagabond.
Oh yeah.
And that's one you have to read. That doesn't have an anime adaptation, which is still crazy to me. Mostly because I didn't, it's not done. But yeah, Vagabond is fantastic.
This is my time to say read Land of the Lustrous. They go
I was
suffering.
waiting for when I was waiting when Sukino Kuni is coming.
Yeah, Soseki no Kuni is. I think
I was
it's
waiting for
definitely
it.
in my top 5. It's probably my favorite. You know
It's
when
really
a
good.
lot of your favorite shows are quite popular, are also quite well acclaimed, and there's one which is recognized but not as acknowledged as others, and so you feel the need to be
Yeah,
more excited about it just because you don't think people will find out about it otherwise. Do
yeah,
you like
I do.
abstraction of the sense of self? It I I watched the first season of the anime. I am sad that there isn't a season 2 still to this day.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
so
I went
sad.
home and I read the manga, and then I waited for each hiatus and picked it up again, and every time it paused I was so scared it wouldn't get continued because it was like decently popular, but it didn't get a season
Yeah,
2 kind of thing. And so every time I went on hiatus, I was just like, I really hope this gets finished. Um, and season 1, I think, is good, but a lot of the concept
mm,
exploration starts happening in around the third arc. And that's not to say that season 1 isn't good. You need to have the prior seasons to have the full impact of
yeah,
the later ones. But you start to more directly address the like key concepts and themes within the show in around the third, fourth arc. Um, I,
yeah.
that series brought me to tears so many times. I love it so much. Um,
It's really good.
it's one of those
I
pieces
read
of
that series
media.
because of you.
Yeah, it's a piece of media which I wish got more attention, and I feel less desperate to promote it to people now that it's finished and now that we did get a conclusion. But I don't know if they've actually confirmed English publishing for the last volume. I don't think there is an official translation for it
don't know.
anywhere. I had to read fan translations, which are the
Yeah, I
backbone of
also read the
manga.
Fed.
But
Yeah, and manhwa,
and manhwa, yeah.
especially manhwa.
Oh,
But no, I do get what you mean and what you say when you're like, do you have like a series that's not as well known that you're like in love with,
mhm.
and you're like, people should go read
Especially
that?
if it's
Yes,
not
there's a
finished.
lot of.
Because once like semi-popular, like it got an adaptation but it didn't get a second season manga, goes on hiatus, you don't know if you're getting that
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. But there's a bunch of like manga like
Can you
that
tell
that
I was
I have
stressed about this for like 2 years?
yeah, but it's fair. It's like there's so many like niche ones, like 20th. So there's a bunch of niche ones that I think should break out and that people should read. Stuff like 20th Century Boys, which if you've not read it, go read it. It's fantastic. Um, and then there's a bunch that I know just wouldn't will never get finished or that I know will never like blow up, sadly,
Yeah. Do you want to
which
know
kills me inside.
a show which really confused, something that absolutely bamboozled me? Um, so I
Nothing
don't.
Light is great.
Okay, so one of my favorite manga for an anime for quite a while was Kaiju, which was known for a long time as
Ooh,
the gambling anime. Um,
yeah,
and then I remember being so confused when everyone was talking about a gambling anime, and they were just being feral about it, and I was like, oh, Kakaguri came out, and I was so
yep,
confused. And then part of me was just there, I was just being like, I understand why the show is very popular, and I think it does some things well. And the animation wasn't as good in season 2, and I'm still sad about that. But like the intros go hard. That's good. That's fair. But I was just there, just being like, my show with like 90s art style that I
yeah,
understand makes it less likely to blow up than my show. Admittedly,
yeah,
probably more dark than Kakaguri. Not that Kakaguri is gentle with some of its themes, but with how it's handled, it's kind of
yeah.
not as bad as Kaiju. But I was like, but there is already a wonderful gambling show. Please, just look
Yeah.
past the noses. I know they point out a bit. Just look past them.
You know what's a series like that that I am like so sad about? It's I don't know if you've read it. It's a manga. It's a manga only. It's called
Okay,
Mars.
I don't think so.
It's like old. It's like 1996. So like I think it ended in 2000. And it's just the art style. It's like quintessential 90s like manga art style.
Hmm.
And it's so hard for people to get into that art style because you've got like manhwa and like new age manga now. So people just don't read it, and it's so good. It's actually so good, and I just know it will never actually get anywhere that big.
Yeah,
Sadly,
yeah. I I think I'm conflicted because when we were talking about media that had an adaptation or a like second season that wasn't meant to be there, and we
yeah,
didn't feel. I'm gonna say a show that I also love.
yeah,
Psychopaths, when what was intended to originally be an OVA got
okay, yeah,
adapted to a second season, and it would have been like a great
yeah,
2 arc OVA, but then it became a whole season, and
yeah.
I love
No, that
season
is true.
1. Very heavy content warnings on that show, if you're wondering about clicking into it casually. Some of the others have heavy
Yeah,
content warnings, but they don't start with them. Psychopaths kind of starts difficultly. Um, but, but yeah.
Devilman is yeah, Devilman
Yeah.
Restmore. Devilman will never get an adaptation because Devilman progressed to past where its adaptation would be. So any adaptation of OG Devilman just will never work because we got Devilman Crybaby. So
Yeah.
like you'll never get Devilman, sadly.
The Devilman
Um,
Crybaby adaptation is good, though. Unless
Devilman Crybaby is pretty good.
my brain's going, yeah. It's,
No, it is pretty good. It is
it,
actually pretty good.
I
I
will
enjoyed it.
say, I started watching it and I was like, I'm too overwhelmed at the moment. Visually, it is one of the most like. Is
It's
abrasive
out
the
there.
right word? It's very overwhelming to watch,
Yeah.
especially if you're someone who gets like photosensitive or gets overwhelmed by sensory
Yeah.
experiences sometimes. So I was just like, I know I like this, but I'm gonna have to pause and come back when I'm less stressed. And then I did enjoy it, but yeah.
It's kind of by design, but it kind of
Oh
does
yeah.
like hurt.
Especially is it like episode 2 or end of episode 1, just at the very start
Yeah. I
when
think I know what you're talking about.
yeah, when you see everything for the first time in the
Yeah.
rave. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um
that it does do it.
in It Is Everything Possible All at Once.
Yeah.
um yeah. But
You know, it's a series kind of like that has that same vibe, but I
no.
think it's fantastic. It's Mob Psycho.
Mob, just like Mob. Yes, sorry.
Mob
Um
Psycho goes kind of crazy with its animation.
mhm. Mob is very good. I'm
I
not up
love
to
Mob
date on
Psycho.
Mob, but I enjoyed the part that I did read.
I
Um
love Mob Psycho.
my
It's
brain is
so good.
smooth. Oh, my last example of series that went on past when they should have ended and
Well, there's a
caused me
very big one.
distress. Liar Game.
Yeah, Liar Game Show. Yeah.
The first 2 Liar Game arcs were so good, and then the Chair Island.
Yeah.
I've read it twice, and both times I didn't make it past the Chair Island.
There's a few that should have ended like way earlier. The big one is Death Note. That's the big boy.
Uh, but I will. I am very emotionally attached to Death Note, and so I will not say a bad thing about it. But you're right.
I mean, yeah, I love Death Note. The second half of Death Note should never have happened. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, I.
the so here's the thing with like Death Note. The first part of Death Note, yes, like everything before L. Uh, spoiler alert. Oh, everything before that is like some of the best manga anime that we've ever gotten.
I accidentally.
Everything after is kind of bad.
Wait, do we want to hear? I accidentally, entirely accidentally spoiled Death Note for someone in 2022.
No,
We were
I've
we were
spoiled so many
talking
series in 22.
about Of Mice and Men. We were complaining about English
Oh,
GCSE, and we were talking about how everyone writes Lenny dies at the start of the book, and I was just like, yeah, it's just like how everyone like says L
oh
dies at the
yeah,
start of Death Note, and my friend just turned to me
oh
with
yeah.
the most heart-wrenching expression.
Because of
They were on
that,
like episode
Mice
16.
and Men is
They
like
had 4 to go.
old.
Because of that, I'm not making it into whatever positive afterlife there is. I'm
Yeah,
doomed.
that's messed up.
I,
That's messed
I
up,
didn't
bro.
know. They were a weeb. They were a nerd. They have a One Piece tattoo. I could. How did they? Yeah.
Okay, but like, there's so much manga. There's so much manga. Having a One Piece tattoo doesn't mean anything at this point, bro.
Yeah, but
There's so
they
much
were
manga and
a
anime.
manga nerd in 2014.
Yeah, but there's still so much manga and anime.
Yeah.
I love how Death Notes feel that was made by two different people. It really does feel like it. Have you read I don't know if either of you have read the follow up that the author did. It's not Death Note, but the follow up series that they did.
Oh, is this Elle Saves the World and
No, 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 there's a full new series that he's done.
oh no, I've read the 2 Elle spin-offs with Elle Saves the World and don't know how to describe the other one without spoilers because I forgot the name. Yeah, I forgot the
So,
name.
the author um made a series called Platinum End,
Okay. I read his other series, the
which
Bakuman.
it's weird.
I read the first few
That one
volumes
is
of
also
that.
funny.
I did enjoy
That one is
reading
also
it.
interesting.
But after a while, I was just like, oh, the writing of women is more egregious in this series than in Death Note, and that's slightly because I'm not in love with
Yep.
Misa Amane here to project in complex
Yeah,
emotions and
there's no
thoughts.
Misa.
Um,
There's no Misa.
but
But now Platinum End is interesting. It's oh, it makes you okay. I'm gonna be real. It makes you think at how this author ever wrote Death Note. I'm gonna be real.
that's not a positive. Okay.
Mm, not really. It's impressive that he got Death Note out of himself. To be fair, that happens a lot. There's so many authors where you're like, how did you get this really, really good series? And then you go write something. The author for Naruto is the exact same, where the manga for Naruto is actually pretty good, and then he goes and writes something else, and you're like, you wrote Naruto? You wrote like one of the best series of all time? Like one of the best shonen ever? And then you write this? Huh?
Oh wait, I've just realised we have another set of voting to do.
Oh, we do have the non-fiction. Non-fiction books!
Non-fiction books. As a quick note,
That was even the one that's gonna be closer.
we are swapping up the categories a little bit this time, and so this is now non-fiction and lit fiction. There is also like lit fiction outside of classical, so it's not just classical literature fiction, but it's like fiction set in the world that is real. I'm good at explaining things. Do people know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm doing my grumpy eyebrows, say that I explain things well. It didn't feel
Good.
reasonable to have something like my brain has gone super. Is a tomorrow, yesterday and yes. It felt like there was a separation between fantasy and sci-fi fiction and fiction set in the world. Do you know the book I mean?
Yes, I wanted to get
Tomorrow
you
and
to say
tomorrow and
it.
tomorrow. I couldn't remember if it was tomorrow or yesterday. I've read it.
I didn't want to interrupt you to see if you do the whole thing, but Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow by Gabrielle Zevin.
Yeah, that's the
Gabrielle
one.
Zevin.
It felt strange to have that in a kind of fantasy category when
Yeah.
to us a lot of that is talking about world building and the kind of escapism of it. I can't speak anymore, but we just moved past it. I have a fever, okay? Um, you're so lucky I'm
But
doing
yeah.
this stream. um, I'm so willing to embarrass myself on the internet. Aye. But yeah, so we do
But yeah,
have.
talking about something like The Great Gatsby, or like Yellowface,
Mhm.
upcoming RF Kwong is like, or not upcoming to RF Kwong, sorry.
Past Star of Kong, but
Probably
her
upcoming like
her only book that I
upcoming
haven't
recommendation.
read outside of Catabasis, I've read all of her other works. I've still not read Yellowface, which is her most popular one, which I know is kind of
Yeah.
strange of me. It's gonna be really weird when I'm at the talk and everyone's asking her questions about Yellowface, and I'm like, well, smile and wave, boys, smile and wave.
But yeah, it feels weird to put stuff like that with like fantasy
Mhm.
because it's like, yeah. So it's here. From what I know, it's not yet. There's not a lot of recommendations of it yet,
I
but
think Hotel
I'm gonna be
World
real.
is Litvic.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be real though. I'm probably gonna nominate one or two next month. So yeah.
But yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. I realized that a lot of websites have fiction and then 200 subcategories of non-fiction, whereas we have 200 subcategories of fantasy and sci-fi and then non-fiction, and so it might be a slightly imbalanced way of splitting it. But I also just kind of wanted space to suggest reading the classics to some extent. Like I was going back and looking at. I talked about a bit about this on stream a few last week, I think, where there was a library that would it they were donated the reading records of one of the members of the communities after he passed away in his 80s, and it had records of the 3 or 4 thousand books, I can't remember, he'd read over the course of his life, and it's now an archive that people can pick to read from, and it's just got the dates of when he read them, and you can look through and read them in order. And it made me sit back and think about what books I've read and would be great, and I realized that I really like book club, not just because it gives me kind of a motivation to read if I'm in a reading slump, but it also gives me a space to talk about books, which I love doing, and I hope people tolerate, and I'm grateful for people listening. But there were books that didn't feel like they fit into either of the two key categories, um, despite them meaning to be all inclusive. The I wanted to get the chance to talk about, or the I still wanted to read, and so it is a slightly selfish change, but I do think it also serves the function of the category as well. Um, yeah.
I agree. One time spoke about Isaac Asimov and no one knew what I was talking about. That's painful. That hurts my soul.
Aw, I feel like I I haven't read a ton of Isaac Asimov. I've read 2 books, I think, but
Hmm. No, that's probably. I'm gonna be real. That's probably enough Isaac Asimov.
I I read one of the Foundation series, I think, which is the big one, and then
Yeah.
is it I Robot the other one? It might be 2 actually.
From Isaac.
My brain's smooth, I think so. No, my brain's being silly. Is it?
His robotics are very relevant. Yeah, that is true. So he does iRobot. So Foundation and iRobot. Yeah. I don't know which you've read in it, but yeah, Foundation is the big one.
Mm-hmm.
Foundation series is the big boy. So there is so iRobots is technically like a prequel to like his robot series.
Yeah.
Technically, to a degree. So yeah, if you're saying iRobot, yeah, that's the first book in like okay, I say first book in the series. It's like there's 6 prequels to the first book in the robot series that
Yeah,
he's done.
I read
So like at
the
that point
first
it doesn't
2
count as a prequel.
books of Foundation as like written, and then I read iRobot as one of the prequels without finishing it. Just because they were the books
Okay.
I had on hand. It was another case of me being given a box of books, so I just read all the ones. um,
Yeah.
but but yeah,
But yeah, there's technically 7 Foundation books.
I'm gonna be honest. If you do something past releasing books in a linear order, you better publish a flowchart somewhere.
Yeah, it is kind of messed up.
This is the one reason why I don't like walk up to people and shout that they should read Discworld, just because I feel like you need to read it with a
Yeah.
flowchart. But when you get 6 prequels, it's a bit confusing. But
Yeah, because technically there's there's iRobot, the rest of the robots, something else robot, and then 2 more, and then you get the first like I don't even know if the first book in the robot series, I don't even remember if it got translated. And then you get like book 2, which is The Naked Sun, which is like the first English of the 4 actual books in the series, but there's like 6 prequel books of them.
mhm,
And from what I remember, the prequel books aren't even short. They're like actual books. So like
yeah,
I don't know I don't know, but bro just yeah, it's weird.
confusing. But oh, talking about books. So I'm gonna
Hmm,
start off with the first one. I told Kaya for
yes.
being a bit biased, and so I'm gonna limit
Yes.
my excitement about this book to this one. This is a book which I've been waiting for it to come out. It came out halfway through last month, but it was a week after last month's book club, so I couldn't nominate it. It is Algaspeak by Adam Alskik. You may know them as the Etymology Nerd on YouTube and TikTok.
Yep.
They are a previously short, now long form creator. and they study linguistics, and their specific focus is the effect of social media and digital communication on the evolution of linguistics. And AlgoSpeak is about that.
We talked about this.
We talked about this. This is one of the three releases for this year that I'm excited for are well, two of them are out now, and the other one I'm getting early. Sorry, I'm just excited about things. Is Everything is Tuberculosis, AlgoSpeak, and Catabasis were the three books from this year, which I was very excited about. And so this one I want to read at some point. But I thought it might be a good one to read for book club in that it is a focused non-fiction text that is set to be informative about a topic whilst being quite topical to all of us, and assuming we are quite online people if you have ended up in the Twitch chat of a silly VTuber mouse on the internet.
No, I'm actually not online.
Mhm, mhm.
That's Val, the stinky vampire.
If you want to be able to understand Val when she starts saying skibbity things, then maybe this will help. I'm not entirely sure. But
I'm sorry, I never thought I'd hear you say skibbity.
Did I use it right? I don't know.
That got me so off guard.
I'm very confused because there is a Eurobeats EDM song that is stuck in my head from the early 2000s where they just say nonsense words in Eurobeats sometimes. In the chorus they just go skibbity skibbidanger. And so it's in my head. This is the skibbity origin to me. Okay, I'm not saying the word
That got
anymore.
me so off of guard. Hearing Daniel say skibbity was not on my bingo.
Um, But yeah, this is a book which has its own surveys and data gathering, and so it's done within quite an academic context because it was written whilst the author is finishing their formal education in linguistics, and so it's not a kind of pop science approach which has rigorous formal method applied to it, but it covers a lot of interesting areas. So, for one example that I think has been used for the social media promotion a lot, is that it discusses the flow and inheritance of slang. And so, that would be, for example, how slang is now used as a kind of codifier or signal that people are in and part of a community. And so, it's very common for large and cultish online groups to develop their own slang and for it to be used broadly as people trying to signify they are within the social class of knowing about the media they care about, with two of the biggest examples being K-pop fans and incel truecel communities, and how slang develops outwards from those niche self actualizing and validating social hierarchies, and how it's single directional because people aren't trying to brag that they don't know about it in the other direction in such a designated way that the language doesn't form. So there's a lot of interesting topics about it, which I think are topical to us in how we interact with media and how we consume language, but it also talks a bit about kind of algorithm driven censorship and the adaptation of language and how censorship loses to the evolution of language, which I think is quite an interesting topic. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting things. If you don't pick up this book, I would solidly recommend looking at the YouTube or TikTok. I don't have TikTok. Well, I have the website to post on. But I use TikTok on browser. My attention span is fried. I don't want to start scrolling. But if you don't decide to read the book, I would fully recommend to look at some of the content short form or long term. It is very good and interesting. It is one of 4 short form creators I will see the video of without going, no, my brain will be rotted and clicking out.
Hankry.
The issue, I do like Hank Green's TikToks, but I watch them in big compilation videos.
Same.
I watch TikToks in the same way that people watch Vine compilations after Vine died. And I think that is the healthy way for me to consume short form content, and it's the only way that I can without becoming the little silly pile of
No,
fluff that doesn't do anything.
I do the same with Hank Green content, mostly because if I just watch one short, I get too interested in the topic and then I go on a binge of just Googling the topic and then I don't do anything
I love when
for like a
Hank
few
Green
hours.
has a short and then you can click through and he does a video on Hank's channel just rambling about the moons of Mars or something. That's gotta be my jam.
Yeah,
Big Green
yeah,
Brother enthusiasm. But yes, I'm very excited for this book. I actually already have a copy of it. One potential downside is that, as I mentioned, it came out last month, so it may be a little bit harder to get a hold of. But it's been
yeah.
pretty widely published, so it should be accessible
It's
everywhere.
pretty big.
Yeah, it's a pretty large content creator, but I think it's a cool and interesting book, and I've been looking forward to it. I can't
Yeah,
say
we talked
words,
about it.
okay? But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna try my best not to be too biased about this one. But yeah, I'm
Okay.
I won't pull a Piranesi on this one. And so now I'm gonna hand over to Kai.
Hey, I have Prudence is good. I have to justify it. Prudence is great, bro. Okay. Um. So this is my first recommendation for this month, and I'm up. I guess. Hmm, what's the best way to approach this? Okay. So, firstly, this does require a caveat because we are talking about something spooky, aka religion. So, firstly, yes, it is a religion. There's also philosophy attached to Buddhism. It's two separate things, and this is talking more about the philosophy and the spirituality side of it. So, we don't have to talk about religion because religions are spooky. I know, like organized religion. Uh, ooh. Okay, so but I got really curious about Buddhist philosophies and like old philosophies and stuff like that because of a manhwa I read. I will be real. Um,
If it
so
helps,
there's a
I first
manhwa.
started reading Murakami because I was confused about Penguin Drum. So
Okay, so I don't even feel bad that anymore. I read a manhwa, right? I read a manhwa called Transcendence Academy, in which a bunch of like they learn things from like the old like history stories like Wukong and stuff, okay? And one of them was from Buddha. And there's a lot of really interesting things in Buddhist philosophy, right? And a lot of really interesting talks about it. And that got me curious about Buddhism. So I read more about this, and I was like, interesting topic actually. And there's a lot of really interesting teachings that would be fun to talk about. So I went and looked at like what is the best intro to Buddhism books that are out there, and there's like three, and this is the highest rated one of them. That's why I suggested it. It's apparently really good as an intro to the philosophy and spirituality behind Buddhism, because like a lot of it is the spirituality. It is a religion in as much as like you can kind of think it's a religion, but it's not an organized religion. It doesn't talk about the organized religion, and it doesn't talk about organized religions. This is more just about like the teachings of it, and like a lot of the what's the word? So you remember how we talked about like the book you had a problem with? Um
yes,
and
yeah,
we talked specifically about with that it isn't hmm, it's a direct view of the ideas. It isn't like a look back at it and what we can learn from it. It is
hmm
more just like here's the direct words of the man whose name I'm not gonna say because it's gonna make you mad again. Um,
I'm not that angry at
spooky,
him
spooky.
anymore. I look, I
Ah,
I, I got in beef with a
oh,
Nazi
you.
aligned philosopher, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm
but
content with getting in beef with people with those opinions. I don't like
same.
arguments, and I won't direct myself to parts of the internet that encourage people to argue with me. But like,
Yeah,
I'm content with expressing dissatisfaction at that man.
yeah. So we talked about like that we would love to have like a revised version of it and insights into it and like talking about it with like new added things. That is exactly what this is for Buddha's teachings and a lot of the meditations and the like philosophy and stuff of that time, right? That is exactly what this is. Um, and it's highly rated, like highly rated. Um, Content warnings, I couldn't find any at all, really. Um, it's a lot more about like internal stuff and like so like stuff like the Four Noble Truths and what that means for you and like stuff like that. It's just it's interesting. It's something that like even if you don't believe it, if it has no value for you, it's something that I think if you do look at it and think about it and like experience it yourself, you can find things even if it is in the negative of stuff that's said here. It helps you grow more. Well, that's the only thing that I wanted out of it is like, I think it's a fun topic. There's a bunch of fun stuff to talk about in it, even if it is in the positive and having something that's really cool, or in the negative and saying like, no, I don't think this applies to me. That helps you get closer to what does work for you and what does apply for you, and where you can find some philosophy and meditation
Yeah,
and stuff in your own life.
yeah. As someone who doesn't have faith, who isn't religious but has read a lot about religion, I do find reading stuff like this interesting, and
Hmm.
yeah, looks like an interesting book. I don't know too much about it specifically, but from what I did look up, very well reviewed. So that is, yeah.
Yeah, so this is one of the three big books for like intro to Buddhism. It's like one of the big three. Um, the other two is I have them written down here. There's like three big boys. Uh, in like what most people say, look at one of these three. It's this one, which is like almost everybody that you ask will point you here. There's What Buddha Taught, which is a little bit older than this. But that's also a very big, very common, like, go look at this one. And then there is, where's the other one? That was the next on my to be read list, but there is one more that's like I can find somewhere or I can post it somewhere if anybody else is interested in it. But yeah, this is the big one. This is the one that's everybody is like if you have any interest or just want like any like cursory view at any of the stuff, it's this.
Mhm. Yeah, I think that sounds
Hmm.
interesting. Um, I'm gonna skip over or just jump over to the next book, which is
Yeah.
a short story by George Louis Borges. It's called The Immortal. It's a older piece of writing, I think. I don't actually have a publication date for this one. Maybe I'm telling a fib. Um,
Hmm. The
uh,
Immortal.
but it is a short story and it is an exploration of immortality as indicated by the name and how um, kind of an evaluation on immortality as a positive negative experience leaning towards negative as a quick mention for content warnings. um, it does deal with a lot of like nihilism and dread, which I don't really know how to articulate in the content warnings, but is an underlying theme um, of it.
Yeah.
There's also discussion of like depersonalization and loss of individuality. Similarly with dissociation and loss of sense of time, and general loss of identity, which I don't really know how to describe concisely. But yeah, it's a story which approaches the kind of philosophical implications of immortality as its key structure. It, I believe the kind of context of it is that it's following a Roman soldier who is immortal, and it's recounting his life through a secondary manuscript, I believe. I haven't read it myself, so I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, I think it sounds quite interesting. It is a short story. If you want a lighter, well, light might be the wrong word. If you don't want a priory size book this month, it's always worth mentioning the short stories, because I know that does make things more accessible to some people. It was too heavy. That's okay. I don't know. It does
No.
look very interesting, and I think, considering, I mean, I've recommended some heavy books in the past for book club, um, and you kind of have
Yeah.
the nature that, because we do talk about content warnings and stuff, if a book is too heavy for what people want to read, they'll just move for something else, and so it kind of
Yeah.
self-settles naturally. So if there's a book which, for example, one that I'm interested in reading, which is Library of Montchar, which I've suggested in the
Yeah.
past, but understandably, because it does have a lot of heavy content in it, wasn't a super popular one. You kind of get the balance out of, if people are interested in reading it, then it'll fit well. The reason why I didn't have a big description for it was actually because I couldn't find a solid storygraph description of it that wasn't including spoilers, and I was like, I realize this is a philosophical explanation, but I don't want to be shown the end point because I feel like that detracts from the literature taking you there, and so I just didn't have a great summary for it. So that's on me. That wasn't like a hesitation thing.
No, no.
But yeah,
I
don't worry about stuff like that.
I've
Yeah.
Yeah, I recommended All Systems Red by Martha Wells, the Murderbot Diaries, which has a lot of trigger warnings and content warnings and stuff, so don't worry about that. I also love Lovecraft.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I don't want that clip out there. I love Lovecraftian horror.
Yeah.
Lovecraft as a human being is a yikes human being, and I denounce everything he ever stood for.
We throw him in the bin
Trash person.
and we steal his
I
books.
love Lovecraftian horror. I love Lovecraftian horror.
Throw him in the bin and steal his books.
Yeah, that. Um, but yeah, so don't worry about the heavy part. Honestly, I'm really curious about this.
Mhm.
I love stuff like this.
I kind of want to. One thing
It's
which I noticed is it's really easy to get hold of if you just want to pick it up. Is it's available
yes,
on Internet Archive, I believe. Which, big fan
yes,
of accessible media. Big fan of
because it
Internet
is pretty
Archive.
old.
Yeah.
It is
Um,
pretty old, which is cool.
and so if if it sounds interesting, then yeah, I think it's one that's pretty accessible to pick up, even if
Yeah,
it isn't picked
I'm
this
probably gonna
month.
read it.
hmm I think it's only around
I'm
like
probably gonna read
30
it.
or
I
40
love stuff like
pages, and so
yeah.
I might, if I read anything too cheerful by accident, I might read it because I know I've got to pick up Harrow the Ninth, and so I need to be emo to go into that
You
one.
need to get into the mood. You need to
I
get
need
into
to
the
get
mood for
into
that one.
the concept of death as a
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the
Um.
reality. You need
mhm.
to get there. But no, I really do like. I'm really curious about it. It is that concept of like Dorian Gray and like
Mm.
immortality
I
as like
I
almost
almost
a
want to.
curse instead of a gift.
Wait, now we have Litvic. I can make people read the picture of Dorian Get Grey.
Yeah,
Oh, the amount of media
yeah,
that the picture of Dorian Gray gets referenced in, and the amount of people who like talk about whether or not it's represented well, and I'm like, oh, okay. It's been a while since I've read it, but I didn't get that point at all. When I read it, I took away this, this, and this, and they're just like, oh, I haven't
Yeah.
read it. I watched a TikTok about it. I pride myself on not being a snob. I try very hard to avoid a lot of the kind of toxic habits of like pseudo intellectualism and intellectual elitism that can surround reading as a hobby. It's one
Yeah.
of those pieces of media that when people talk about how it's represented, they're just like, oh yeah, I watched a TikTok describing the summaries. I do kind of feel like headbutting my bookshelf.
Yeah. There's a few like that. Another big one is War and Peace.
Yeah. Like I reading is my hobby. Most people don't have time and wouldn't value reading as much as I do. But yeah,
Yeah.
we we've read comment sections on media. We know the rage and suffering I'm talking about. And I don't get grumpy easily, so you know it's bad. um, but yeah, uh, where were we up to? Oh, I think we just
Makes me mad.
finished
Yeah.
discussing The Immortal. Cool, kind of short story. Um, hmm,
Really
a
curious about it.
philosophical short story. And we are on to Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. Which, talking about
Yeah.
recognizable titles, do you wanna kick this one
Ah.
off?
Okay, so this one is weird. I'm gonna be straight up. This one is weird. Um, to recommend. So, okay. There's backstory to this one again. It's not this time. It's not a manga or a manhwa. So, I I found a YouTube channel called Just BJJ for like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Um,
Sorry.
I butchered that
I
word. I'll
can't be
be real.
the only one to fumble words. It's gotta happen to other people.
I butchered Brazilian right there. But so I found this channel and he talked about jiu-jitsu and how it kind of got him out of like a very deep place, right? And one thing he read while he was there is Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. And he read a single meditation every day and read it again and again and again. And he talked about the amount of value he got out of it. And I have, I think everybody's kind of seen at least one quote from Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. It's
Mhm.
kind of like, it's like kind of, yeah. like, I'm pretty sure everybody's seen at least one quote
Yeah.
because it's just that big.
I feel like it's
Um,
one of those ones where you see quotes been misattributed to random historical figures very frequently.
yeah.
Because like that drove me insane. I think was it there was an American politician like 5 or 6 years ago who quoted this book, and everyone attributed the quote to the politician, not realizing that he himself was quoting someone else. I think it might have been
Mm.
Obama actually, where everyone was trying to say he came out with the sentence, and I'm like, no. Sorry,
So,
I'm
but
not
yeah,
doing a
I
very good
found
job of not
this.
being a snob today, am I? Oh, I just
Don't
like
worry,
when
neither am I.
people cite their sources.
Yeah, same. I'm not being the best either. But yeah. So meditations, um, wildly influential. But I was thinking about it, and I'm like, I don't think I've ever read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. And there's so many quotes by Marcus Aurelius and from Meditations. Stuff like the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. Great quote. I never read more than that, really. There's so many like quotes from this book that I could quote to you quite often. It's not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never being alive. Um, but I've never read the book, and there's so much in this that we can talk about, especially me and Daniel that really likes quotes.
Mhm.
Um, our life is what our thoughts make it. Awesome quote, awesome thing to talk about. But there's so much in this book that I've never actually read or seen or have a lot of context for. So I thought it's a great recommendation, a fun talk. Just like there's so much in this that's just
It
value.
is. And this is a kind of unusual case, but it is probably a book where it's going to be handy if we talk about a specific edition to read or like a specific
Yes,
commentary.
because there's a
Because
lot of them.
I will say, maybe this is just the skew of how I read kind of classic philosophy, which I don't super often, but I tend to read
Yeah,
ones that have comments and notes aside them. And so I think it might be
yeah,
helpful if we try and read the same commented version, because there are a lot by
yeah.
this point, just because otherwise I think it becomes quite a different experience.
I I
So.
looked it up.
Mhm.
I looked it up.
Oh, okay.
There's 4,780 editions of this book.
Okay.
So yeah, we should find one in common.
Yeah, we should decide if we're reading a strict translation or if we're reading a translation with comments or an abridged version.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but
So we can decide that if this book does get chosen, I think.
mhm.
But yeah, I think there's so much value in something like this. And it's a very interesting topic to talk about, and something I don't think anybody, even speaking just for myself, would read outside of a context like this. The one caveat I had is I feel like this book is enjoyed over time. Kind of like that book we talked about. We talked about it a few months ago. The one where you have like that you read one part of every single day, and it talks about the changes in like
Oh
what's going
yeah.
on and stuff.
Mhm.
I feel like this is very similar. This would be
I
great
feel
over a
like it might be
long
handy
period of
to
time.
read an abridged version or a segment of it because I feel like
Yeah,
it's potentially the type of dense media that suffers reading it for a deadline, even if you could naturally read it
yeah,
in a month because the psychology of
you could.
deadlines. Yeah.
Yeah, this book can be read in a month, but yeah, that was my one caveat with this book. I feel like finding a version of it is a good idea, and we should do that. And then two, this is a book that yes, we can read in a month, but I think this book specifically, you, if we do read it in a month and we can talk about specific parts and stuff that stood out, I think you should then go back and read this book slowly over time as well. Because I do think it has a lot of value like that. But yeah, I just thought it's an interesting recommendation and something that I think most of us know and have experienced it in our lives at some point, if at least like one or two quotes from it, and influences in a lot of literature that is throughout this. Um, but that I don't think any of us have ever read. In fact, I think not a lot of people total have read
Yeah.
all the way through.
Um.
Yeah, that's my meditations. Oh, one thing. Um, it's Marcus Aurelius. Stuff around him we should talk about. Death. There's some grief, violence. It's way back in time. Sexism and slavery were big. They were still kind of okay. Homophobia were things that they're not mentioned, but they're not like talked against to a large degree. If you understand what I mean. It's not gonna be like when he says man, he means men, and he will talk to like women as like not the same to that degree. So
Mhm.
there is stuff like that through that, and I do think people should be not like know that going in if you do want to read this. I
Okay.
think there's so much value outside of that, and so much value for both sides, but like there is some stuff about like slavery, sexism, homophobia, and stuff like that because it was written a few years ago.
A few years ago. Um.
Just a few.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, it's a
That's the
really
one caveat.
interesting book. I do want to read a kind of an abridged version of it at some point. I don't know if I am equipped to read the full thing, but yeah,
Yeah.
I do want to read some versions of it. Um, Up next is a shorter book. I This is one that I've suggested. This is me atoning for suggesting Priory by suggesting a 40-page book. Um, so this is in a sense, it's like philosophical fiction, or I suppose litfic.
Yeah.
But this is the carrier bag theory of fiction by Ursula Le Guin and then you also have Donna Haraway and Lee Bull, who have added to I think the main publication of it as an illustrator and as writing introduction and comments on it.
Yeah.
It is a retelling of the human origin, redefining and recentering and kind of altering technology as a cultural. It's described as a cultural carrier bag rather than a weapon of domination, and so it's a reframing of humanity in as much as that can be a sentence.
Yeah.
And it is an interesting. It's an essay more so than a book in a traditional sense, although it is published as a book.
Mm.
But it kind of reframes the opportunity and the changing of humanity, and it if kind of domination and combat wasn't so centralized in our social and practical evolution, and how that changes and reflects in society, is my understanding. Having
Yeah.
read the essay, have heard a lot of interesting things about it. It is another one
Phenomenal.
that's pretty easily accessible online. If you think it's interesting and think 40 pages, I can probably pick that up. It's something that I'm definitely planning to read at some point, but that might be an interesting one to talk about because it presents a lot of ideas in a interesting manner. Especially, it was published in 1980s, I believe, and so although the
Yeah.
technical evolution had obviously happened in several orders by then, the kind of new handheld technological evolution that I think almost makes a more natural framing for a lot of how the changes happen. It preceded that, which is cool. I think you've read it from the sound of some of your responses,
Yes.
or
Yeah, I have. I love Ursula K. Le Guin.
yeah,
Ursula K. Le Guin is phenomenal. Uh, awesome human being. Firstly, but yeah, this is it's a very interesting. It's an essay. It's published as a book, but it's an essay. The main idea of it is really, really interesting. Like the reframing of human history instead of as so the main framing tool is that the first piece of technology, the first thing that humans made, was never a weapon. It was a carrier bag, right? And through that, the whole idea of heroes and villains and the like progression of human history and human as a species, instead of having it as like a enemies type vibe or as a like a violent progression of human history, which there was obviously, but instead of looking at it in that capacity, you're looking at it as like a almost like a nourishing tool to a degree, in that how we built and how we contain and the recipient and the holder and like how stories are what progressed us through a lot. It is a really interesting essay. And I read it quite a while ago, actually. I don't remember when exactly. I think it was when. So it was in 2018. Lee Buell, who is a South Korean artist, a feminist artist, was the one that did all of the artwork and like a lot of illustrations and the newer versions of the carrier bag theory fiction as a published thing. That's when I read it. Is when she did the illustrations because there was this whole thing around like the publication of this and me knowing about Ursula K. Le Guin. It's really good. It is a worthy read, and yes, it's 40 pages. So if you ever have like just an interest in this and stuff, do read it. It's a pretty easy read. Um, it's really good. This is a really good suggestion, Daniel. Um,
one thing which I was going to
this is
suggest,
really really
because
good.
I think this is interesting in like a broader philosophical sense, but I actually
Yeah.
I am a fan on, and I have been aware of the author from other works, but I didn't know about this essay in particularly. And I was
Mm,
reading a Substack on reading that is not directly about world building to make worlds feel lived in. And
yes.
when it talked about the history of worlds and the structure, it recommended 3 or 4 essays, and this was one of them. And I thought that
Yeah.
it's interesting from a philosophical takeaway, but it also is good at framing narratively how culturally and technologically that reflects the priorities of a group and how that can be used as a tool in the portrayal of communities in fiction, and also how it can be used negatively as a tool of portrayal of groups in media. And so I just thought it has a lot of very interesting topics associated it, even if you're not interested in the kind of straight philosophical view, viewing it as an almost exercise in world building,
Yeah.
shaping the perception of a group. I think is a pretty cool tie-in for
It is really, really
more
cool.
straight fantasy readers to find it interesting. As a quick
For
note.
you, Denya.
Hmm.
For you. Because you are very interested in this, right?
Yeah.
Um, go and I suggest you write it down now.
Hmm.
Ursula K. Le Guin, Dancing at the Edge of the World.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. It's really, really good. Yeah, so you're interested in this. It's really, really good. There's a bunch of these. If people are interested in this, there's a bunch of other ones. There's On Fairy Stories by J.R.R. Tolkien that I read. That's which talks specifically about the importance of fantasy beyond childhood and
Hmm.
how childhood stories have such an impact and an importance in our adult lives. Fantastic. There's also stuff like On Stories by C.S. Lewis, on science fiction. Um, there's a bunch of them. There's some really good ones. There's From Elfland to how something. I would need. Let me Google it quickly.
That
But that
reminded
one
me
is
about
also
the
really
C.S.
good.
Lewis book because I remember wanting to read that and I haven't, so I'm stealing that. Okay, sorry. But yeah,
Yeah, there's so many.
I thought this was
But this one is really good.
a nice starting point in terms of essays. I
Yeah.
know we primarily talk about. I'm glad the book club makes me read more nonfiction. I'm aware that this is primarily
Good.
a discussion of fiction with like a little bit of talking about a nonfiction book mixed in.
Mm,
And I want to get better at talking about nonfiction, and so I'm hoping we can build up on it. And I think we have gotten better at it. Um,
yeah.
but I thought this might be a nice kind of stepping stone if someone interacts with book club primarily as a fantasy and sci-fi reader. If you are interested in picking up something from the second section to read, or maybe if you want to participate but reading a full book is impractical with your schedule, this might be a good one because it's 40
Yeah.
pages. So I was quite proud of
Yeah.
this nomination. That's a silly
No,
thing to
it's really
say,
good.
but I thought it ticked a lot of boxes of who would enjoy it and how it would suit the format. Um,
No, it is a really, really good nomination. Um, there's a bunch of these, and this is actually a really, really good one. This might be so. There's a few that she's done, but yeah, this
yeah,
is a
I've
fantastic one.
read one of her other essays after I saw the
Oh,
recommendation
which
for it.
did you read?
Oh, let me check my story graph. Do you want to do the? Oh, actually, no, the intro was submitted by the next one was submitted by someone else, so I can do that one. I was going to say, do you want to do the next one, and I can look it up and
I
check.
can do. I can do both the next ones.
Okay, I can
I
check
don't
my
mind.
story graph. I
I
updated it?
don't
I
mind.
think I have.
Okay, so next recommendation. Well, Dania checks what she has read because I'm curious and I love uh Ursula K. Le Guin. Uh, I'm a big Ursula K. Le Guin fan. Is Hotel World by Ali Smith, which is it's literary fiction. It's queer literary British literary fiction, which is really interesting. There's contemporary fiction mixed in. For content warnings, let's start there. There's some death, death, grief, chronic illness, and then a few of these are like some other ones like fat phobia. It seems there's like notes of like homophobia and stuff with like LGBTQ stuff, and then just a little bit of like it seems some sexual assault, sexual content ish stuff, but nothing that out there that I can see for that. So just reading the Summary is five disparate voices inhabit Ali Smith's dreamlike, mesmering hotel world, set in the luxurious anonymity of the Global Hotel in an unnamed northern English city. The disembodied yet interconnected characters include Sarah, a 19-year-old chambermaid who has recently died at the hotel, her bereaved sister Claire, who visits the scene of Sarah's death, Penny, an advertising copyright who is staying in the room opposite, Liza, the Global's depressed receptionist, and the homeless Elsie, who begs on the street outside. Smith's ambitious prose explores all facets of language and its uses. Sarah takes us through the moments of her exit from the world and beyond. In her disparate, fading grip on words and senses, she gropes to impart the meaning of her death in what she terms the lift for dishes. Then comes a flash of clarity. Um, so this seems actually kind of interesting from what I'm reading. It seems like talking about like life and the many parts of it and the passing on and words and stuff like that. There is, from what I can see, metaphysical poetry aspects. Um, from what I can see, is it's not that easy of a read. With a little bit of disturbing and like witty turns and stuff, and almost like a stream of consciousness narrator reminiscing about The Waves by Virginia Woolf. Great book, by the way. Its deceptively rambling language is underpinned by a formal construction, exploring the big themes of love, death, and millennial capitalism. It takes as its starting point Muriel Sparks' Memento Mori and counteracts this axiom with those of remember you must live. Ah, okay, cool. This seems really cool
I
actually.
thought this was a pretty
Um,
good example of a lit fiction book, which wasn't one that I'd heard of, as
yeah.
a nice one for this kind of broadened
Yeah,
category.
I've not heard of this either, and it seems actually really cool as like a literary fiction book to talk about.
I feel like it when I saw it, it was very interesting because I feel like a lot of widely talked about lit fiction is older, and so having this be
Yeah,
set
2001.
contextually with like relatively modern times is quite interesting. I'm
Yeah.
always yeah, I thought it
Yeah,
was
this seems
interesting.
really, really cool.
I also found the essay. It was introducing myself, which is it's a very short one.
Ah,
It's only like 4 or 5 pages, but it's cool.
yeah.
That was the first piece of writing by her I'd read. I read a long time ago. Um,
Wait, like any writing by Ursula K. Le Guin?
I've read her other books since then, but she was
Okay.
recommended to me after I believe it or not, I caused a complete tangent in an English literature class talking about um, how I thought there was a sub theme of expression of gender in a book, and no one else in the room
Hmm.
outside of the teacher was willing to engage with that. But she recommended some reading to me, and that was one of them, and that's how I got into Ursula K.
Okay.
Le Guin. So I'm actually quite sentimental about her because of that. Also because of the
Awesome.
good writing, but yeah, that's how I picked off.
Fantastic author.
Yeah,
A
um,
cool person.
yeah. From what I
But yeah,
know, has
this.
yeah. But yes, this book.
Yeah, she seems awesome. From what I know, I don't know her personally. I
Yeah,
can't know her personally. Um, But yeah, this hotel world seems pretty interesting. It's a really so for the future of this with like lit fiction as like an aspect of it. This seems like a really cool example of lit fiction that we can talk about.
mhm,
Specifically in that yes, it is newer. It's like 2001 that it got published for the first time.
yeah,
So it has our current world as an aspect and not like Frankenstein world as the current lit fiction,
yeah,
if you understand what I mean. Not that
mhm,
Frankenstein's bad, but like it is set in the 1800s.
yeah.
So
It's not
that's a
speculative present. It's present.
yeah, that's a whoever suggested that, by the way. Great suggestion. I'm really interested in that book. I've literally never heard of it before, and now it's actually pretty high in my to be read. That seems really cool.
I believe it was Ray, which It makes sense considering
Nice
Ray study,
recommendation, Ray.
Ray read book, Ray smart, Ray cool.
Yeah, that's a really cool recommendation, Ray.
Ray carrying Valorant. Everyone say nice things about Ray.
Ray Carey and Valorant.
Ray carrying Valorant.
Okay, so the next book is one I recommended. And one I've actually been really curious about for a long time and then just never read, which is like, I don't know why I never read it, because like I've heard a lot of really good things about this book. It's called The Art of Learning by Josh Watkins. Um, which is so who it is Josh Watkins is a 8-time national chess champion and the world champion martial artist. So a pretty interesting guy. Um, and what this is his lessons and like hard thought ideas in how you learn and how people learn and how we approach that and lessons in how learning and like all of this works. So and it's from two pretty different ideas that he comes from. Because like so if you think about like chess and learning chess, it is a very scholastic like academic thing in like memorization and like how openings work and the different things around that, right? And then from like martial arts, it's more of a like muscle memory and like stuff like that. So it's from two very different worlds that he approaches the topic of learning and how you do stuff like so often if you're ever trying to learn something, it's a lot of talk is about like separating success from failure and separating that idea of like going in expecting failure, but also like how you get resiliency in growth and how it functions and how that lifestyle change helps in the creativity and the perpetuation of learning. And there's like systemic intuitive breakthroughs that you find in learning. And this is talking about all of that in a very interesting way. And then this also gets into like a term that I'm pretty sure all of us have heard in our lives before is flow state. Is that state you get in where it just works, where it just clicks, and you kind of get into the state of like it almost just happens. This talks a little bit about that and where it is and like the process of like turning weaknesses into strengths and all that stuff. It's a very interesting book in like if you're ever interested in learning, but more so than just like learning something, what Resmore said, the mechanism of learning, but also how learning functions in our head to a degree. Um, in anything from like, so he talks about it from like a competitive experience, but also from like personal and professional circumstances and stuff, and how learning, how our brain is wired for learning, and how to wire our brain for learning, and the lessons to shortcut that to a large degree.
I think it's fun and interesting as a topic. I
Hmm.
also I've looked at this book before. Um,
Hmm.
I there are books that are similar to this topic that
Yes.
I'm going to start off saying a negative about some different books in a generality, and then I'm going to loop back to a positive. I always feel rude starting with a negative. There's books that address
No.
similar topics to this that I disengage from because they feel very grind set. This is how you get 40 hours out of a
Yeah.
24-hour day. Um, it
You
kind
won't
of
learn anything if you invest 2,000 hours.
very kind of podcast bro optimization of learning, some weird biohacking shenanigan. And
Yeah.
I find that very disengaging. Um
Yeah.
it doesn't appeal to me personally. But I have seen this book before, and the impression I get of how people discuss it and the people who value it highly are not within those spheres, and it is more a discussion of learning as a experience and part of being human and the value of that
Yeah.
rather than a hustle. I don't know. I do not understand the grind set, but it's not
Yeah,
that.
so
Just because I feel like
for
some
one,
books about learning and self improvement do kind of veer towards
yeah.
that, and I don't want to engage with it.
So
Oh,
for
hey,
one,
sounds. Sorry.
um, you know the common like idea that the fastest way to learn is to make a mistake?
Mhm.
That this book is kind of the like big push and the big idea behind that. This is kind of one of the places where it was first a thing where it's like, no, you want to make a mistake when you're learning something. Because if you make a mistake and you learn from that, it's the fastest way to learn is by constantly making mistakes and then correcting.
Mhm.
Um, so this is where one of those aspects of learning comes from. A very positive version of learning, I feel like. Because like it's true. The best way to learn is to just make as many mistakes as you can and then fix those mistakes and you can get through it. That's the fastest way to learn anything. Is to just throw yourself in the deep end, make as many mistakes as you can, and then get through it. Like keep making mistake, correcting that mistake, and you will learn something. It's not the like grind every day, do 400 push-ups, and you'll get biceps the
Wake
size
up
of
at
my
3
head.
a.m., do 200
Yeah,
push-ups, 2 minutes past 3 a.m., drink 2 protein shakes.
it's none of that. Which I've seen a lot of this book. Yeah, I've seen a lot about this book that has been fantastic. Um, and I agree. I've had exact same like thing, where it's like a lot of people that I think have a very good view of learning speak very highly of this book. Um, and it's not people that are into that like grind set mindset because that shit is cringe. I'm gonna be real. That's cringe. Like, cool if it works for you. It's cringe. That alpha male grind set mind. Mm, it's cringe. So like I've heard a lot of really really good things about the art of learning. Um,
Um, yeah. Should I hop into the
the last
last
one,
book? Yeah. So,
yes,
um, this is kind of an interesting one. Um, this is so this is The Man Who Knew Infinity, by Robert Kangel, and it is about a mathematician, um, Rama. I'm going to do my best to say the name, Ramayan. Uh,
yeah, I think so.
and this is someone who I think I when I found out about his story, I expected him to have a bigger place in pop culture, and
Yeah,
um, I kind of wanted to suggest this book as a way for people to find out about him. Um,
yeah.
he
Try.
is regarded as one of the great mathematical minds of the last 100 years or so. Um,
Yeah,
but his tale is a kind of tragic one. It's about the story of his life and his work. He grew up in uh, rural provincial India and followed a strict religious path, and as a result, thought he could never cross water. And so, in an attempt to further his education after not being compatible with the standardized education in India and learning mathematics from reading a definition book of formulas from university that someone had left in a local library, he started writing letters to a lot of um, Western mathematicians to try and see if he could find someone to discuss ideas with. And that's kind of where the um, his he got recognised by one of the professors at Cambridge, which I think is um, G. Hardy, I believe,
yeah.
um,
G.H.
prior
Hardy.
prior to World War One, and then after some years of correspondence, he gets approval while still following his strict religious practices to be able to cross the ocean and go to Cambridge to study mathematics formally, where Hardy is. And in the years following that, World War One unfolds and has a negative impact on, like globally, but specifically on his life, and no longer be able to follow his religious practices, and it's kind of how he deteriorated and ultimately passed away following that and the work he did. And I think it is a interesting and impactful story. I have read other sources on
Yeah.
his life, but haven't read this one. But I think it is it's an interesting story in that it feels like the type of life that we would know about. And it's strange to me in pop culture that it isn't someone who's talked about, because admittedly, it's mathematics is now abstracted to a point where it's difficult for people to recognize a mathematician for being cool and good, because you can tell someone that you can be like, oh yeah, this guy solved the Riemann hypothesis, and everyone's just going to kind of look at you like, is that good?
Yeah.
And so maths has become kind of abstracted, so it's difficult to kind of see and attribute value to someone for their work. But I just think his is a really interesting story, and it also, his life and how he was negatively affected by these things kind of touch on themes of how the impact of trying to thrive and succeed somewhere when you feel cultural separation from the way everyone around you is practicing, and that's a evident impact on his life, and I think hopefully
Mm.
it's explored well in the book. But yeah, I think a story that people should know about. Um, a bit of a somber
Yeah.
one, but
So, three things to add to this book, by the way.
mhm.
So, for one, the first thing, for people that don't understand how much he actually added to mathematics. Firstly, he revolutionized like four fields of mathematics in his life while he was working, including I'm pretty sure it was number theory, infinite series, continued fractions, and mathematical analysis was his
Yeah,
four big contributions.
yeah.
Other
So
than
they
that,
were the areas of
he
studies
has
he worked in. The work which I saw this guy's work when I was at university, in infinite series, in terms of how big. But yeah,
yeah. So other than that though, he's also made notes in other fields of mathematics and in these that are still being studied and worked through today. Um, there is still a lot of researchers that find things that he wrote that they are still working through, and things that he noted like as simple
yeah.
properties that people are still confused by and still
When he
are on the forefront of mathematics
When he
today.
first taught himself advanced pure mathematics in India, he wasn't aware of formal proof because the only thing he learned by was a list of formulas. And there
Yeah,
are pages and books of notes from when he was in India where he didn't know about the kind of standardized required proof structure for mathematics to be acknowledged, and we're still trying to figure out the proofs of some of the theorems he wrote down then. It truly an incredible mind, especially to be self-taught and to have been so separated from the education system to achieve it. Um, I I won't talk much about my dissertation because it got published, and I want to be responsible with my
yeah,
digital footprint. But like I reference one of his areas in my dissertation. He has contributed so much to mathematics in such a short time with so little education comparatively to many of the great minds of mathematics. Yeah, I just
yeah.
I feel like he's someone who should be talked about more.
Second thing to add to this is it's insane how much he did in the time he had because he died very early. He died at the age of 32. Um, which is insane that we lost a mind like this that young.
I believe he
Which is
was most of his work. He did. Um, my understanding of his life, and I suppose this kind of discusses some of it, but he went to Cambridge when he was in his mid-20s, which is when he formally
yes,
learnt mathematics, even after a large portion of his
in
work had been done.
1913.
Yeah, and then he was only in Cambridge for around 6 or 7 years before his health got too
Yeah,
bad, and he returned to India. And he did do work in India, but he was essentially um, like near bed bound prior to his return
yeah,
to India, so naturally didn't work as much. So it's just absolutely incredible the work he completed. Um, So I don't know too much about this as a story on his life, but I kind of went down a rabbit hole and I wanted more people to know about him, and so I found this book.
Yeah. And then the last note for this, because we mention it every time it happens, there's a really good film about this book out.
It's I haven't actually seen the film, but yeah,
Yeah, it's really good. It's an adaptation for the life of it, and the two main characters is
Artie and Ramayan.
obviously what yeah, but so the main characters are played by Ramanujan is by Dev Patel, who's an amazing actor, and Professor Hardy is played by Jeremy Irons, who is also a phenomenal actor. So, and it's a really good adaptation. Stephen Fry is in it.
For those who are in the maths world, a lot of his maths is named after him, but he invented the in my eyes, and this is skewed by the maths I know about and cared about for my work, but Mach theta functions. He just created them, which I just an incredible mind, and I think it'd be cool if you go and like read about them. I don't know.
Hmm. Really interesting, awesome human being. Um, really insane in math. Really cool story. But yeah, everybody that can't read the book, there's a really good movie out. You should engage with the movie, even if this does not get chosen. It's not even that long of a movie.
I've
It's
been
like
meaning. I
100 minutes.
I kind of want to do a thing where I know a lot of people like doing film nights on Discord, and a while
Yeah,
ago I said if we pick books that get chosen, we should watch the films if there are film or TV adaptations after book club, so people can or like a week before the meeting, so people can watch it if they want to know the story or the context. But I kind of just want, I don't know, I want to make people know about things that I think are stories that people should hear about, because I
yeah,
do think it's yeah, I also think it's an interesting life to read about, specifically in the sense of someone who had you don't it's not as common in the last few hundred years to have mathematical and scientific minds whose lives are shaped by religion. And although personally I'm not religious, I do think it's a kind of interesting aspect to a story that doesn't overlap with many other figures, and so it's a
yeah.
interesting.
No, it's very interesting, especially someone from his background, being from India, is something that's not all that talked about realistically in the idea of like how much he contributed to mathematics and stuff. Because like from like World War I, there is mathematicians and people that are talked about a lot, and there is a bunch of people that get into like get insight about, but like specifically him and how much he contributed to like mathematics as a like field, it's insanity that more people don't know about him. It's
But yeah,
crazy.
I would recommend reading a little bit about him. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Before I just start
Super cool.
listing out cool maths things, I did the
Yeah,
thing where
that's the danger.
I was clicking through his Wikipedia, because when you get to a certain level of niche maths, Wikipedia is pretty reliable. Um,
Yeah.
and you know when a link is purple because you've clicked on it before? I clicked through to something
Yeah.
and I was like, I used this in my third year dissertation for my undergraduate degree. What do you mean this is him? So yeah, very very cool mathematician. Very interesting life. And a perspective that you don't hear about from many mathematicians. So one I thought was
Yeah.
good to point to. Should we start the polls? I'm gonna have to type things quickly because I didn't plan this. Would you like to do a few sentences?
Sure. I just need to start making this poll so that I can write my side too. Um, what am I talking about?
Um,
Mm, what do I want to?
which book do you think you're
I
gonna
am
vote
going
for?
to. That's what I was about to say. I'm going to like start. What's the word? Like influencing people. I don't actually know. I'm gonna be real. I actually,
I'm gonna
I
do the first
so
four for this one, so I'm gonna go up to
okay,
meditations as a little
but
headers up.
I'll do from the carrier bag theory. So I don't actually know what I want to vote for this month.
Okay.
It's hard. There's two I'm really curious about, but one that's hard to say if I want to vote for it is like the book about like the hearts of Buddha's teaching because it's
Mhm.
just a book I'm really interested in. But like, yeah, it's a hard one. It's like meditations where it's like I want to read it, um, but like I don't know if it's a great book to vote for
Mhm.
book club. I just want to read it.
As a little note, I've started the first set of voting. So we have Algo Speak, The Heart of the Buddha's Teachings, The Immortals, and Meditations as the first vote. Because of the limitations of Twitch polls, we have to do it in two parts and do like a two-part runoff. But we will be taking the most voted tied or singular book from here and doing it against the most voted in the second one. And that's how we picked the last one.
Hmm.
So
What do you want to? Which one are you voting for, Daniel?
out of this category, I'm going to vote for Algo Speak, I think. Because I
Okay,
have just been looking forward to it for quite a while, and so
that's fair.
I do.
It's valid.
I I want to read Meditations at some point because I think it would. Although I do sometimes find that I um I'm just not a person that really can separate themselves from certain levels of cruelty, so I do sometimes find it difficult to read kind of original sources in terms of historic
Hmm.
texts. I feel like there are really great companions of and abbreviations of Meditations by Marcus Aurelius that it would be
Yeah.
beneficial for me to read, and that I think may dampen some of the negative experience and associations I might have with it otherwise. Um,
Yeah.
and so that's interesting to me because of that. And then the Immortals, I think it's interesting. I want to read more philosophical essays, just as a kind of reader. I don't
Hmm.
read many essays outside of mathematics and database structure. I'm very
Yeah.
fun at parties, but I tend to mostly read essays that are specific to my areas academically, and so that's something that I want to read more of, and so that's the type of thing which I do want to pick up. Um, yeah, if I hadn't been looking forward to Algo Speak for so long, it would probably be one of those two. Um, yeah, I
Hmm.
think for the second set, I don't actually know.
Yeah. I'm struggling with the second set as well.
I always feel a little bit bad if I just only vote for things I've suggested, but I am quite excited to read The Carrier Bag Theory of Fiction because I do think I'm going to read that no matter what this month, especially because I'll just read it in like
It's really
an
good.
afternoon, in an hour or two. But
For the first slot, I think I'm voting for the heart of the Buddha's teaching. I'm
okay,
really curious about it. I'm really
fair,
interested.
that's fair. I require so many energy drinks just to pass the math exam. I like mathematics. One day I'll do educational streams where I
This is
trick
fun.
people into learning maths by talking about maths within the guise of how it's implemented in video games. But for now, I am scared of people being mean to me, and I don't think I portray myself very confidently as like a teacher, so it goes on the back shelf. But I'll do it one day. I think you promise. And Algo Speak,
I think I'm first.
I did campaign a little bit for it, but Algo Speak is won the first category, so let us move on to the second voting slot, and I can start making the finale once I voted.
Yeah. Second one up now. I don't actually know what I want to vote for here.
This is when I go to book club and I'm like I can't wait to pick 2 books to read next month, and then I end up adding 5 books to my to be read list, and my to be read list is not short to begin with. It is. this
Yeah.
this is the challenge.
This one's hard. Actually, the current book there is very interesting. I'm also just curious about the art of learning.
Okay,
Very interesting
I'm gonna start the
idea.
poll.
What Paul?
The finale one, which is the one off of I'll go
Oh,
speak, and whichever wins this one. I'm just going to start writing it because I voted. fiction. I think I've misspelled fiction, but no one
The
can.
Man Who Knew Infinity is doing well.
Oh, I did go on a little bit of a campaign about that one. But I just think it's an interesting story.
No, it is very interesting. And I can watch the movie.
Yeah. It would mean I have to figure out how to run Discord movie nights, or is that the type of thing that I can outsource to my mods who know how to exist?
Yeah, you can tell us to do it, and we will do it for you.
I should use my power as
That's
like
what the mod is for.
as being able to like delegate tasks more often. I'm too much of a boomer to do things on my own.
That's what the mods are there for, is to
Yippee!
do it. That's why I exist.
I thought that was to promote the Stormlight Archives.
For understanding.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's secondary then.
Number 1, do Denya's bidding. Number 2, promote Starlight Archives. Number 3, call Val Stinky. Number 4, call me a cat.
Yeah, you get it. The Man Who Knew Infinity won the second slot. That's
Ooh.
cool.
Okay, we have the finale. We are going to be voting between Algospeak and the Man Who Knew Infinity. I'm adding so many books from this month's nominations to my to be read list. This happens every time. So many. I am very interested in.
This one's hard.
It didn't make it through to the second round, but I am quite interested in Hotel World because, like I mentioned before, most of the literary fiction I've read is older literary fiction, and so like post millennium literary fiction is quite interesting as a. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a very interesting place to like approach literary fiction from.
Yeah, especially with it being set in the present context whilst being literary fiction, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, it is very interesting. I'm really curious about Hotel World. I'm also really interested in My Immortal. To be real.
Yeah, I because The Immortal is a relatively short read, I might add it to a new kind of. I'm considering creating a separate list because I think essays aren't very handled well on Storygraph, which is what I use for tracking my to be read list and my reading nowadays. But I might start a notion on essays I want to read, I think. Because it's something I do want to do more
Yeah.
of, so it makes sense to, if I create a database for it and do all my like nonsense job scheduling API integrations and find a source for them somewhere. No, because they're gonna all have random websites. I don't know. I I have a Notion integration to my Storygraph, and I like it a lot. It's fun.
Yeah.
I finally got comfortable using webhooks.
Webhooks. I've never used a webhook.
Oh, I got glasses now. Nice. I really should wear my glasses for book
Oh,
club, but I feel like I'm missing out on this toggle. Look, I'm reading. Looking down my nose. Reading book.
but I'm the only one allowed glasses. It's my brand. I
But,
realize I'm the only one in our group that wears glasses permanently.
but look
On
how
my
cool my
model.
toggle is.
It is very cool.
I just forget to wear my glasses. I regularly go outside and I'm just kind of wandering around, and then I'll go outside and put my glasses on, and I'll just be so impressed by how crisp trees are. Every time I'm just like, wow,
I can
nature's
see.
incredible. I should remember to wear my glasses more often. This is
I
what
can
happens if you look at
see.
screens too much during lockdown. You lose your
Yeah.
ability to see trees clearly in the distance and then forget to wear glasses because you don't go outside.
I felt that. I played too much Among Us.
I do probably need to get my prescription checked. I've not had a new one in 2 years, and like they're still a lot better than me not wearing my glasses. But you have a nose? It's a little bit small, but it's there.
Yeah, cats has noses.
I'm a mouse.
Okay.
Didn't even get outrage back. I just got well. But I'm very excited about reading. I think I'm gonna be
10 years ago. How long is this poll, by the way?
5 minutes. I think it might have frozen.
Ooh, okay.
I made.
Maybe.
It doesn't seem to be moving for a while.
Maybe it's more than 5 minutes. Maybe you accidentally clicked the 10 minutes.
Oh, oopsies. But yeah, maybe you can see my nose. It's like
Fake nose.
fake nose.
Just like fake cat, like fake
Fake
mouse
cat?
ears.
What was that? What was that? What was that?
Mouse ears. Real cat.
Fake hairs move this much?
Yes.
But yeah, I'm very excited to read. Nessie is a book I've been wanting to read for a while. I think I am just going to reread the whole Poppy War trilogy over the course of the next, I hope, 2 weeks, because shenanigans,
I
but
kind of want to reread that now. But I've also got Manhwa to read. And
maybe I reread
Piranesi to
Berserk.
read.
This is what happens every time. I feel like I should just schedule another book club if I'm ever short on to be read lists, which won't happen. But I'll go speak as one. Whoa. Okay, so
Book.
in category 1 we have our books. So for fiction and for sci-fi and fantasy, we are going to be reading Piranesi by Suzanne Clarke, and in non-fiction and literary fiction, we are going to be reading Algospeak by Adam Alkseyek, which I'm very excited about. I already have both of those books, I think. Nice. I am going to run to grab a drink before we start the next section. Could you do thoughts and words about the books we've picked? So I do not feel guilty about wanting to grab a drink.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I can do that. Totally. What about, hi. Read Berserk if you're tired, it wakes you up real good. For real, for real. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, it just makes me depressed. I will be real. Well, depressed is a hard, like a wild way to say it. Not like depressed, just like, what's the way to say it? I don't know. I don't know. I've never reread Berserk. I read Berserk once, and then I stopped. I never actually read Berserk more than once. I don't actually know. Honestly, I don't read manga twice often. I reread books more than I reread manga or manhwa. I don't know why. Ooh. I'm excited for this month's book club books, though. I'm really excited. Or just listens to Force's song, the official song. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I was confused when you just said Force's song. I didn't remember what that was. That is a good suggestion. I do like that music. I listen to if I'm tired. What music do I listen to if I want to wake up?
I
Uh,
listen
Give
to
me music.
really loud EDM. Or people don't call it
Mm,
EDM, they get snobbish about the genre, like hardstyle, I think is what people call it.
uh, Fair?
Or K-pop.
Huh?
Like
What
the
keep?
the
Huh?
bubblegum K-pop, like the really like toothache cute stuff. Like Banana Allergy Monkey is my song for when I need to clean. Do people know
Interesting.
Banana Allergy Monkey?
I do. It's an interesting choice.
Look,
It's a choice.
I like it.
To each their own.
It is,
Denya fell asleep. No, Denya went to go get something to drink. I was babysitting
yeah.
Chan.
I needed to get a lemonade to try and keep me awake. I'm alive! Yeah. What am I
You're so
missing?
excited that Dania's back. Did you not like me being here? What the hell?
Oh, I think they were just worried that because you'd like attack me because I didn't vote for Pimenesi or something. I can't actually
So
remember what I voted
mean.
for.
They didn't like me.
Aww. Let's.
Hmm.
Oh, actually no. I also listen to like bad early 2000s new metal if I need to wake up. If I just need
Oh,
like loud, energetic music.
interesting. I'm trying to think about what I listen to. I don't know. I just mostly listen to pop music more often than not. I'm trying to think. It's like Post Malone, Sabrina Carpenter, some Ed Sheeran.
You are cool too, Blue
Those kind
Man.
of songs.
See?
Okay, thank you. I don't think I'm cool, but okay.
Oh, if we're just talking about music in general, I really liked Love Cat recently, who have their first album coming out soon.
Oh, yeah.
I think I've posted about them in Discord before.
Yeah, you have.
Mhm.
I don't know. I need to get back to my like music thing that I did a while ago. But it's so much work. And I'm bored. I'm lazy.
Oh,
I don't know if you know. I have a playlist for every single genre of music. Because I listen to every single genre of music.
wild. I have.
So I have that, but like I haven't updated it in ages.
Do you remember how we said this might be the short one because we're both kind of dead?
Yeah.
I've just looked at the time and I think instead we've accidentally entered a fever and spoke for 6 hours and we
It's been
haven't.
6
It's been
hours?
6 hours and we haven't done the long with the spoiler review. I thought it was like 10 p.m. Okay.
It's two.
I'm
How
starting
have
to
been talking
see
this long?
what Quick meant when it asked if we're still yapping about books. Okay. Um, let's start the spoiler section of Inkblood Sister Scribe. Um, I feel a little. So I read this book very early on in this book club period, and so
Ye.
I don't have as many opinions on it as I did at the very start. I think
So,
um I thoroughly enjoyed reading this book, but I don't think
mm,
it's going to be a book that I go back to and think about it in that kind of
mm,
broader sense. I think, oh, I should say, this is spoiler time. We're going to be talking about the full story of, and I think mostly for the second book than this one, but including quotes of the book. So if you haven't read it and you would like to avoid spoilers, famouche. Apologies, you had the last 6 hours, now you have to go away. Goodbye, come back later. Um,
I can't believe it's been 6 hours.
we're a
But
little
yeah.
bit delirious. I hope we've made sense. Um, Inkblood Sister Scribe. Um, I think, and this is a strange tangent to start on, but the
Yes.
part of this book that's going to stay with me, I think, is
Mm,
I can my brain remember which way round the sister it is. The sister who turns out to be spoiler mm, oh no, I don't have any brain cells. Let me look up the list of names. Please do not listen to me. Um
I'm trying to think. My brain cells are empty. I saw that it was 6 hours and my brain just went, oop, shutdown time.
so I da, 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 da. So Esther, when talking
Yes.
about her relationship with religion because she felt that participating in religion connected her to the part of her family that she didn't have contact with. I am not a religious person, but I thought that that was a
Mm,
kind of outstandingly touching point
mm,
within the book, and it wasn't central to the plot or anything. There was a bit of discussion of religion and ritual later on, but I feel like that's the part of the book that I'm gonna look back and think about.
Yeah.
And it wasn't
Yeah.
central or anything. It was when she was discussing the absence of her mother and feeling disconnected from the kind of Mexican culture that she would have grown up around if she had stayed by her mother's side or
Yeah.
had the opportunity to, talking about the faith and going to a kind of majority Mexican community church. I don't have an experience like that, and it was the first time kind of reading that kind of perspective of the experience, and so that was, I don't know, that really stuck with me. I
Yeah.
think I did really like the book. It did do the thing at the very end where it was just be like, but what if this character betrays them? And I'm like, they're not going to
Yeah.
betray them. Like,
Yeah.
I feel it's very commonly done, but you do kind of get it, especially in YA fantasy, where it almost feels like a relatively cheap. But what if? And that happened at 2 points
Yeah.
towards the end, um, with Maram not
Mm.
being, not actually helping them, and I was
Yeah.
kind of like, there's no way that that's the case, because this book feels too well written for it to just abandon all of its core principles without warning. And then it turned out not to be the case, and I was like, why did you just make this child stressed for 2 pages? I realize they're in their mid
Yeah.
20s and not a child, but like, um, but yeah, we need
No,
more
I
time, more. We need more hours. I agree, but yeah,
oh god. More time to talk about books.
that's more time to
Ah,
read.
no, okay, I do like that part. I do like that part. No, I agree with you. It was that felt kind of. I don't want to say cheap, but cheap.
It did feel not as thoughtful as the rest of the book.
Yeah, it was like it kind of felt cheap.
But
It's like that felt the most like what's the word an editor thing where they're like no you need to have like that stakes in the second
it
half. What if
feels like
somebody
if it
would
was
betray
adapted to a
them?
TV show, it would be added as a
Yeah,
cliffhanger. Um,
it's like bad young adult fantasy trope of like a shadow hunter's trope of like no but what if he sides with his father instead of her. It's like okay, I don't really care. I'm gonna be real.
if that happens, and the book isn't cohesively written, so yeah.
Yeah, like
I did like how you had the seemingly unrelated characters and how they all got pulled together over time. Um, I will say
yeah
one thing which I was hoping to yap about is when we were talking about the theme of mothers. I think they
yeah
all three of the main perspective characters have a really strong theme of dealing with their relationships with mothers. In Nicholas's place, it's the fact that he sees Miram as a mother figure and wishes she
yeah
was his mother, and kind of desperately holds on to that idea that that's how she sees herself, and then dealing with the fact
yeah
that no, that's she is Esther's mother, and that is who she sees as her child, not Nicholas, and that kind of
mm.
sadness of that experience. And then there is it Julia, the other daughter? I It's been so long
um,
since I've read this. Um, Joanna, whose mother, whose name I've forgotten, is also integrated the story, and her difficulty in trusting her, um, especially after the father's passing, and the kind of depiction of
yeah
imperfect parents and accepting them, but also setting boundaries with them, which I think is something that is approached quite humorously, but in a kind of sincere and important way. And then there's Esther herself, and finding out that her mother didn't pass away and in fact just went back to the library, and that it's Moam, and
yeah
accepting her, but also realizing that the adoptive mother, Joanna's mother who raised her, is her mother, not Maram. And senses, which is the conclusion I got from the writing from her perspective. I think those are all like pretty strong, separate, and well structured journeys. I kind of wish we got a bit more of Nicholas's perspective at the end of him post
Yeah.
accepting the absence of Miram not being a mother figure for him, and the the kind
Yeah.
of because it's alluded to the moment of realization where he's just like, oh no, this wasn't an affection for me. This was all to protect her actual child, um, which I think was like a sad moment, even if since we're primarily following the sisters, we were just mostly rooting for their well-being. But I kind of wish there was a little bit more about that. But it's a very good cohesive book, especially for a debut novel. And it was
Yeah.
nice to see three related views of the same theme in a
Yeah.
condensed book. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with everything you said. And I do think that like what you said with like the mother theme is correct a lot of the way with like Esther and Nicholas. What I was getting at is that like a lot of the main theme of a lot of it is Esther.
Esther and Lamb. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's like that's like the main big one. But I do think, like I said, I do think it is all throughout all three stories. But like Esther's is like almost like a main theme of Esther's story. So it's a like big
Yeah.
parts of like yeah. So that's
Fair.
what I meant with like when I said it is very important for one character, but all the characters have it. It's like Esther has like a massive tie to that theme. Um but I do agree that yes, it is in all three stories. So I do agree with your view of like Nicholas's part of that story and like kind of the resolution of his theme of that theme with Nicholas. I do agree with. I do wish there was a little bit more at the end for Nicholas with that. But
Yeah.
I do think Nicholas is used overall quite well, even if not in a negative. He is the third character. Like he
Yeah.
is the third main character because this is kind of Esther and Joanna's story
Hmm.
to a large degree. But like Nicholas, not that Nicholas is used badly, but he is kind of the
He's
third
not
main to a degree.
as yeah.
Yeah,
He's not
but I
as
did like
central.
it.
Yeah, I did like it.
Yeah,
Um,
I
I
I do like the exploration through Nicholas of the magic system, and specifically what we couldn't talk about before in the spoilers. That he is the lost scribe and is like very tied to
Asterix the
the magic
left.
system. Asterisk the last scribe, but like he is very tied to the magic system and how it works, and a bunch of stuff we know about the magic system is heavily through him, which is really cool. I really like it
One thing
because the
which
magic system is kind of cool.
yeah, I do think I did kind of find myself wanting to hit Nicholas over the head with the book, despite how dizzy he is, anemic representation, because he was just like, yeah, this portrait of this several hundred-year-old man who looks exactly like my uncle, who doesn't age, um,
Yeah,
who was
would you
surprised in the last
would you
20%
do
of the book.
that?
This world of magic. What could that be?
I wonder.
I
Ah, it's just
wonder.
an uncanny. It's
He
just
was incredibly sheltered, and so I am kind of
yeah.
being in jest, but it was when anyone else saw the portrait and was like, "Oh, so your uncle's immortal and evil," and he was like, "No."
No,
I
he just
think
looks like my ancestor.
it makes sense. It's a relative. That's why they look similar. I think he was written in a
Oh,
way that it was convincing that he was um, sheltered in a way that it was believable he didn't recognize what was going on, even if you as a reader were kind of introduced to the idea off the bat with how
yeah.
structurally the two ideas were addressed so close together. Um, but yeah, I thought it was interesting. I do think something which I kind of wish got explored. I wish we got one chapter from Malam's perspective.
Yeah.
You know, the altercation in I forgot his name, the uncle's library, as a kind of the conclusion happens. I wish that
Yeah.
last bit was from Maram's perspective, because although it's interesting seeing it play out from Esther's perspective, who I think you hear Esther the Nicholas's view of it, I
Yeah.
wish we got to hear if Maram was ever tempted by the immortality, because
Yeah.
we only see the self doubt from Esther. We don't get an exploration of that idea. Um,
Yeah.
because it does portray Maram as being in love with the evil uncle, who is just the evil uncle. I can't remember his name, and I step on his
I,
toes. He's quite evil. Um,
I don't remember the evil uncle's name either.
and so
I'm trying
I
to think.
do I do think it'd be interesting to get a chapter there, A, for the swap in perspective to signify her now no longer covertly acting but now openly acting for her daughter's benefit. I think that
Yeah.
would be a good signifier for it, because it would allow you to progress past that point without directly communicating who she was doing it for, depending on the way it was narrated. But I just
Yeah.
kind of wish we got to see her expression of her affection from evil grumpy man, um, because she is written as being in love with him even till the end.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I will say it might add a bit of like clunk to the book to a little bit of a degree. Like not clunk, but
yeah,
like more.
I think I'm too used
Which
to reading non-YA fantasy, and so I forget that having
yeah.
20 perspectives is a normal. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
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 fair.
what I want to think. I do think it would have been nice, but I do think for this, how tight this book is,
Oh,
like
I understand why it wasn't the case. It feels very
yeah.
closed, but I wish I knew more about Malam, and I think that's intentional because I
Yeah.
think that's the takeaway Esther has at the end of the book.
Yeah.
And so it makes sense that you feel like you want to know more about her, because that's
Yeah.
the attitude of one of the main characters, and so it makes sense it resonates with you. But
Yeah, I agree.
I do feel like there was space within the book
Yeah.
asterisks because it was so tightly knit and well knit, for want of a better phrase, um, for that to be there.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that. On like there is a space for it, but like there's a space for it, but no space for it, if you understand what I mean. Like there's a space, there's a gap for it that could have been filled, but there's no space for it in this book. So, for what this book wants to do. Um but it is really interesting. I am really
One
there's a
thing,
bunch of
oh,
stuff like that. I also liked like Collins, Nicholas's bodyguard,
yeah, I
who
was
is
gonna start
he
yapping
kind of
about.
feels like an MC, but like he's not to a
Yeah,
degree.
I think Collins is there to demonstrate that it's a broader world, and to kind of
Yeah,
drive home to the sisters that it isn't just the library versus Abe, with Abe being their deceased father, um,
yeah.
because there's his whole sub community of book collectors. Um, I, what were your feelings on Collins's romance? Because I was conflicted about it.
Yeah, I'm also conflicted about it. I'm gonna be
I
real.
think from one side, it made a lot of sense to have Joanna, who was very sheltered, see Collins and have almost like a high school crush on him, because a lot of her
Yeah,
character development at the start was about how she was missing out on so much of young life being isolated and
life.
protecting the books, and how she
Yeah,
was obsessed with reading old romance novels because she was so resigned herself to the fact that she wouldn't get to experience that life in fulfilling her parents' wishes. Um,
yeah,
and so I think it made sense for her to instantly have a crush on Collins. But I was a bit surprised when it actually manifested, and I thought it was like cutely
yeah,
written. But I was like, I don't know, yeah, I
yeah. I
wasn't
agree. It's like
strongly in favor of it, but I was like, it could have gone a bit slower. But it makes sense where it ended up.
yeah. I the thing is right. Is it? It's like I'm not against it. I think it's fine, but like I agree with like that whole idea of like the best way to say it is like I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it. It feels like a relationship that would have been good and I know the book would change if it was over 3 books, but it feels like a relationship that should have been built over 3 books, if you understand what I mean.
I
Like
feel like
I
I
want
would have
slower and
been
I want more like
very happy with
yeah.
this if it ended up with them still like blushing at each other at the end of the book, but like leaning towards
Yes.
like, oh, should I get takeout and we can like review books together, and then both like being fools and giggling at each other. I think if it
Yeah.
ended at that point, it would have made complete sense, but it felt like it accelerated a bit too much to me.
Yeah.
But I also have read too much slow burn and my mind is ruined, and I must accept this about myself. Um,
No, I do think that like I wanted time with it. Specifically, it speeds up a lot. The best way I could put it is, and I understand that's kind of what the character is that she is like the what's the word like sheltered, like isolated character. It feels like the first crush.
yeah,
It doesn't feel like where it ends up, which is like okay, they're like fully together now, like all of that. No, you know what I mean? So like I do agree. I think what I mean by like I think it could have worked over a trilogy is usually in a trilogy by the end of book one, you get to that point we talked about where it's like okay let's maybe see we have some chemistry, and then in book two it's like some of the like struggle and toil of it which we didn't see at all, and the like we need to deal with some stuff as a couple, and then book three is when you get to where we end up in book one. So like we missed all of book two essentially, um, in like stuff they do,
yeah.
and we cram all of book three into book one to end book one, where you kind of end the whole arc usually of characters like this and this idea. But
One thing.
like
Oh,
I do think it's a cute relationship to a
yeah.
degree. I think
I
they're
just feel
kind of
like it
cute together.
accelerated a bit too quickly. um,
Yeah, it's like
yeah,
I like it, but like, can I also get book two and book three?
yeah. um, or maybe like a time skip and then they're going on a date. Even that would have
Yeah.
worked because they do a time skip at the end to like adapting the library. Um,
Hmm.
their evil library, not my nice library full of plants and herbal tea. Um, one thing which I will say about this book, which I don't know if this sounds silly, but to me, I like this book. I think it does what it intended to do. It's like a full star book to
Yeah.
me. Um, I feel
Yeah.
like,
3.5.
yeah, I it is a full star to me specifically because of how easily I felt it flowed, and for it being
Yeah.
self-contained because I'm kind of exhausted of everything being a series. I
Yeah.
I got too many books to read, and then I found out there's 10 of them. Um, but the like I think it works very well as a like 3.5 to 4 star book, and that's not to say it
Yeah.
did anything wrong. I think there's a certain level of ambition to be like a 5 star
Yeah.
great book, and I think this book does a lot of things well, but I don't think it is trying to do anything like radically
Yeah.
ambitious or uncharted territory sort of thing. And that isn't like a
Knock
most
against
books
it.
aren't, and most books
Yeah.
shouldn't. But that is just like an amendum to the way I've spoken about it. Have a good
No,
day
I
and have
agree.
a good day. Oh, thank you for hanging out, Listener. See you later. Thank you for
Oh,
sticking
you're
around through all
fine.
the yapping. Oh my gosh. But yeah,
All very long yapping.
I'm trying to think if I have any other points on this. I feel like I have done it almost a disservice by reading it so early in the month. Um,
No, I'm kind of at the same point where you are, where it's like a 3.5, maybe like it's like exactly between a 3.5 and a 4 to me. I don't think it reaches a 4, but like 3.5 feels too low. It's like a
mhm.
3.8, if anything, right? Where it's
Yeah,
like, but I don't, for lack of getting like really my 3.814. No, it's like a 3.8, like just it's a high three essentially to me, and it's not by anything it does wrong. It's just by definition of what it is and what it wants to be, and I love it for what it wants to be. which is a 3.8. But like I liked it.
Yeah.
I also like that it's as contained as it is. It really reminded me of my early love of like YA. Like I kept comparing it to Percy Jackson
Hmm.
a lot when we talked about it, and it's because I love Percy Jackson.
Well,
It feels very much like Lightning Thief, where
yeah.
Lightning Thief felt very contained for a lot of what Lightning Thief was. It felt very contained. This feels the same, except this is even more contained, and I love it.
Yeah. I do. I did enjoy reading it. And I do kind of. I think it's really good if you want to get momentum with reading and don't mind a slower start, because I am not very good at being the person to say, "Oh, this book takes like a lot of commitment to read," because I will stick with books. I
Same.
I don't really DNF books. I Not finishing a piece of media makes me anxious. It is a
Yeah.
ridiculous personality trait I have. Um, but
Yeah.
I have heard other people say that they thought it was slow to get going. Um,
Yeah. That's the main criticism that I've seen.
yeah, I've seen a lot of
Is that
people say it like
it's still
starts
slow.
40% of the way through, and
Yeah.
I feel the need to push back and say you need to be invested in the characters, because this is a book that is impact in the you kind of have degrees of impact in books, and it's very easy to jump into action when the degree of impact is the city gets invaded by aliens or something like that. But when the
Yeah.
impact is a negative experience or lack of autonomy or a threat to the life of an individual, you can bank on some kind of moral structure to want people to not want that to happen. But the real way is to get invested in the characters, and you need groundwork to do that. Um,
Yeah.
and so I don't mind the slower start, but it is something a lot of people have commented on. Um, One thing which I will say is quite a lot of people tagged it as a dark fantasy book, which maybe because I read this
Hmm.
either side of Red Rising and Gideon the Ninth, and so maybe I'm just desensitized. But I would not have like tagged this as dark fantasy in case anyone's put off by that tag. I like
I
I suppose
can
there's like
do.
the body horror aspects of the books being binded out of human skeletons,
Yeah, but like still, I don't.
and
Uh,
there's the whole stuff with Nicholas's family and not having
yeah,
two scribes alive at one time, and
yeah, but like I don't
it
think it's
yeah,
like.
it felt like it was a slight overemphasis. Like I wouldn't describe this
Yeah.
as dark. It's got
Mm.
it's maybe darker than the average YA book, but it's still like teen, like 14-year-old
Yeah.
friendly YA book. Two people do like make out quite heavily at the start. Was very jump scared
Mm.
by that. They are. Do you know what I mean in like chapter 3
Yeah.
when you get introduced to Esther by making out with
Yeah.
the whole woman, and I'm just like, oh, please don't miss your dinner. Please both put your pants back on. I am on the bus.
Huh?
but
Um.
um, but yeah.
No, I get what you mean. It is like I wouldn't consider it dark.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by that because I tend to avoid looking at tags and reviews before I've spoken about things, but I wouldn't have viewed it as dark. Yeah. Um.
Yeah, like I feel like if you call this dark, you would call something like Twilight dark as well, and I don't think that's a dark series at all. Like
Oh my
that's the level
gosh.
of dark I think it is. It's like Twilight dark, and that series is not dark. So like,
I feel like I feel like specifically the uncle killing off Nicholas's parents bit was quite dark. Like the
yeah,
context of
but like
that,
Twilight
and the
also has some
eyeball.
dark. That is a bit yeah.
For
I wouldn't
context,
consider that
if you
dark.
haven't read the book and are here to hear us yap,
Why are you here to hear? No, I'm joking.
some people don't mind spoilers. They're very different people to me, but that's what makes the world
Yeah,
go
it's me.
round. Wow.
I don't mind spoilers.
I like to consume
Hey,
media as intended because I think
that is fair.
context is part of an experience. But
That is very fair. In
I
my opinion, if a book is good, it'll be good if it gets spoiled or not spoiled.
we've had this conversation before.
We did have this conversation before.
I disagree in that I think the character development, if you tell someone where the characters end up, the character development is a lot less impactful. And
Yeah,
it can still be good, but it's not as good, especially if there's uncertainty in where they will end up. Um,
yeah,
Similarly for plot, but I think it's almost more impactful for characters, because you
yeah.
resonate with characters more
It's
than
it's
plot.
it is very in heavy plot character like books. It is harder. It does. Yeah,
Uh,
I will agree with that. But on the average, I don't care spoilers. I don't mind. Spoilers are like me.
what other thoughts do I have? I'm glad
Not much more for
Esther
this
kept
book.
a girlfriend. You gotta have
Yeah,
some
I am
happy
too.
lesbians.
Especially, did you read this before or after Gideon the Ninth?
I read Red Rising this, then Gideon the Ninth. Um,
Ah, so you found it good and then bad.
yeah. I had to do the thing of when I finished Gideon the Ninth, I was like, okay, so I know there's a sequel. I am going to use my big brain, and I'm going to use, you know how you can, there's third party AO3 browsers? I'm going to use a third party AO3 browser to look for book fics specifically last updated, not just published, prior to the second book coming out so I don't get spoiled. And then I read fanfiction for several hours. I was, oh,
Oh, you are deep into the Gideon the Ninth.
I am deep into the Gideon the Ninth. I am those random people from the sixth house, the embarrassed teenager who goes up to Gideon and is just being like, "Is it true you have really big biceps? Is that true? Could you like lift something heavy? I think that would be really cool. Oh my gosh, is it true?" Yeah. Oh, hi, super fun.
Uh, I'll just say valid.
Wait, Shadow Legend. Sorry.
Huh? Right? Where?
Don't worry, no
Where?
sponsorship. You can go relax. Oh
Ah,
my
cool.
gosh. But yeah,
That means I can say fuck, right? No sponsor to get mad at me.
I, I don't think I'm equipped to do a sponsorship. I'm just, it's sponsorships are very awkward because as a small content creator, the
Yeah,
sponsorships that are valuable to you and your community are hyper niche and very difficult to arrange. Um,
art
and
nights.
most sponsorships are probably not of too much value to you or your audience. There's exceptions, like free trials of things are always beneficial, but then that has to be within the scope of people don't become a whale or don't miss when the free trial ends. Um,
I like the not become a whale because I was gonna say any gotcha.
yeah, yeah.
Specifically Arknights.
I have spent £6 on Arknights for the Hello Kitty collab, and I stand by this. Um,
I haven't spent any money on Arknights.
I can be a sponsorship manager. What sponsorship would you get me, Toad? Like, this is the thing, because of who I am as a person, I feel like I would be very awkward to work with in terms of sponsorships. Not because I am, like, brand unsafe in the realm of VTubers, but mostly because I don't know, I'm very lucky that I do VTubing as a self sustaining hobby. And so it being like, oh,
Yeah.
money is not a driving incentive to me, as much as it might be for others who are not able to support themselves outside of streaming. And so that's kind of the main incentive gone. And so it just have to be someone or a project that I think is cool and somehow knows who I am and thinks I'm cool. Um, yeah.
Code will sponsor you.
World of Books, please think I'm cool, please. I like World of
Find us
Books.
on deck. Give me the new Stormlight early.
I'd sponsor you to play as
I'll
many
be
cat games as I could find. What does that mean? Sponsored by cats? And just a photo of a cat? Is this the. Okay. I think we have run out of our thoughts for Influences to Scribe. I may add in some notes in the Discord when I am less sleepy. But I
might do the same.
enjoyed this book. I will say I don't think it is one that you have to. It's YA fiction. You don't need to engage with it in a kind of metacontextual review to the nth degree to get most of the value of the book out of it.
Yeah.
And so I think
I
the
agree.
way we might engage with some of the books and book reviews doesn't necessarily match the intention of why this book was written, and that's not a detriment. It's just who the book was written for and how it was intended to be engaged with. Yeah.
By design.
One book which I think we're probably going to talk about a little bit more because we'll have quotes is What I Talk About When I Talk About Running by Murakami.
Yeah.
Should we start our quotes?
Yeah, you can go first.
Okay, so the quote that gets pulled out of this book all the time is from earlier on, which is pain is inevitable, suffering is optional. But my favorite quote is actually on the last page, which is writer and a runner, at least he never walked, when Murakami's describing how he'd like to be remembered if he could write his own gravestone. And it's one of the themes for the final chapter, at least he never walked. And I just found it a very compelling theme. And I think like you can tell within the text there's a degree of compulsion within it. It's not framed solely as a reasonable standard he's holding himself to. But I think the way which it is described in being sincere but not unquestionable in narration is very well balanced, and I enjoyed it, and I thought it was a good reflection on the type of kind of atypical perception restraint that's required for something like running a triple marathon or for marathon running and triathlons in general.
Super marathon.
Per marathon. My brain got confused between Ironman and a super marathon for like 2 minutes, and that's why I said triple. But here we are. I'm very sleepy. I like Murakami's fluidity of writing, and so there's lots of areas I can pick up from here. One.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
I do have a note on one bit, which is his discussion of introversion. Which I think is one of the more broadly reflective times, because something that I think is interesting about how people have responded to the books, which is the areas that people highlight on this book about running, are very rarely the segments about running. People hold on to the bits that are topics other than running intermingled throughout the book. And so this quote is, I'm the kind of person who likes to be by himself. To put a finger point on it, I'm the type of person who doesn't find it painful to be alone. I find spending an hour or two every day running alone, not speaking to anyone, as well as 4 or 5 hours alone at a desk, to be neither difficult nor boring. I've had this tendency since I was young. When given a choice, I much preferred reading books on my own, or concentrating on listening to music over being with someone else. I could always think of things to do by myself. I think it was very interesting because I was getting to around this point in the book and I was thinking, I feel like normally in a memoir you talk about another person and how they've impacted your life in some specific way. And when that paragraph happened, it's not that there's something kind of profound within itself, but I think it articulates why the book is decentered from the people around Murakami, not just in that it focuses on running as a habit and a ritual and a part of his life that shapes and
Yeah.
facilitates discipline in other aspects, but it articulates why people aren't a focus of the book. And so I thought that was an interesting point of it.
No, I honestly, there's so many quotes in this that I love. And the talk around that was really interesting. There's also a quote in that where he talks about like specifically when he talks about like being criticized, where he talks
That was
about
interesting, that segment.
when I'm criticized unjustly from my own viewpoint at least, or when somebody I am sure will understand me doesn't, I go running for a little longer than usual. By running longer, like I can physically exhaust that portion of my discontent. It also makes me realize again how weak I am, how limited my abilities are, and I become aware physically of these low points. And one of the results of running a little farther than usual is that I become much stronger. If I'm angry, I direct that anger towards myself. If I have a frustrating experience, I use that to improve myself. Which is such an interesting view of it. And it is
Yeah,
a really interesting view of like being criticized unjustly or like that like when you aren't understood, how it's like
I
can be used for the
yeah,
betterment of yourself.
I think that segment of the book was intimate might not be the correct word, but the part of the book that was the most direct exploration of himself and not his
Yeah.
habit. Um, and so it was one of the segments which I found kind of sat with me the longest.
Mm,
That and the part about running Iron Man and the kind of depersonalization there, that bit was kind of spooky.
yeah.
I'm going to talk about that in a segment, but I really enjoyed that area, especially I think that quote or that segment articulates it well, but in the broader sense, he describes himself through those kind of steadfast traits as this likely not being a good way to be, or he doesn't frame it as himself being reasonable, which I think is quite interesting because normally when people talk about
Mm,
discussions, they either make themselves seem reasonable or they make themselves seem like the villain. And the discussion, which happens a little bit later on in that chapter, which I've forgotten the quote for, but when he talks about how you need to have emotional discontent because that is the consequence of being different to people. And so the emotional dissatisfaction is what facilitates there being different people in the world and the nature of life that comes from that, and that's where the depth in the world, it's a necessity for it. With
yeah.
that being the final point, I don't have the quote. I could find it, but I'm quite sleepy, so I'm just clumsily explaining it. But I thought that those two key ideas within the chapter were a really interesting perspective. Um, and
Yeah.
yeah.
No, it is very cool. Honestly, that whole chapter was really interesting.
Mhm.
He's almost like self deconstruction, like, deconstructing of his own thing, but also like how he does. I don't want to say disassociates, but he kind of does disassociate himself from his thoughts and how he acts. Is really interesting. Like idea of how he looks at his own behavior and how he looks at his own thoughts and everything. Some of it, like you said, is a bit spooky,
Well, I think the
but
part
it's also
which
interesting.
the one which I the part which I think I found spooky was specifically in the chapter on the Iron Man, because
Yeah,
I don't know why, but throughout the book, I think facilitated by his style of writing, even if he mentioned being discontent about things, there was a lightness to how he addressed them, and so I wasn't really expecting serious negative discussion. And then I'm gonna read out the segment I've got it marked here,
mm,
which the context of this is this discussing the change in mentality when you hit a wall during a iron marathon. No, the brain
super marathon.
per marathon. When you run a
Super.
super marathon and when he hit the wall, and so I look up at the sky, wondering if I'll catch a glimpse of kindness there, but I don't. All I see are indifferent summer clouds drifting over the Pacific, and they have nothing to say to me. Clouds are always tecton, I probably shouldn't be looking up. What I should be looking at is inside of me, like staring down into a deep well. Can I see kindness there? No. All I see is my own nature, my own individual, stubborn, uncooperative, often self-centered nature that still doubts itself. That troubles occur tries to find something funny or something nearly funny about the situation. I've carried this character
Mm.
around like an old suitcase down a long and dusty path. I'm not carrying it because I like it. The contents are too heavy and it looks crummy, fraying in spots. I've carried it with me because there's nothing else I was supposed to carry. Still, I guess I have grown too attached to it, as you might expect. Ouch.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I have sophisticated things to say about that.
Yeah.
I do think it's
No, that's interesting.
yeah. I also think it's kind of
If spooky.
it's spooky, but I do think it has an interesting idea behind it in that
Yeah.
I Murakami discusses self within this book passively and directly at some points, as we've talked about, but mostly passively, in a way that suggests being content with dissatisfaction in self rather being content with self.
Mm.
And that's quite interesting because that is different to a lot of the kind of philosophy or ideas or structure regarding self acceptance and moderating thoughts that I've encountered. And so it was interesting to see a kind of matured and accepted description of self that hadn't desired to change the parts it didn't like about yourself and simply just said, yeah, that bit don't like, but it's my suitcase that I've grown quite attached to. Um,
Yeah,
Also just
I
brackets.
agree.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't want to run a triple marathon. um,
Yeah.
One thing which I suppose is more in a spoiler section and less of a quote because we discussed about the nature of the races. I do think it's quite interesting that in all three races, all four races that were described here, um, only one had a positive opinion of, in a sense, because
Yeah.
there was the first race, which wasn't so much a race, but it was replicating the reverse original marathon from the city marathon. Um,
Yeah.
and that one had a kind of positive ending, and I liked the inclusion of the article written about that. But the Boston Marathon, which he was dissatisfied by his time and caused the reflection and discussion of aging and how that affects the body, and then
Yep.
the Triple Marathon, which I cannot describe as a positive experience, even though he seemed to have a
No.
positive conclusion at the end of it. It didn't read like a positive experience. Maybe I'm just someone who holds on to negative sentiment more than was intended, but the depersonalization and severity of the wall that was described, because you inevitably hit a wall in that scope of long distance running, seemed to outweigh the kind of acceptance that he reached at the end. That didn't. That felt like a negative experience to me. Um,
Yeah.
and then not having the best experience at the triathlon. Um, Although less so than the Iron Marathon or the Boston Marathon, it was interesting to me, and I'm kind of glad that the book wasn't stretched out to include more runs until he did a run which he was happy with the structural ending of. Um, because I
Yeah.
feel like it would be disingenuous to running as a hobby, which is ultimately the topic of the book. Um, but it
Yeah.
it did make for an interesting narrative read to not have a tidy endpoint and for it to be acknowledged in text. I'd really hope to run a good time in this marathon because we leave a good cornerstone to this book, and now I don't have that ending piece. And I thought that was
Yeah.
quite interesting. Um,
It was very interesting.
yeah. It how do I phrase it? It betrayed for anyone who was somehow going into this without context of Murakami that he was a fiction writer in this.
Yeah.
Um, which it sounds a little silly, but he doesn't address too much of his actual writing within the book. But to me, that was the most telling nature of someone who loves and writes fiction.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, there's a lot in this book that I really like. There's a few miscellaneous quotes that I just like. Like the one about school.
Yeah,
The most important thing we learn at school is the fact that the most important things can't be learned at school.
I have
It's
so
just
many
a cool
emotions
quote.
about sentiments like that. And so I think it's a very good expression of the idea, but um I think structured education can be cool and good. I think a lot of what is prioritized in it leads to that statement being true, but I don't think that's innate to school. I think that's innate to what governments prioritize for young people to know about, and then I go on a tangent. But yeah, I don't know. That is a good quote.
There's another one that I really like. Oh, I really like the quotes about Gatsby.
Mm.
That whole talk about Gatsby is so good. They're like, maybe it's late to say this, but Gatsby is a pretty good book.
Yeah.
I don't actually have the full quote in front of me, but it's such a good quote. Maybe it's maybe it's a bit strange and late to say this, but Gatsby, great book. Never got bored of it. Just chill.
Oh,
I love that whole section.
I have one quick quote which I was gonna um
Yeah.
talk about, which is sometimes taking time is actually a shortcut when discussing trying to force yourself to write. And the
Oh
idea of
yeah.
spaced training for running and writing and the discipline of that. Um, I thought that was a good way of expressing it. Um, oh, I was about to have such a full sentence thought and then it went away.
Yeah.
Um, the. Da, 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 da.
Ooh, I just remembered a really good quote as well.
Oh, yeah.
Being 18 until you die means you die when you are 18.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fire quotes.
Um, oh, I liked it was
Oh,
from a similar segment to that, but an unhealthy soul requires a healthy body in discussion of
oh yeah, I love that one.
the whole nature of writing being an unnatural disposition, especially writing as a novelist. And
Mm,
that discussion I found very interesting. That being a
that one
good
is great.
focus of it. Um,
My other favorite quote is like, if something's worth doing, it's worth giving it your best, or in some cases beyond your best. I love so much of this book.
I have a narrative thing to talk about rather than a quote, which
Yes.
something which is true for several of the earlier chapters, especially chapter kind of 3 to 4, when Milcom is discussing running as a practice and a habit, and then his first
Hmm.
marathon in Athens, written for the article, is there's a lot of emphasis on how he isn't competitive and he only runs to better himself, which then feeds into the discussion of the difficulty adapting to his times no longer improving as he is now aging and he cannot run to continue to better himself. But I thought it was interesting because in the last chapter, specifically when discussing the triathlon, there is such an emphasis on people passing him by. And
Yeah.
that feels intentional because I don't think that last chapter could be read in a way that isn't competitive. Um,
Hmm.
and so it was quite interesting to me, just kind of sitting there and being like, "Oh, this has got to be, this has got to be intentional in some way," because maybe the suggestion from it is that when he no longer found the satisfaction in improving himself because he reached a line and he realized he couldn't do that anymore, he started becoming competitive with others potentially. I don't know how better to read into it,
Yeah.
but I have kind of faith in the intentionality of him as an author, even in this kind of less pruned nature of being a memoir and extract of notes and essays. that must have been intentional. And so
Yeah.
I, I just found that an interesting discussion, that there was hypocrisy, feels like too strong of a word, but there was a contradiction within how he addressed running and the
Yeah.
incentives of it. One of my favorite quotes. Oh, do you want to yap about that? Sorry.
No, no, no. Yeah, I agree. It was an interesting, like, almost like undermining of his own point, but like
Hmm.
in a very interesting way.
Yeah, I
Because
did.
like he does, but he also doesn't.
It was never there just being like, oh yeah, I wanted to come in this place, but there was an
Yeah.
emphasis on how he does in relation to other people. And I came to the conclusion that it was following the journey of no longer being able to improve yourself that it became a
Yeah.
competition with others, but I don't know if that was my projection or if that was as it was intended to be structured and read. Um,
No, I read it the same way. As like it is interesting. It plays to that like human like
he wants to
what's the word?
he
Like
wants you to read the book and think he's fallible, I think, is a
yeah.
takeaway that isn't the case for most memoirs. Most people want to kind of self-aggrandize themselves in their memoirs. Um,
That is a very interesting part of like most of how he handles this book is like he almost doesn't sugarcoat his own like fallibility or like his own like
mhm.
messiness as a human being.
Feels harsh on
His own like
himself.
I he is very harsh on himself in a lot
Yeah.
of places.
Yeah. Oh, I have a little quote which relates to my previous point, which is
Yeah.
discussing his attitude to running as introduced in the earlier chapters, which I think also has just kind of like interesting notes as a habit, even if we
Hmm.
yapped about his attitude to self-focused running. But for me, running is both an exercise and a metaphor. Running day
Mm.
after day, piling up the races, bit by bit I raise the bar, and by clearing each level I elevate myself. At least that's what I've put in effort day after day to raise my own level. I'm no great runner by any means. I'm an ordinary or perhaps more like a mediocre level, but that's not the point. The point is whether or not I improved over yesterday. In long distance running, the only opponent you have to beat is yourself, the way you used to be. Um, and I think that that's quite a kind of condensed way of the
Yeah.
attitude which he introduces at first, and I think the attitude he wants to hold about winning.
Yeah.
Um, but I don't know if it's matched by the last chapters, which I think makes him more interesting at the end. And when I
Yeah.
first started reading it, I almost felt like the triathlon and the ultramarathon were unrelated to the rest of the book in a way where I was like, this is a short book and I'm enjoying it and I'm
Mm.
speeding through it, so I'm not going to complain about it. But I don't see how these tie in with the structure of it. Um, but when I kind of got to the contradictions within the triathlon, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I see why this is here, I think. Um,
Yeah. It is very interesting. But yeah, he is very hard on himself in a
yeah.
lot of ways.
Yeah.
There's that one quote where it's like the sad spreadsheet of my life that like reveals how much my debts outweigh my assets, and I'm like, jeez, man.
Yeah. Um,
Oh, it's like it's so good. This book is really interesting in how he approaches a memoir.
I do think it's potentially a strange book to read as one of not many memoirs I've read. Um,
Yeah.
uh, um,
It is a very strange memoir to read because like I said, like most memoirs want to be very nice to themselves and want to see the positive sides of themselves, where he's just like, nah.
I will say
He's just like, nah, I'm shit.
it's interesting looking at reviews of this memoir because I did look up quite a few reviews of this before book club
Yeah.
because, like I've said, I've not read many memoirs. I wasn't sure if the way I was going to talk about it made sense because I'm not used to talking about nonfiction as a whole, but specifically memoirs. And it's quite interesting because there's
Yeah.
so many different reactions to this book.
Yeah.
And I suppose that's natural to some extent, but
Yeah. To a degree.
yeah, it seems like it was very polarizing, and not just in the way that some people dislike Murakami's writing style. It seemed like
Yeah.
only people who liked his writing seemed to read it mostly. Um,
Yeah.
but
That or runners.
some people said it was repetitive, which I thought was a strange takeaway. Because
I can see where they're
I
coming
mean,
from.
it is repetitive, but that is intentional as a theme and motive to discuss.
Yeah, it's writing.
Yeah, like that's the
Like
theme
one of
of
the
the
most
book.
repetitive things you could do.
Yeah, it's. I think this is going back to the point I said earlier, where I find it difficult to criticize something, even if it may not be a good practice or like something that you would traditionally view as a positive if it has been done with intention. And I think the
Yeah.
repetition of this book is absolutely intentional. Um, and
It's
so,
very intentional.
but that was a criticism I saw quite a few people have for it, and one that I didn't quite agree with. Um,
Yeah, and I think that misses the point of the like what the book is trying to do.
I did think that
But-
there was one or two ideas that were introduced, but I didn't think were explored to an extent that I found complete. So the discussion of body image at the end, um,
Oh yeah,
I was a little bit surprised by that because it felt quite separate from how he'd introduced himself so far. Because although
yeah,
not glorifying himself by any means, it had been more in terms of capability or in perceived dedication and practice or results. And so
yeah,
that felt like and I think everyone's self-image impacts their life to some extent, and so it feels like a natural thing to include in a memoir, but it didn't feel like a very developed idea. Um,
yeah. I will say I think that is also I don't know how much of that is like so one thing I've noticed in like this is that he starts a lot of ideas but ideas that he doesn't have answers for or ideas that he is still thinking about.
mhm.
And he just says them because that's stuff that he is thinking about or stuff that's on his mind or stuff that's influenced how he acted in that situation, but he never came to an answer to that or thought more about it or anything, so he just puts it there. And it's a very interesting idea of like just having these like because we all do it, we all have like stuff that's just like things that are like, oh, this, and it's just left hanging there, and you kind of have to think about it later. And that kind of felt like one of those where it's like it's an idea he was working through himself, and he couldn't quite get to a point where he could like, further that idea a lot, and it just ended up that he just wrote through. It was like, oh, it's leaving it to a degree. Because
Yeah,
it doesn't really go anywhere at all. I agree. It's kind of just there, and it doesn't mesh with what he's talked about before in a lot of other
yeah.
places that he's
It, it,
talked.
it was one that
And it's just
I felt strange about it because I think we could both agree that editing of this book would take away from the nature of a lot of
yeah,
it being the recount of the physical consequences of running and how that shapes the personality.
yeah,
And although that's probably not what people wanted Murakami's first memoir to be about, I do think it was an interesting perspective, especially its relation to the habit in writing. But
yeah,
yeah, I don't know. I didn't think it would have benefited from being edited in its best areas, but I think there were some random things in there that I don't know if they add
yeah,
to it. Um, I will say,
yeah,
and this is maybe me being, I once again, I have read so much fantasy with poorly written women that I am a bit
yeah,
grumpier about it in times
yeah,
when it isn't always needed. But like I enjoy Murakami's writing style, and so I really enjoyed the opportunity to read one of his books without him writing women badly. And that's not to say that
yeah.
he is like the worst of writing women TM. But I think for the
No,
acclaim that he has, it isn't acknowledged very much, and so I do
no.
feel the need to like harp on about it a little bit. Um,
Yeah, he is not
but
great at it.
yeah,
Um,
if
That's
part
not talked about enough.
part of me wants to recommend this to people who haven't read Murakami before,
Yeah.
if you don't think you would like his books because of how he's talked about women and want to experience his writing style, I think that is like a third category of person who might like this book.
Mm,
Because I
I could see that.
found the absence of him trying to talk about women made his book a lot more charming. As much as I got stressed by that one
Yeah.
ponytail part,
I
I
could
could
see
feel the
that.
hackles rising up, just like, oh gosh, not again. But as much as I got stressed out by that, I feel like I think there are some parts of it that I'll remember. Um,
Yeah. I could see that though. That is a very interesting idea on it of like somebody that doesn't think they would actually read Murakami, but the value of having an idea of what Murakami's style is and the writing vibe that he has, because there is value in learning how some authors write and like the style they write in and like where that works and doesn't work. That is a valuable thing to have. This is a good suggestion for people that doesn't actually think they'll ever actually like Murakami. Which valid. I understand. Not everybody is a Murakami fan. Not everybody is a Murakami head. So like I kinda get it. I didn't think about that, but you're right. This is a good suggestion for people like that.
yeah, I don't know if I have any other thoughts on it. I think with the kind of gentle simplicity that Murakami writes with, um,
Hmm.
and I mean that as a compliment, it is very difficult to have
Yeah.
dense and intentional text be fluid and simple. And I think it's
As
difficult to
approachable as
comment
he
on.
makes it as well.
Yeah, it's difficult to like comment on with certainty because we can only read translations. But I feel like that is his strength
Yeah.
as an author to me. Um,
Yeah, absolutely.
but I feel like this book maintained that benefit, which I wasn't sure if it would as a memoir because it is kind of spontaneous writing in the way that you get the impression
Yeah.
of him describing his writing process here. The novels are not, um, and so the writing style was maintained. Um, you don't get the kind of
Yeah.
like whimsical light fantasy that fit in with a lot of his novels, but still, um, I yeah,
Absolutely. I agree.
it,
It is
yeah. Part of
yeah.
part of me, and I feel like this is a strange thing to say. I I don't know. I feel like I might rank this higher than some of his other books that I had read by him because I do think it
Hmm.
addresses interesting ideas and it doesn't have the criticisms that I have for a lot of those books in a significant way. And so,
Valid.
um, yeah, because I feel like to me, books are a combination of an interesting idea and the execution of the idea and the execution and the absence of bad things. Which is a strange, like, three things to hold a book to, but each of those three things have a lot of dimension. And so, although I think some of the ideas are less kind of broad and grand than other of his books naturally, I feel like it was well executed, as is credit to his ability as a writer, as a novelist, as a vocation,
Yeah.
and it didn't have much of the weirdly talking about women. Um, and so,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I could see that. I could see this being higher rated highly for people that aren't.
I do want to
Yeah,
read his other memoir. Um, yeah,
I do. That's maybe the biggest thing this showed me is I really, really do want to read his other memoir.
yeah.
I want to see his view on writing
Mhm. I think I'd probably want to wait
because from
a few months till I nominate it for book club. If you want to read it for book club,
yeah,
just because I don't want to
yeah,
read back to back shenanigans. But I do
yeah.
want to read it. Um,
No, I agree. I don't think it's a good like now suggestion. We should wait a bit. Specifically, so that this can also settle a bit. But like, I do want to read it. I do think it would be a good book club book.
mhm.
Um, but yeah, the big thing this did is it made me more interested in him because I was never really interested in him as a runner. I'm not a runner. I'm not a marathon runner specifically. But this got me really interested in that and his view on that, and it makes me more interested in his view on writing,
Yeah.
if anything.
No, that
Because
makes
honestly, fascinating man.
sense. I think I agree. I The thing which it made me interested in is um his work with translations, which we can't really.
Mm,
His translations are all English to Japanese, so we can't really read.
yeah,
But yeah,
yeah. Mm.
gosh,
Unless we learn Japanese.
unless we learn Japanese, I do something that irks me, which is I'm not remotely close to fluent in Welsh anymore. I managed to forget one of my first
Mm,
languages. I am continuously embarrassed by it, but it does make me grumble a little bit because I think translation is such an interesting style of
mm,
writing, and this is admittedly something that I think about more having read Babel. But
yeah,
I wish almost that there was more translations into Welsh of media, so I could
yeah,
get close to reflecting on it. Because although I've learned some other languages to kind of like a degree that a young child would have, I've not achieved fluency that you could think about the value and the quality of a translation in outside of in like the most simple, yeah, that's the right word terms. Um, and so I grumble a little bit at Welsh being
yeah,
a dead language because I can't think about translations, and I think that's such an interesting category of media. Um, and so I kind of want to read reviews of translations by Murakami. I don't know if that's a strange thing to say, but I just I I'm curious about them now. Um, yeah,
yeah. I do like. I am curious about that. I do want to. I hope it covers some of it. It would be kind of sad if it doesn't, but I hope it does
yeah,
because it would bull. It is an interesting. It's an interesting thing to think about and talk about as like his because like his main demographic is also in English for a lot of his books.
yeah,
Um, he has a big English following, which it's an interesting talk from him about it because he goes from English to Japanese, but he also directly works with translators to go from his
yeah.
native Japanese to English in his like fantasy writing, his fiction writing. So it would be really interesting to see his view because I think he is
Oh,
almost more informed than most others
I've
on
just
like
I've just thought of a point within the book. Sorry. Um,
yeah, go for it.
I thought I don't have a quote for it, but when he was discussing giving a speech at one of the universities and how it
Oh
felt
yeah.
freeing to give speeches in English because with it
Yeah.
being his second language, though people could not have the expectation for him to speak perfectly that someone would especially expect from a novelist, and so he found giving speeches in his second language much more enjoyable because the kind of the yeah, the separation of expectations from it. I thought that was an interesting discussion. That little segment was quite thoughtful, I thought.
Yeah.
Um,
It is a very interesting segment on it. And like honestly, I'm really interested in a bunch of his like I it makes me just want to find out more about him. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like and read more memoirs by him. Specifically his one, which I think is going to be really cool, but I maybe even more.
he only has one other memoir currently, Novelist Vocation,
Oh
I
yeah.
think. Yeah,
Yeah. But I also just want to learn more about him. Maybe like interviews. Maybe it
yeah.
makes me watch like a bunch of interviews by him.
I kind of want to read a non-fiction book or find one to suggest for book club, which is specifically about translation, like a
Yeah,
review
that
of
would be cool.
translations. If we were to find maybe, honestly, if we ever do read a kind of classic that isn't in English, there will be articles and essays reviewing different translations of it, and I kind of want to do that kind of two-step read.
Meditations by Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah. Wait, actually, I said yeah. I could have like very no. I'm so out of practice, but yeah, yeah,
That honestly, that might be one of that or like the Odyssey might be one of the most documented ones
yeah.
for that.
I have been in forums where people are having beef over translations of the Odyssey.
Yeah, like the Odyssey might be even bigger. It's like how much like how documented and like vocal people are with a bunch of that stuff would
Mhm.
that would
Yeah,
be really interesting to talk about in book club, especially for the Odyssey. Yeah, that would be an interesting one because the Odyssey has so many adaptations and so many like translations and like stuff with it. It would be such an interesting to like I want to say study, but like look at
yeah,
a bunch of that and like compare it.
yeah. It is a. It's it's not actually that long. I thought it was like 900, but it's only 500 or so pages. 500, 600.
Yeah, the Odyssey is not that long.
I read the Odyssey a
So
long time ago, and it
I
felt a bit like a slog at the time. Gonna
well,
be
so
honest.
I will say I say not that long, but we are talking about like a 500-page book still. So like by all means it's still pretty long.
I read the Odyssey because I was going through a pseudo intellectual phase and I felt like I needed to read classic literature um, because I
Almost
wanted to be a
everybody does.
reader and it felt like an exercise to read it. um,
That's the reader's book is like I need to read the Odyssey.
yeah, I was
I
just
need
like,
to read the Iliad.
I need to be validated in my hobby. I am baby. Watch me develop personality. Watch my prefrontal cortex develop. But for now, I will just make myself read books that I don't particularly feel invested in.
I need to read the Iliad with a glass of wine in my hand, sitting in an armchair, a leather armchair.
I do not think I was at the age where I could have bought wine, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, but spiritually,
Yeah.
spiritually, you need some wine
My dressing gown, my hot chocolate, and my like. Yeah.
with a fireplace.
Yeah. No, I do think it's definitely a phase I went through with reading when I was younger. Um, because I think a lot of
It's valid.
reading, especially in education, brackets, they made us read. I'm going to complain about Shakespeare at GCSE again, but a lot of it's framed as only having value intellectually rather than just the beauty
Yeah.
of stories and the human nature of stories. Um, and so, yeah, it took me a while to unlearn it, but I'm glad I did. I like reading books about
Yeah.
dragons.
Dragon.
Some of the classics aren't good. Some of the
Actually,
books about
you know,
dragons are.
this
More
makes me
hot
realize we
takes.
haven't actually read that many books with dragons in them.
We read Priory, that counts as like 3 books.
Okay, yeah, that one was very yeah.
What else has had dragons in it?
With not a lot.
Does Percy Jackson have dragons in it eventually?
I don't remember.
I feel like it has like a dragon adjacent creature at a few points.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't remember if it actually has a dragon in it.
I
I
can't
feel crazy, but I
remember
don't
all of the
remember.
books from like pre-Twitch book club.
Yeah, I don't remember that either. Okay, that makes me think we need to recommend more books with dragons.
Okay, I
Okay,
think we have.
that's my other goal. So next month, my goals are I already have two like set goals. One, memoir.
Mhm.
Two, dragons.
I feel like there was a
It's the
third one
two.
you've mentioned.
Is there a third one?
Uh,
I don't know. I'm too
Thriller?
sleepy to think about stuff I've mentioned.
Or like thriller fantasy, I think you talked about.
Oh, yes, I want to recommend one
We
thriller
have
fantasy.
such complete thoughts. I'm gonna move on because we finished talking about what I talk about running. I'm talking over both of us because we'll just stop making sense soon. Meeting day. So for next month's book club, we are going to be meeting on the 13th of September, so a teeny bit under the full month, but you know, it worked out pretty close given 7 days shenanigan. So we'll be continuing the chaos at 7 p.m. GMT on Saturday the 13th of September, where we will be reviewing Piranesi and Algo Speak, which I'm very excited about both of. Going into this, I was just like, I think I didn't know for non-fiction, but for fiction, I always kind of have a guess on which is going to win, and I thought it was going to be Piranesi or Popular, and so I feel validated in my ability to see the future.
Well, you predicted one for me that I would. I don't know if you knew that I was that into Piranesi.
I didn't know you were that into Piranesi. I was kind of surprised.
Mm.
I
I
thought
love
you would be hook,
Piranesi.
line, and sinker on the Popular.
Yeah,
I feel like
that is second best.
yeah, I feel like in most lineups in the past you would have rallied for the Popular.
Yeah,
Piranesi was the exception.
yeah, Piranesi is fantastic.
I think before we descend into madness, that is the end of book club. It was 7 hours. I can't remember any of the
Whoa,
words I've said, so I hope I made sense.
I don't
And I
either.
hope you enjoyed the books, and I hope you're very excited for the books next month. Or if you decided to read a different book we talked about today, I hope you enjoy it and feel free to yap about it in the book club channel. I'm gonna start the read over
Book club, book
to
club.
Mary, who is, I think, doing some holocure. Mary's a sweetheart.
I like your fun.
Did my commands not work?
Oh, raid broke.
Raid 3? Hi, Raid.
No, there's a third one.
Raid 3. Like your name, Ray? Oh, Raid. Yeah, Raid! My command's not working. Okay,
Get
that's not
raid.
ideal. Where's my nightbot? Night. I can't just.
Get
Not M.
raid.
Night Shyamalan! Okay, sorry.
M. Night Shyamalan.
I just got stressed about Avatar The Last Airbender all of a sudden.
Oh no. Don't remind me.
Okay.
I'm gonna run away.
Oh, is everyone excited for the new Magic the Gathering Avatar set?
Oh, wait, there's still a Spider-Man set in the in-between, and I'm excited for the Spider-Man set.
I am more. Okay, there were 2 flavor fails so far, IMO, but other than that, it is going well, and I feel strongly about the show, so that is high praise. And it's raid time. Thank you for being here. Let's say hi to Mary. Bye, 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 bye.
Flavor
Wow!
fail?
I am so good at being a streamer. I know you, yay.